The Eighth Detective by Alex Pavesi, read for you by Amelia Fox. Chapter 8. The Fourth Conversation. The two events seemed to cover all cases of maleficence, as if this simple West London street were a diorama on display in a Sunday school. She stared at the fire and felt the heat wash her clean. Julia Hart finished reading and poured herself a second cup of coffee. Grant knocked twice on the tabletop. "Well," he said sleepily, "what do you make of that one?" "Everyone's a murderer." She flicked through the pages with her left hand, holding the cup in her right. An apocalyptic story with an apocalyptic setting. I liked it. "It's the case where all of the suspects turn out to be guilty." Julia nodded. "The idea has been done before." "Famously so," Grant yawned. "But nonetheless, it's one of the permutations of detective fiction. The definition allows for it, so it can't be ignored." "I have to say, I didn't anticipate that ending." "Good." He looked at her with bloodshot eyes. "Lying is often overused in detective stories. But if all of the suspects are guilty, they can lie about everything, with impunity." "I thought Helen would be guilty when I first read it. She seemed—" Julia searched for the word. "Unsettled." "The detective is killer again?" Grant shook his head. "It would be a cheap trick to use the same ending twice." "But not against the rules." Julia smiled. They were sitting at a rough wooden table, facing one another. Between them was a large jug of water with two halved and polished lemons bobbing rhythmically on the surface. Beside it was a glass canister of thick black coffee. At the far end of the table was a window patterned with raindrops. It was Julia's second full day on the island. She had been woken that morning by the sound of the rain. Slightly hungover, she'd hurried to Grant's cottage, half walking and half running. Grant had been standing outside when she'd arrived, eating a pear and watching the rain spit at the sea, with a sour expression on his face. "I didn't know if you would come," he said, his white shirt soaking wet. "We have work to do." Julia approached him. "Are you feeling all right?" He smiled unenthusiastically and threw the white heart of his pear into the pebbles on the shore. "I slept badly." Julia had barely slept herself, but she didn't say anything. She decided she would be patient with him. "I hope yesterday wasn't too tiring for you." He guided her inside without answering, and together they took shelter in his kitchen. "I should make some coffee." Julia watched him, wondering whether to help. When the kettle had been placed on the stove and Grant had filled a jug with water, she spoke. "I'm sorry if I was being intrusive last night. I think the wine went to my head." Grant was cutting a lemon for the water. "It's nothing," he said. He was looking out of the window. Julia caught a glimpse of his face in the glass. It didn't look like it was nothing. "I'm sorry. It was rude of me. I won't ask any more personal questions." Grant pressed down too hard, and the buoyant flesh of the lemon burst under the blade of his knife. A spot of lemon juice landed on Julia's wrist. She decided to change the subject. "Should I start the next story while you're doing that?" Grant turned and nodded at her. It was still raining when she'd finished reading, but only slightly. "This weather is more what I'm used to," she said. "Yesterday I felt I was carrying the sun around with me, like a bullet hole in the back of my head. I don't know how you can stand it every day. Over time, it becomes something less impersonal than a bullet hole. A tumour, perhaps. Grant laughed quietly to himself. You get used to it eventually. I should warn you, the sun will probably be back this afternoon. Then I shall enjoy this while it lasts. Julia took her notebook from inside her bag, where it was wrapped inside a towel. The rain hadn't got to it. Yesterday, she reminded him, you listed the first 3 ingredients that a murder mystery must include. Yes, 2 or more suspects, 1 or more victims, and an optional detective or detectives. Then the 4th component must be the murderer. Grant's mood had improved noticeably as he'd swallowed his first cup of coffee. Now he was grinning again. That's right. This story demonstrates it nicely. A killer, or group of killers, those responsible for the deaths of the victims. Without that, it's certainly not a murder mystery. Not a very good one, that's for sure. She made some notes. And there must be at least 1 killer. Yes, at least 1. If the death was accidental, or done by the victim's own hand, then we hold the victim responsible and consider them to be the killer. For that reason, I used the term killer rather than murderer. It seemed to cover more cases. Pun intended. Julia took another sip of coffee. But there's no upper limit on the number of killers if this story is anything to go by. Not as such. The only condition is that the killer, or killers, must be drawn from the group of suspects. In mathematics, we'd call it a subset, and say that the killers must be a subset of the suspects, but we'll come back to that later. What it means is that everyone who was revealed as one of the killers must previously have been one of the suspects. Then that's what allows the reader to have a stab at guessing the solution themselves, which seems to be a defining feature of the genre. Grant was nodding. But aside from that, we set no further restrictions on the killer or group of killers. So we have seen already that the victims and even the detectives can overlap with the group of killers. We have also seen the case where just one of the suspects is a killer, and we can, of course, imagine the case where 2 of the suspects are killers. This story covers the limiting case where all of the suspects are killers. Julia put the pen to her lips. One thing, though. She took her time, thinking as she spoke. I agree that it's not unreasonable to say that the killer or killers must first have been suspects. But isn't it irrelevant unless the reader knows who the suspects are? The narrator of the story, for example, could turn out to be the killer, and it might never have occurred to anyone that they were a suspect. It's a good question, he said, though it takes us away from mathematics. The only answer I can give is that every single character should be considered a suspect, unless it is made clear that the author intends them not to be. A modern-day detective investigating a centuries-old crime should not be considered a suspect. Julia wrote this down. Anyone the reader would accept as the killer should be considered a suspect, more or less. That's correct. Grant was staring out of the window. It stopped raining, I think. Through the murky glass she could see the sea and the hills, the 2 hands of the horizon that between them juggled the sun and the moon, waiting expectantly with their palms facing upwards. The sky above them was overcast. Wait 1 moment, said Grant. Let me empty the coffee grounds. He took the beaker of coffee from the table and stepped outside to pour its contents into the weeds. Julia looked around. A silver cigarette case lay on the windowsill, out of place in the simply furnished room. Julia picked it up and looked inside. It was empty, but there was an engraving on the inside of the lid. For Francis Gardner, on your graduation. Julia frowned and put it back on the shelf. Grant came back and sat down across from her. Now, where were we? She wanted to ask him who Francis Gardner was, but was afraid of his reaction after last night. I didn't know you smoked, she said. Grant laughed, wondering what she might have seen through the window that she could have misinterpreted so wildly. I don't, actually. But isn't that a cigarette case? He turned towards the flat silver container, which he'd forgotten was there, and she caught the quick look of panic on his face. I used to, of course, when I was young, but that's been empty for a long time. She nodded and took up her pen. So is that the end of the definition? Yes. Grant smiled, composing himself. Those are the 4 ingredients. We can go into more detail when we're a bit more awake. And then the permutations of detective fiction. They cover the different cases where the ingredients overlap. So we have the case where the detective is also the killer, and so on. That's right. The definition is simple enough that there's a relatively small number of structural variations. Overlapping ingredients account for some, different-sized groups account for some others. And then there's this case where the group of killers is equal to the group of suspects. The manuscript was on the bench by her side. Julia picked it up again and started flicking through the pages. Did you notice that there were several points in that story where the word black was used, though the word white was clearly intended? He raised an eyebrow. No, I did not. At one point it talks of black wine, for instance. She found another passage where she'd underlined a few words. There's a description of a bright day with wispy black clouds. Then this is another intentional discrepancy. She continued to search through the pages. There's a phosphorescent black dog, a signature black suit, and a black cat with its fur darkened by ash. As descriptions, they're out of place, but they all fit perfectly if you replace black with white. Can you explain that? No more than you can. Julia looked pensive. That's 4 now. I think at this point we can state the general rule. When you were writing these stories, you added something to each one of them that doesn't make any sense. A detail, a discrepancy. It's as if they might all fit together to form some sort of puzzle spread throughout the 7 stories. Do you think that might be possible? Grant frowned. It's been more than 25 years since I wrote these stories. I've forgotten that time of my life, almost completely. But I assure you, they're just jokes. There's no puzzle to be solved. I would have remembered something like that. Yes, I suppose so. Julia crossed out an entry in her notebook. Grant rubbed his eyes. Last night I had a nightmare. We published this book and the island became overrun with journalists. I couldn't get back to sleep after that. I'm sorry, she said. I've disrupted your routine. Do you have many visitors out here? Not many at all, actually, but I like it that way. It must be a nice change, then, to have someone to speak English to. A few people here speak English very well. But none of them are British, I imagine. That's true. Grant nodded. You're a novelty in that respect. And it's nice to hear an accent similar to my own. Tell me," he leaned across the table and took her hand, "do you think the White Murders will sell?" Julia took a long, deep breath. Her face was unreadable. "It's hard to say. It's rather different to most of what we publish." "What does your employer think? He must think it has potential if he was willing to send you out here." "Victor is a wealthy man, and crime fiction is his passion. He set up Blood Type out of love, not for money. But we can see this book getting a dedicated readership. It's certainly unique." "I hope so," said Grant. "It pains me to say it, but I'm almost broke." He picked up his coffee cup. "Do you often get sent abroad for work?" "Never," said Julia. "But I was particularly keen to meet you." She looked like she was about to say more, but Grant stood up and took his cup to the sink. "I'm flattered," he said. Julia scanned the dim kitchen. It was poorly kept, with dirt in all the corners. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but how do you manage to live out here? Do you work?" Grant sighed and shook his head. "Family money. My grandfather owned factories. The business is not what it was, but my uncle still sends me an allowance every month." Julia put the manuscript down and massaged her writing hand. "Of course." She looked out of the window again. "If it has stopped raining, maybe we should get some fresh air while we have the chance." Chapter 9. Trouble on Blue Pearl Island. Sarah's father was dying in a room upstairs. She watched him from the doorway. His head, bobbing above the bedsheets, looked alternately terrified, pained, and bewildered. It was like she was watching a swimmer floundering on the surface while unknown terrors attacked him from below. "Sarah," he croaked as she brought him his bowl of soup. "My little genius." She spent most of her time tending the garden, waiting for it to all be over. After dark, she paced the rooms downstairs and tried to forget about him. She'd been playing 3 separate games of chess by post, posing as a man. The morning after her 3rd victory, she climbed the stairs and found her father dead. A month later, she had discovered the extent of his debts, and soon everything was gone. The house, the furniture, the business. She was left destitute at 25. She spent an afternoon hunched over in the corner of a cold restaurant, still wearing her mourning clothes, an apparition in black, applying for a role as a governess. Aside from helping her father, she'd never worked before. "It will be just like Jane Eyre," she said to herself. Her application was flawless. She spoke 4 languages, could play the piano, and knew mathematics, history, and English grammar. But nonetheless, she was terrified as she dropped it into the postbox. 2 weeks passed, and then she met her prospective employer in a room with diamond-patterned wallpaper. He had come to town for the day. "This is not an interview," he said, sitting down with a sheet of paper and a pen. "Just a friendly conversation." She bowed, hoping to appear obsequious. "I was in the army," the old colonel began. "Retired now. I have just the one daughter. My wife is no longer with us." He was the kind of man that could only be comfortable speaking if he was doing something else at the same time. He took his glasses off and started to polish them with his sleeve. "My name is Charles." "Sarah," She lowered her head. He'd arrived after lunch, and throughout their meeting he picked at a piece of food that was lodged between his teeth, with a half-hearted attempt at discretion, as if his moustache might make an effective curtain. "If you come to live with us, we'd like to consider you part of the family. Henrietta is," he chose his words carefully, "wanting for companions." She bowed again. When they'd finished talking, he looked up at her, terrified. "I think I've lost my glasses." Sarah took them from the table where he'd placed them and handed them to him. He lived in an impossibly small village on a wild stretch of the coast. She'd never lived outside of the city before, but it was that or starve. Her belongings fitted neatly into a single suitcase. She was driven to the house, the last along a wooded lane. Charles helped her carry her things inside, then gave her a tour of the residence. It was small and dark. The trees blocked most of the light. But it was his childhood home, and he swung enthusiastically through the rooms without noticing that she was taller than him and had to stoop, that with each step the ceiling loomed at her like a fist. Her bedroom had a brown carpet, a desk, and a single bed. The window felt cold when she stood beside it, but the view was breathtaking. At the other side of the short garden was an overgrown area of clifftop, and then the sudden and deadly sea, shining like marble. The daughter, Henrietta, was shy around Sarah for the first few weeks, but she never missed a lesson. They did 3 hours in the mornings and 2 in the afternoons. "There are no schools around here," Charles had said, in a room with rocking horses on the wallpaper. She was almost 13, though her knowledge was advanced, and it was clear that she was unusually intelligent. She looked nothing at all like her father, with green eyes and copper skin, and Sarah wondered if she was really his child. Her mother had died of malaria when she was very young. Sarah knew nothing about children and spoke to her like an adult. Henrietta flourished, and the 2 women became close friends. Charles spent most of his time working on a bulbous memoir of his years in India. The work was exhausting, and during the winter he contracted an unknown illness. Sarah nursed him, as she'd done with her father, taking soup up to his cold room at the top of the house. He became feverish. At his worst point, he was capable of saying only one lucid thing, taking Sarah's hand when she brought him some water. "If I die, look after Henrietta." She found it surprising that this was his main concern when his consciousness was down to a whisper. She rarely saw them in the same room together, and had taken to thinking of father and daughter as 2 unrelated entities. She was surprised, too, by Henrietta's reaction. The girl was almost silent, trembling as Sarah sat across from her at the dinner table. A few days before Christmas, there was a shift in Charles's fortunes. He swallowed a whole bowl of soup, sat up, and declared himself healthy again. Sarah was there by his side. He thanked her for her kindness and devotion during his period of sickness. Then, still unshaven and wearing his pyjamas, he proposed marriage, as if it was a gift he was giving her. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "I don't think that would work." Charles looked momentarily shocked, then gently lowered his head. "I understand." The second proposal was indirect and came a few weeks later when he was dressed and had composed himself. It came hidden in an act of humility. "Sarah, I must apologize for my indiscretion a few weeks ago. I was feverish. My thoughts were still unclear. It was inappropriate to put you under pressure like that." A wash of relief came over her. "However," he continued, "I must tell you that the sentiment itself was not a delirium, but an honest expression of my heart." Her relief tightened to a knot. "I cannot deny that I do have a certain affection for you. You are really a remarkable woman." He took out his pocket watch and started to play with it, moving the hands around as if they meant nothing. "Let me give you some time to absorb what I've said." He licked a fingertip and ran it across the smeared glass face of the watch. "You must take as long as you need. My only concern is that one day your presence here will become too painful to me, like an unfulfilled promise. Then it might be better for both of us if we make alternative arrangements, and you find employment elsewhere." She took that as a veiled threat, and it left her with little choice. A bad reference could destroy her prospects of employment. They were married in the spring, his greying hair neatly combed and hers tied back in a bow. He said the words of his vows out of order. She spoke them back to him like a sombre parrot, dressed in a greyish blue. It's this or destitution, she thought. Summer came, and Sarah and Henrietta took their lessons to the summer house, a squat structure of wood and glass at the highest point of their garden. It commanded a clear view of the sea. A telescope stood in one corner, a birthday gift for Henrietta. One quiet morning in June, Sarah entered the summer house and found Henrietta crouched down by the telescope, scanning the line of the coast. The girl heard the door click behind her and turned around. "Sarah, come and look. There's trouble on Blue Pearl Island." Sarah went to her side. "What do you see?" "The front door is open. It's banging in the wind. There's a broken window and a pile of clothes on the grass." Blue Pearl Island was a stubborn lump of stone, about 300 yards out to sea, centred in a ring of sharp black rocks that lay just below the surface of the water, which made it almost inaccessible by boat. You could reach it when the tide was high enough, at 2 times during the day, but then only if you knew the route through the rocks. When the tide withdrew, the falling water filtering through those stone teeth appeared to be boiling, so it was known by some as Hell Island. But the Colonel found this name distasteful and had always called it by the name he'd called it in childhood, Blue Pearl Island. 20 years ago, an American millionaire, struck by the dramatic setting, had a house built on top of it. But the stone was unyielding, and the whitewashed house had settled with all its angles slightly out of alignment, like a melting block of ice. An expensive folly, it was later abandoned to its impracticality and had stood empty for years. But it must have been advertised somewhere, because occasionally someone would take occupancy. An artist had lived there one summer, working on a series of sea paintings. An austere family had managed a year before leaving, and the Navy had taken it once as a base for some kind of training exercise. But most of the time, its windows were dark. "Is there a boat?" Henrietta checked the small jetty where boats would usually tie up. "There's one half of a rope that's been cut, but no boat." "How can you tell the rope has been cut?" "It's tied to a post, but isn't long enough to reach the surface of the water." "That makes no sense unless it's been cut." Sarah stroked the girl's hair. "You're right, this might be serious. The rest could all be down to debauchery, but if the only boat has been cut loose, that suggests something else is at work. May I look?" She'd known there was something strange happening at the house when she saw the visitors arrive a few days before. Usually it was taken by those seeking solitude or a communion with nature, not by large groups of people chatting breezily to one another. She'd wondered if they were a secret society or political party, though they certainly hadn't looked like either. It seemed, instead, to be some kind of social gathering. It had begun on the Wednesday, when a Mr. and Mrs. Stubbs had arrived in time for that evening's crossing. A local fisherman was with them to teach them the route, a yellow dog following at his heels. Sarah was outside reading in the last of the day's light, on a chair in the garden where it bordered the wooded lane which led down the hill. At the bottom of the lane was a small stretch of sand where many people kept boats. She'd greeted them. It was a rare sight to see anyone passing by so late, and they'd stopped to say how nice her house was. "Such a remarkable part of the world," said Mr. Stubbs. "Quietly beautiful," said Mrs. Stubbs. "Are you heading for the island?" asked Sarah. The fisherman bobbed impatiently behind them, the dog circling his legs, while Mr. Stubbs explained the purpose of their trip. They were both in service. They'd been asked to arrive early and prepare for a large group on the following Friday. They couldn't say who was coming or who their employer was, but it would be a very important occasion. "I hope we'll see you on our way back home." And with that, they walked on. The guests had arrived 2 days later at various times throughout the day. They'd come in pairs, clutching yellow sheets of paper that Sarah assumed were written instructions. She was outside for most of the day, tending the garden. She counted 8 guests, men and women, old and young, though all relatively affluent. Together with the Stubbses, that made 10, a large number for such a small island. The only clue she got to their identity was a single name. "How do you know this man, Unwin?" One of them had said it to another as they'd passed. "I don't, in fact," the other had replied. They'd heard nothing of the party since then. It had rained the last 2 days, and none of Sarah, Charles, or Henrietta had even ventured into the garden. From inside the house, the view was blocked by rhododendrons. But now, looking through the telescope, it seemed a terrible wave had washed the occupants away. Sarah found her husband in his study with a newspaper and a flask of coffee. His half-finished memoir teetered on the edge of his desk, casting a long shadow on the floor below it. "We must go to Blue Pearl Island," she said. "The people there are in trouble." He checked his watch, then a chart on the wall. "There are 2 hours left of this morning's tide. What kind of trouble?" "It's impossible to say, but the front door is open and the place looks empty. At least one of the windows is broken." "Perhaps the people that were staying there have left." "Their boat has been cut loose." Charles looked at her as if her thoughts were written on glass, transparent and fragile. "Sarah, dearest, you always think the best of people. They probably had a party, made a mess of the place, and then ran away from their responsibilities." "Charles," she took a deep, dismissive breath. "No one runs away from a broken window." "Then what are you suggesting?" "They could be dead. A fire could have broken out. It's impossible to say. There are clothes strewn on the grass." Henrietta appeared in the doorway behind her. "One of them could have fallen ill and spread the disease to the others." Charles stood up and slapped down his newspaper with a rare burst of energy. "You too, Henrietta! I'll have none of this." His face fell. Charles had daydreamed of a second marriage as if it were the acquisition of another chess piece for his side of the board. Instead, his new wife not only overpowered him in most arguments, but encouraged his daughter to do the same. Clothes strewn on the grass could mean all sorts of immorality. The Colonel's thoughts turned dark, and he loosened his collar. If something disreputable has happened, then we should send one of the local men to investigate. It's no place for a woman. There isn't time, said Sarah. If we go up to the village, we'll miss too much of the tide. Charles, I'd rather you came with me, but I'm going to the island now. Henrietta will be quite all right by herself. He sighed, once again checkmated by the women in his life. Well, if we must go, then let us hurry. Thank you. He took a revolver and a raincoat, though the day was bright and peaceful. They left Henrietta with a sandwich for lunch and a book to keep her amused. Then the two of them hurried down to the sandy inlet at the end of the road, where they kept a small dinghy and 2 oars. Charles dragged it into the water, and the two of them got in. Having grown up locally, and having been an adventurous young boy, he knew the route through the rocks by heart. He'd learnt it before the house was even built, when the island was safe for children's games. "What do you think we'll find there?" he said, taking the oars. "Disruption," said Sarah, sitting by herself at the stern of the boat. "But please let me concentrate and memorize the route." Charles laughed gently, as he always did when it came to her constant efforts to acquire knowledge. "In case I need to come back alone." At this distance, the effect of the black rocks lurking beneath the tide was to spread a thin white foam across the expanse of the sea. Their simple wooden boat cut through it like a knife cutting into a wedding cake. The Colonel didn't turn his head, but steered by the things he saw in their wake with the treacherous fearlessness of a teenaged boy. Occasionally, Sarah thought, there are things to admire about him. The route took them to the right of the island, as seen from the shore, and then behind it to land on the left side. At the back of it, the part that pointed out to sea, away from the sun, the clustered rocks rose to a surprising height. A section of them was cut away in a sudden sharp drop, forming a kind of cliff. That left a flat wall of dark stone overlooking the sea, like an eye patch. At the bottom of this cliff there were a few yards of sandy slope leading down to the water, too steep to be called a beach. Sarah, looking ahead, was the first to see it. That short, grey patch of sand, scattered with coarse grass and seaweed, held 2 dead bodies, tilted forward for display. Charles glanced over his shoulder and wiped the sweat from his brow. He turned back to Sarah, his face crumpled into what was clearly meant as a question mark. "They're dead, Charles. We must hurry." He took the oars again. As they approached the beach, it became clear they were the bodies of a man and a woman, both twisted into impossible angles, as if they'd been picked up by some monstrous sea creature and wrung out like wet bathing suits, then left to dry on the sand. Sarah leaned forward. She recognized them. "Oh, God, that's Mr. and Mrs. Stubbs. He was so friendly, and she seemed so sweet." She made the sign of the cross above her heart. The Colonel was standing now in the centre of the tiny craft, upsetting its balance with his usual casual confidence, his pistol pointed at the sky. "What happened? Have they been murdered?" "They fell," she said. "It could have been suicide, or an accident, or they could have been murdered." "Both of them?" He seemed confused. "It looks that way." She didn't tell him the image that was forming in her mind of the 8 guests drunkenly throwing their servants off the cliff. Then it would be madness to continue. Their murderer may still be on the island. The house looked abandoned. This morning? But the killer could have just been asleep. Sarah knew this was a possibility, but in truth, the danger appealed to her. The evidence suggests otherwise. There was a loud scraping sound. The colonel promptly sat down again and tilted the oars up towards his chin. The boat had drifted. The rocks! It's not safe to linger here. Should we go on or turn back? They arrived at the island's only landing place a few minutes later. No sign of life had shown itself in that time. Kneading his tired hands as if they were made of clay, the colonel looked up towards the house at the top of the grassy slope. Hell Island! The words shocked his wife, as if he had sworn. He signalled for her to wait while he disembarked, with the gun held out before him. Then he tied up the boat, turned towards the house, and reached back to offer his arm. She took it, just to please him, but the gesture ended with him holding her hand while she stood uphill and towered over him, a parent with a small child. He frowned and adjusted his glasses. Wait here, my darling. He stepped forward tentatively, one pace at a time. There was a tang of excrement coming from a nearby patch of grass, and she hoped he would hurry up. At the top of the slope he cried out, a cry of disgust more than of fear or pain, with a slight stifled retch behind it. Sarah raced forward. He motioned for her to stay back, repeating the gesture until she was standing by his side. Then he took a handkerchief out of his pocket and held it over his mouth. He was looking down at another dead body, a man lying face down on the ground. Sarah spoke as the realization came to her. The pile of clothes strewn on the grass. Her husband looked up and confirmed that their own summer house was just about visible if you knew where to look for it, with a direct view of this spot. Henrietta, said Sarah, wondering if the girl was watching them now. The colonel stepped in front of the body. I wouldn't want her to see this. I'm not sure you should see it yourself. Perhaps you should wait in the boat, my daffodil, where it's safe. Sarah looked at him playfully. Charles, you would get hopelessly lost in the house by yourself. Besides, there is no reason to think it's any safer in the boat. He frowned. There's a wire around his neck. I wonder if that's what he died of. A garrote attached to a weight. It's been tricked to pull tight when the weight is dropped, with a catch so it can't be loosened. A painful death. She shuddered, and a particularly nasty trap, the kind of thing you'd use to catch a rabbit. The colonel examined the small metal clasp at the back of the body's neck and wondered how she'd inferred that whole mechanism. Come away, he said. This is a horrid sight. She ignored him. We have 3 dead bodies now. Killed by the same person, do you think? Perhaps, though the methods are very different. She wondered if one of the guests had gone mad and tried to kill the others, then the rest had fled, or whether they'd all turned against each other. More than one killer? A disturbing idea. It's possible. Sarah knelt down and looked closely at the body. She was thinking back to the faces that had passed her by along the lane on Friday as she'd clipped the dead flowers from the rose bushes. Smiling, excited faces. Had he been one of them? She believed he had. She could see him wearing a brown suit, walking with a younger man, the yellow sheet of instructions folded into his top pocket. He'd worn glasses then. It was the younger man who had mentioned Unwin, and this man who had confessed to not knowing him. She stood up. His clothes are dry, though it's been raining for the last 2 days. He died recently. Charles frowned. This morning, you mean? Possibly. The door of the house banged shut behind them. The wind was picking up now, blowing a fine spray of water across the island, thousands of tiny droplets like little fish. Charles approached the silent, snow-white house with his gun held out and stood for a moment as a soft grey outline in front of its sharp black door. Then the door blew open once again, and he stepped inside. Hello? Is anybody there? I have a gun. Please make yourself known. The house returned a silence as unpleasant as a bowl of cold soup. Sarah followed him into the main hall. It was an awkwardly shaped room that reached up to the top of the house with black and white tiles on the floor. A low bench for changing shoes was placed to the right of the door, but there was no other furniture. Opposite that was a wooden staircase that led to an upper story. An unopened can of beans sat on the bottom step. A series of muddy paw prints covered the floor. Something had entered through the open door and walked in circles over the tiles. Charles and Sarah looked around the room, their footsteps echoing. All of the doors were closed, except for a small, misshapen one huddled under the staircase, slanted at the top, and with a simple magnetic latch instead of a lock. The magnet had proved too weak for the wind, and now the door swung back and forth rhythmically, as if the house was breathing. From beyond it came a sound like the scurrying of rats. Charles walked up to the door and nudged the barrel of his pistol through the gap, then worked it open with his left foot. The dim, windowless room inside was lined with display cases, a miniature museum. They were full of clocks of different colours, different ages, some with elaborate mechanisms and some simple. Many of them were still ticking. And laid out on the floor beneath them, neatly and respectfully, the head covered, was a human figure. A woman, judging by the clothes. Sarah knelt and removed the veil. A young-looking, middle-aged woman, her face grey, but her hair still colourful. She was wearing a red cardigan over a white shirt, which was spotted with blood towards the top. Her face had a slight sad frown and wide, frightened eyes. 2 extravagant green earrings rested against her cheeks. Sarah remembered her walking past the garden 2 days before, the red cardigan in particular. She'd been walking with an older man. They'd found something they disagreed on and were engaged in a passionate dispute. The woman's body was slightly too long for the room, so she'd been placed at a diagonal with her head propped up in one corner. Sarah felt around her throat, touched the dried blood at the corner of her lips, and forced open her mouth. Charles was keeping a watch on the hall behind them, occasionally turning to look around the room. These clocks all show different times, Sarah. Do you think there is some kind of code? I think the clocks are just decoration. He gave a doubtful grunt. Well then, what killed her? I can't quite tell. Something internal. She seems to have swallowed something. He choked down a touch of vomit and put the back of his hand to his lips, leaving his fingers dangling absurdly from his face like some kind of tentacled sea creature. Come, said Sarah, moving past him. Must we find all 10 of them dead? Perhaps, she said, though 9 is more likely. A quick intake of breath. And the 10th? Escaped, probably. Either that, or hiding. The 2 largest doors leading off from the entrance hall opened onto a grand dining room with a high ceiling, its corners lost in cobwebs. The windows along one side reached 3/4 of the way up to the roof, giving a magnificent view of the frothing, furious sea. Once inside, they closed the doors, and Charles made a crude barricade with a serving table and a chair. The room itself was a mess. The table had been set for a large meal, used once and never cleared. The diners hadn't even reached dessert. Plates of half-eaten savoury food dotted the length of the table, the remnants of sauces dried into dusty and cracked crescent shapes like sores from a particularly unpleasant disease. Charles counted them. 8 places. That would be the entire group, minus the 2 servants. 8 chairs were set back from the table, some neatly and some in disarray. 2 had fallen over. An argument erupted at dinner, said Charles, scraping at a spot of blood, or possibly sauce, on the tablecloth. Something must have happened to the servants, said Sarah, to prevent this mess from being cleared. Thrown over the cliff, she thought. She was examining a knife and fork. One of the tines of the fork was missing, with a neat hole in its place. She put it down and lifted up a plate. A square of white cardboard was hidden underneath it. There was a short printed message on one side. Sarah read it out loud. Mrs. Annabel Richards, a teacher, is accused of taking sexual gratification from the torture of young children. Charles winced at the choice of words. There was nothing printed on the reverse. I think that's her in the room with the clocks, said Sarah. How can you know? Children, that's how. When they passed me 2 days ago, she and another man were discussing the education of children. He was a doctor, I gathered, and she sounded like a teacher. Look, here's another one. Charles lifted a handbag from the table. Beneath it were a blood-stained napkin and a clean white card. He read the message printed on it. Andrew Parker, a lawyer, is accused of killing his family. He held the card up to the light. There were no other clues. Could that be the man outside, caught in the snare? I don't know. Perhaps. While Charles stood hypnotized by the brutality of the situation, staring at the single card in his hand, Sarah found 2 more of them on the floor beneath the table. The first read, Richard Branch, socialist, is accused of hounding an old man to his death. The other, Thomas Townsend, alcoholic, is accused of murdering his wife. They make no sense, said Charles with a sigh. The mystery only deepens. Sarah shook her head. These cards explain everything. These people were brought here to be judged. But why would they come, if they were to be judged? I assume they were tricked into it by someone with a corrupted sense of justice, or someone with a need for revenge. Charles grunted. This was meant to be a kind of courtroom, then? He stared in astonishment at the very thought of it. Sarah patted his shoulder. Something like that, Charles. And it seems that 4 of them, at least, were sentenced to death. At the far end of the room, another 2 doors led to a decadent lounge, which ran along the side of the house at a right angle to the dining room. The windows here had deep red curtains like thick smears of blood. All of the furniture either looked out through them over the waves towards the coast or pointed at a fireplace in the centre of the opposite wall. Blood-red upholstery was everywhere, like spilled wine. The centre of the room was covered in ash. A feathery semicircle of grey smudges spread out from the fireplace and covered the tabletops and cushions. Sarah followed the trail of burnt debris inwards. She found animal hairs and charred splinters of wood scattered across the floorboards, pieces of coal, and several small fragments of white card. One of the accusations must have been thrown on the fire. "Look at this," she said, taking a log from the basket beside the fireplace and holding it out towards Charles. A small opening had been drilled in one end and filled with a gritty black powder. He touched it, then held his forefinger to his nose. "Gunpowder. I would know the smell anywhere." A nasty trick to play on someone. It would burn normally for a few minutes, and then explode. Sarah ran her hand across the chair nearest the fireplace and felt a mass of wooden shards poking out of the cloth, only vaguely visible against the dark fabric. "There's no blood here. It seems that nobody fell for it." "It's lucky the whole house didn't burn down." This tells us the violence wasn't necessarily targeted. Anybody could have been killed by this, which means they were all brought here to die. "Then who was their accuser?" She considered the question. "Let's keep looking." A smaller door took Sarah back into the entrance hall. She waited there for Charles while he looked out of the lounge windows, trying to spot their own house. When he was done, she opened the door to the next room. "Careful!" he cried out. She stepped inside. It was a study, but one almost empty of furniture. There was a desk and a glass-panelled bookcase. Inexplicably, both were covered with a thick black soot. She ran her finger over the desk, leaving a line in the black sludge. At one side of the bookcase was a small window, and underneath that were 2 more dead bodies. They were laid out like market produce, stacked sloppily in a shallow pile. They were both women, one of them young and one old. Sarah remembered them clearly. She'd been weeding the foxgloves as they'd walked past the house 2 days earlier. An affluent lady and her travelling companion, that much was clear. The older one had been bossy, a bully even. It was obvious from the sheepish way the younger one would respond to everything with single conciliatory words, and the way the older one would keep talking regardless, her speech never once deflected by a lack of interest. Charles shuffled into the room behind her. "It smells of smoke in here." He left the door open and hovered on the threshold. His manner had become that of a child who has spent too long in an art gallery. The 2 bodies were both saturated with smoke. The young woman's hair was grey with it, and the old woman's almost black. Charles stepped past Sarah and opened the window, revelling in the clean sea breeze. He looked down at the bodies and tutted. "I make that 6, he said, "and the killer still unaccounted for." I think we've seen enough of this place. We should leave. There is more to find. It's not safe here. Sarah didn't respond. She was examining a small hole in the wall on one side of the room. Its presence there was unexplained. A few tins of food, a Bible, a bottle of pills, and a pitcher of blackened water were concealed under the desk, but there was very little else in the room. She gave the two dead women a cursory examination, but their pockets were empty. They'd both been carrying bags when she'd seen them before, but they'd presumably been lost in the panic somewhere. She walked towards the door. It might have been these two that burned the accusations against them. That could well be. Charles stopped her. Sarah, I know you like to show resolve, but are you really all right with all this horror and danger? Maybe we should rest a minute before we move on. She sensed the pleading embarrassment at the back of his words. Charles, darling, I'm perfectly fine. And with a hand on his shoulder, she ushered him out of the room. As they left, she ran her other hand down the inside of the door jamb, which the soot had not reached. Interesting, she said to herself. The next room along was a small library. There was nothing notable inside, except for a large desk made from a combination of wood and metal. An incongruous iron shelf emerged from the wall above it at head height and seemed to be linked to the desk somehow. Sarah studied it carefully, while Charles stood in the doorway. The house was not excessively large, and, aside from a closet, which was seemingly untouched, the rest of the rooms on the ground floor were all dedicated to the preparation of food. The black and white tiles from the main hall continued into this part of the house, where it was noticeably colder, and their footsteps were noticeably louder. Charles led the way, his gun pointed before him, and his other arm held protectively in front of his wife, while she walked patiently behind. Together they searched the kitchens and the few small storerooms, but found nothing. No more bodies, and nobody left alive, just chaos and mess. It was clear that there'd come a time, during the convulsions the household had suffered, when the occupants had decided that it was appropriate to stockpile weapons and supplies, and the kitchens had been raided for both. The canned goods had all vanished, except where they'd fallen from desperately cradled armloads and rolled into corners or been kicked across the tiles. A tin of pears and syrup lay on a mat by the back door next to a tin of corned beef and a pair of Wellington boots. Knives had tumbled from their hooks, and pans had been taken as containers for water. In a small pantry, the floor was swampy with spilled flour and smashed pots of honey. Footsteps of frozen meat were defrosting along the length of the corridors, with teeth marks where they'd been chewed at the edges. Those meagre supplies they had seen under the desk in the smoke-stained room, and whatever they might find upstairs, had come at the cost of all this mess. In many ways, it was a more horrifying testament to the ordeal undergone here than the bodies themselves. At some point, civility broke down, said Sarah, and they must have taken to their rooms with supplies. It confirms what I've been thinking. And what's that, my darling? The accuser was one of the 10 guests. If it was someone else, the guests would have united against them, but instead they turned on each other, so the killer must have kept their identities secret. While he killed the other 9, one by one. So you think one of the accusations was a fake? Either a fake or a confession. Charles swallowed uncomfortably. Then there may be 3 more bodies to find. And where do you think the killer went once they'd finished? He held his breath while waiting for her answer. Maybe they took the boat and left. Or maybe they're still here. The upper floor of the house was less imposing. The staircase twisted around to reach a landing with a large window, and from there 2 corridors stretched in opposite directions to the 2 ends of the house. Every room on this floor was either a bedroom or a bathroom. The bedrooms varied wildly in size and opulence, and some had bathrooms of their own. "If there's anyone left alive," said Charles, "they're probably in one of these rooms." He insisted that Sarah open the first door with her fingertips, standing flat against the wall beside it, while he stood in the doorway and gripped his gun with both hands. She indulged him, finding the method faintly comical. The door swung back anticlimactically to reveal the quarters of the 2 servants. Inside were twin beds, the sheets a drab grey. The rest of the furniture was minimal. It was close to the head of the stairs, and had presumably been chosen so they could come and go early in the morning without disturbing anyone. Both beds were made, and the curtains were drawn. Except for an opened Bible, the Stubbses had left no trace of their occupancy. Opposite that was another simple room with a single brown bed. The window above it was smashed. It was the window they'd seen through the telescope, though it was clear now that a lot of the glass had been removed by hand. "Perhaps there was a fight," said Charles. Sarah looked in the drawers of a small desk. They were empty. Beside that was a wastepaper bin containing a thick green candle. Or someone made themselves an escape route. There were 2 more bedrooms along that side of the house, one exceedingly large with its own bathroom and balcony, the other more modest and without any appendages. Both contained beds that had been slept in, though only one of them had been made, and both had dressing tables covered with a host of female accoutrements. "The quarters of the 2 women downstairs," Sarah remarked. "Can you guess which is which?" Charles grunted, half in amusement and half disapproval. "They are equal in the eyes of God now." The last room along that corridor was unremarkable, with a toilet, sink and shower. The shower curtain was torn down and the floor was covered with water, but there were no other signs of damage. They turned back and crossed the landing to the other corridor. 5 doors looked out at them from alternating sides of the hallway, all closed. The first opened into a bathroom, with a tasteless, olive-toned carpet. A cabinet above the sink had been searched through in a hurry, but there was nothing else of interest. The next door was locked. Charles banged on it for several minutes with the base of his gun, but there was no answer. He searched for a key, but found nothing. "This seems ominous," he said. "There are 3 doors left," said Sarah, "and 3 bodies missing. We'll have to return to this one later." The next door along was also locked. The one after that opened into a slim, light room with a single bed placed along the wall. On the bed lay a woman dressed in her day clothes. She was still wearing her shoes. She seemed to be asleep, but they both knew she wasn't. The few other things in the room were a desk beside the bed and a book of Russian short stories left there at an angle that implied it had recently been read. Her travelling bag was at the foot of the bed, but nothing was unpacked. A handful of other books were lined up on a shelf above the desk, a notable gap where one had been removed. "I remember her," said Sarah, thinking back to the bright blue eyeshadow this woman had been wearing 2 days before. She walked past me with a handsome young man. He was very quiet and she was doing most of the talking. She was giving her opinions on the countryside. Charles nodded. It's very sad. She's only about your age. But I can't say I'm surprised. He didn't clarify this cryptic comment, and they both left the room. Behind the last door, they found the body of a young man, also lying dead on his bed, though he was wearing his nightclothes and was under the covers. The room was equally bare. The quiet young man. Sarah nodded. His bag was fully unpacked. She found the optimism of that touching in light of later developments. So sad, she said. He seemed a very nice type. Well, certainly an attractive one. And Charles pulled the sheets up to cover his face. Sarah knelt to retrieve something from under the bed. It was another book, Tales of Mystery and Imagination. She turned to the desk opposite the bed. A dark green candle was placed there, half melted. She ran her finger carefully over the tumbling wax. The room next door had a green candle like this, which had also been lit. These last two rooms are both without electric lighting. I think the candle must contain something poisonous. That gets released when it's burned, you mean? Yes, a poison mixed into the wax, which creates a deadly vapour. It must be what killed the two of them, this man and the woman next door. It's the only thing they have in common. They were probably the first to die. I saw a candle in a bin in one of the other rooms. Charles looked sceptical. How can you tell they were the first? Sarah pointed at the bed. They've been examined and laid out neatly and respectfully. All the other bodies we found have just been left where they died, except for the woman in the room with the clocks. All three of them must have died before the panic set in, before anyone knew what was happening. And these two must have died at the same time. The poisoned candle is too obvious a trick for it to work twice. He took her hand. That's very clever, my darling. But we can't stand here and theorize all day. There's a shed outside. It might contain an axe or something to take down those two locked doors. Then we must leave. I will wait here. She wanted to investigate further. He shook his head. Heavens, no. It's not safe. The killer could spring from behind those two doors at any moment. It will be fine, Charles. Every movement in this house is announced by a loud creak, and those two doors are locked. If I hear a single footstep or a key colliding with metal, I'll immediately run out and find you. Very well, he sighed. I suppose there's a logic to that. But do be careful, my petal. Besides, she added, the killer is more likely to be hiding in the shed. He paled, trying to look brave. Well, then. And he kissed her and left before she could push him away. Sarah stood alone at the end of the corridor. The silence was like a warm bath. She pressed her forehead against the wall. It was an unladylike habit. Charles would have disapproved, but it helped her to concentrate. No distractions, just her and her thoughts, and the hot feeling in her forehead from the friction as it slid imperceptibly along the wallpaper. And then she had it. Where is the best place to hide a leaf? In a forest. And where is the best place to hide a piece of paper? She entered the room with the dead young woman. Russian short stories, she said to herself, taking the heavy volume off the desk. Forgive me, but you didn't seem the type. This book was picked because of its size. She searched through its pages, and yet in many ways you were the most astute. Tucked inside were a folded, handwritten note and a small white square of cardboard netted with faint lines that indicated it had at some point been screwed into a ball. Scarlett Thorpe, slattern, is accused of seducing a man and persuading him to commit suicide for her own benefit. The accusation seemed even more brutal in the silence of the bedroom. The note was more welcoming in its tone. Sarah sat down on the bed to read it. I find myself in the most extraordinary set of circumstances. I was invited here for the weekend by a man called Unwin, who got my details from a previous employer. He didn't specify which one. He needed someone to act as his niece while meeting prospective clients. He wanted to stress that his was a traditional family business. All I had to do was make a good first impression, appear competent, that sort of thing. So I followed instructions and found myself travelling with a number of other people, all of whom had been approached by this Unwin. It wasn't clear to me whether they were the clients in question, so I introduced myself as his niece to be on the safe side. I didn't know that we were going to an island. That did seem odd, but I didn't think of turning back. The money was too good. Unwin's man Stubbs rowed us over. He told us Unwin was delayed and would be joining us later. There are 8 of us, plus Stubbs and his wife. Sarah turned the page. It was all rather strange from the start. There was far too much small talk and a general sense of confusion. Then at dinner, Mrs. Stubbs gave us all envelopes with our names on them, only she hadn't learnt our names yet and had to call them out like it was the register at school. Each of the letters accused its recipient of some undiscovered crime. That caused quite the uproar. One man read his out, and there was some squabbling about whether the rest of us should do the same. We all did, in the end, except for 2 ladies who caused a fuss, an exotic old bird, Mrs. Tranter, and her caged companion, Sophia. She's one of those insufferable religious types who'll never admit to a flaw. I stood behind them, though, and could read most of it. Something about them travelling in Amsterdam and pushing a beggar into a canal. Fairly horrid. Then the doctor, a man I didn't like the look of, did the very manly thing of assuming authority. Sarah knew the man she meant. He'd walked past our house with the schoolteacher in the red cardigan. His wasn't one of the bodies they'd so far discovered. He turned on Stubbs, but Stubbs insisted he was just following instructions and had never met Unwin. There was almost a fight. He's a wild one, that doctor. I got some awkward questions too, being the man's niece, so I came clean about the whole thing. The funny thing is, my accusation was mostly true. It basically said I seduced Benny and then talked him into killing himself. Well, the seduction was mutual, but it's true I gave him the pills and told him to use them. The world is better off without a man like that, too keen with his hands. Not many people knew about it, though. Unwin had certainly done his research. Then, in the midst of all this, as if it wasn't chaos enough, a shrewish lady along the table started to choke. We thought it was just shock at first. Then it got serious. She was given water to swallow, but it came back up bright red. They tried patting her on the back, but that only seemed to make it worse. Then she was all around the room, flailing at the furniture and making the most horrible sounds. Eventually, she collapsed into the curtains, dead. In a way, she's done the rest of us a favour. Whatever kind of blackmail Unwin had planned, the police will have to be involved now. Stubbs says he will row to the mainland at the first opportunity tomorrow morning. A lucky escape, all considered. I won't be able to sleep tonight. There is somebody coughing at the far end of the hallway. The note ended there. Charles returned a few minutes later. "My dear, you've moved. I thought the worst had happened." She showed him the note. He was holding a small axe in one hand, the gun in the other. He put both down beside the book and read carefully. So the death she describes at the end is the woman we found with the clocks. It seems that way. Do you think she could have been poisoned then? Something in her food? I found a fork on the dining table that was missing a tine. I believe she choked on that. There was a hole where it might have slotted in. Once stuck in a tough piece of meat, it would have just slid right out and been swallowed. Charles narrowed his eyes and mimed eating from a fork. The hole was wedge-shaped, as if the hidden end had been sharpened. A blade, designed to get stuck in the throat. That's abominable! The poor woman! Sarah shrugged. She was a torturer, apparently. Did you find anything outside? He drew back his shoulders. I searched the whole island in the end. When I was in the shed, I heard movement and went to investigate. It was only a seagull, but since I'd started, I decided to check everywhere. There's no trace of anyone alive, and no more bodies either. The only place I didn't look is the beach, where Stubbs and his wife are. There is a way to get down to it, but it's a precarious path, and I wanted to get back to you. We know now that Stubbs and his wife died 4th and 5th. I was wrong, of course, about these two. They weren't the first to die. That was the school teacher. Then, when everybody went to bed, early, probably, after all the drama of the evening, they both lit candles and stayed awake. One to write and one to read. Both died, poisoned by the candle fumes. 3 deaths. That's when the situation must have dawned on them all. One could be unlucky, but not 3. I assumed that Stubbs and his wife were already dead by the time these 2 bodies were discovered. They must have been killed early the next morning before the dining room could be cleared. The obvious explanation is that Unwin asked to meet them by the top of that cliff, perhaps to get their story straight before telling the police about the little accident at dinner, and pushed them over while they were off guard. The note doesn't mention Stubbs being accused of anything, or his wife for that matter. Why bring them here at all? To help with the preparations. After that, they must have been seen as expendable. It would have been impractical, I assume, to try and find a servant with an undiscovered crime in their past who is also willing to work for a pittance. I see. Charles looked morose. At least their deaths were relatively quick and painless. Maybe that explains it. Unwin has a heart of sorts. We must check the other rooms. Come. Charles beat at the first door with the axe, hacking at the hinges until the whole thing came away in his hands. He lost his grip on the gun and started to panic, the tumbling door pushing him back against the wall, like a child building a fort of furniture. But no one came rushing out at him. Sarah stepped over the door and into the empty room. There were no bodies, just a bare bed and a bare light bulb. Facing her was a small window. There wasn't even a candle. A lone mosquito watched from the ceiling beside the bulb. Behind the door was a suitcase, neither locked nor fully closed, and a pile of canned food. On the floor next to the tins was a fork, a large carving knife, and a basin full of water. Someone made preparations, said Charles, locked the room, and then never came back. They took the door off the next room in a similar fashion. This time Charles moved back as soon as it started to topple and waited with his 2 weapons. These rooms would have offered little protection if push came to shove. This room was larger, with a double bed and a bathroom to the back of it. They noticed a series of scratches, bloody and splintered, around the doorframe. There was violence here, said Charles. Of course, said Sarah. It's the safest room. It has a supply of water and no balcony or other entrance. They probably fought over it. The bed was a mess, unmade, littered with tins of sweet corn. The contents of a suitcase were strewn across the floor. There's a shape in the bathtub. Charles stepped slowly towards the bathroom, with his gun pointed. He reached the door and looked down. Another one. Sarah was approaching behind him. He turned. Sarah, you mustn't. She slid past him. The dead, naked body of a man lay in the tub, which was still full of water. The body was covered in patches of blistered and singed flesh. Its hair smelled burnt. There was water on the floor. Come, she said. This might not be safe. They both sat down on the edge of the bed where the blistered skeletal figure was hidden from view. I wonder if that was Mr. Townsend. Charles nodded. 9 bodies, leaving just 1 guest unaccounted for. Sarah looked concerned. I remember the 10th. He was a doctor, I believe. He didn't seem very pleasant. Then you think he was Unwin? He killed the other 9? That seems to be the only conclusion. She sighed. It doesn't seem quite right. Why not? She shook her head. There are missing pieces that I can't explain yet. Well, there is one place we haven't explored. The beach, where Stubbs and his wife fell. Yes, said Charles. I used to play down there as a child. It's tarnished now. He looked at Sarah. That man there, in the bath. How do you think he died? She answered abruptly. He burned. You think perhaps the bath was tricked to give out boiling water from both the hot and cold taps? She shook her head. You'd be able to sense that before you got in. No, he was electrocuted. The bath is porcelain, but the overflow outlet is made of metal. You could run a current through the centre of that. It's a clever trick. He could have tested the water with his hand and found it perfectly safe. Then only when he got in fully would the water level rise enough to reach the overflow outlet. That's when the electrocution would start. It would switch itself off, too, when the outlet does its job and the level goes back down. From the state of the body, I imagine it took him a long time to die. A barrier broke within Charles, and he rushed to the bathroom and vomited into the sink, the boiled corpse in the corner of his eye. Sarah came in after him and rubbed his back, sitting on the edge of the bath. Careful, he spluttered, pointing at the water. I am being careful. She sighed. When you're ready, let's go and explore that beach. It was the afternoon now. The tide was draining rapidly, and all around the island the water was scarred with rocks. They looked like a congregation of monsters sleeping beneath the waves. It was a familiar sight to both of them, but Sarah had never seen it from this close before. The sky was overcast, and a ceaseless wind blew in towards the coast. What a miserable place to die, she thought. Charles led them over the few slight hills that formed the distant side of the island, and when they came to the cliff, both were fearful of getting too close. Here. Charles showed her a path leading between the bushes. It wound back and forth along the cliff, and then, after a short scramble over a rock, came out on the sands at the base. They proceeded, one carefully placed step at a time. When they crested the rock, Stubbs was staring up at them, his dead eyes glazed with fear, and his chin propped on a slight rise in the sand. The rest of his body followed the upwards angle of the slope. His neck must be broken. Mrs. Stubbs looked more peaceful, face down in a halo of wet sand. Both arms and both legs seemed to be broken. "She must have landed like a cat," said Charles. He lifted her body with one hand and found the sand underneath was red. The impact had pulled her jaw upwards, slightly away from her body. The soft neck was split open. Her clothes were wet. He searched through them and found a damp square of white card in a pocket of her apron. Mr. Stubbs had landed closer to the water. Sarah found a soggier version of the same card in one of his pockets, wrapped in a handkerchief spotted with blood. They looked the same as the accusations, but printed on them were the words, "You are no longer needed." "That's particularly cruel," said Charles. "It fits my theory." There was nothing else of interest on or about the servants' bodies, so they laboured their way back to the top of the cliff. "We'd need equipment to move them," said Charles, prompted by nothing. When he reached the top, he turned and looked at the cold expanse of sea, as if the sight was cleansing, though around the island the sea looked diseased. "It's been an unusually cold year," he said morosely. This set something ticking in Sarah's mind. She watched the clockwork motions of the distant waves and sought for connections. Colour came into her face. That's what we missed. She raced off towards the house. Charles, uncomprehending, struggled to keep up with her. As they passed the body in the grass by the front door, Charles caught hold of her and slowed her down. "That man there, strangled by the wire," he said between breaths. "You said you thought he'd died recently, possibly this morning. Could he have been in on it, with Unwin?" "We'll come back to him." She shook his hand off her shoulder and pushed through the front door, up the stairs and along the corridor to the left, into the empty room they'd found locked earlier. "Tell me what's wrong here, Charles." "The room is unused, and the bed is made, but there's a suitcase." "That's true, but there's a more obvious discrepancy. It's a cold year, as you said. I've yet to see a single mosquito, except for that one up there." The lone mosquito was still on the ceiling, next to the light bulb. She tested the bed with her hand. It would take her weight. Then she climbed up on it and inspected the insect. It didn't move. One flick and it fell to the floor, bouncing into a corner of the room. Charles retrieved it. "It's a toy, a model, made of wire. Do you think that's significant?" But she was already busy pulling the sheets from the bed. There was no mattress, just a hard metal framework covered in canvas. "Give me a hand with this." They applied pressure to the bar at the top of the bed and were able to lift it up. The bed was covered with a kind of metal lid. Inside, it was hollow. A fine mesh was stretched across the opening, with a large rent in the middle, and through this they could see the missing 10th body. Charles went to her side. "The doctor?" She nodded. "He's Unwin, then?" She shook her head. "No one would do this to themselves. I've seen this kind of mesh, used for cheap camping equipment. You can sit or lie on it, and it will take your weight, but try to stand on it, and with the pressure you'll fall straight through." The lid must have been open, disguised as part of the wall, so when he stood on the bed, he would have stood on the mesh. She tore the rest of the netting away from the edges. The base is covered in spikes, barbed so that he became hooked on them. And this lever would have released that catch once he put his weight on it, which made the lid spring shut. Then he bled to death in the dark. A half-inch of blood filled the base of the hollow bed. And the mosquito? Just a trick to get him to stand on the bed. Charles slammed his hand against the wall. Such diabolical trickery! Maybe Unwin wasn't one of the guests then. Has it occurred to you that he could have come here weeks ago and set these traps in place? He didn't need to be here to watch them play out. That doesn't quite work. The traps wouldn't be enough by themselves. Think of the man garroted outside, for example. But all 10 of them are dead. She put her hand to her forehead. I know, but one of them must be guilty. It's just a case of working out which one. Well, if we've reached an impasse, then I say at this point we let the police take over. The tide still looks high enough. She rolled her eyes. No, Charles. Come with me. They went back downstairs to the lounge covered in ash and fragments of wood. The chronology is fairly easy to establish. But let's be explicit about it, and the rest should fall into place. The first day is for arrivals. Then there are all the accusations over dinner and the first death, the woman who swallowed her fork. I imagine they retire early, too shaken to spend an evening talking to strangers, and the servants presumably too busy cleaning up the body to clear away after dinner. That could be taken care of at dawn. Meanwhile, 2 of the guests are poisoning themselves with candles. The other 5 guests wake up the next morning and make their way down here, but the servants have been dispensed with already and breakfast is not forthcoming. Perhaps they assume that both of the Stubbses have gone to the mainland, but eventually suspicion sets in. 2 of the guests are sleeping implausibly late. They search the rooms and find the bodies, and it's clear that something sinister is underway. I would suggest that at this point they search the island for any intruders and find the bodies of Stubbs and his wife. That's when things must have broken down. There had been 5 murders, and there are 5 left alive. They find nobody else as they search the island, so they know that one of the 5 of them must be up to something. There's an urgent conference in the lounge, complete with exploding logs. Rather than trying to find safety in numbers, they gather supplies and lock themselves in their rooms. There's even a fight for the best room. Do you follow me so far? Charles nodded eagerly. Sarah continued. That may have taken them through to the second evening or the following morning, but at some point the 2 ladies leave their rooms and move their stash of supplies to the study next door. Why? Because the bedrooms aren't safe. One man is boiled in the bathtub, another is slowly bleeding to death inside his bed. Between the 2 of them, their screams would fill the whole top floor of the house, and both of them are behind locked doors. The older man, the one on the grass outside, is the only other guest left alive at this point. The 2 ladies knew each other before they came here, so their suspicion lands on him. Whether justified or not, they run to the study and push the desk against the door. But then, how did they die? Oh, that's easy. She walked to the mantel and pushed in a loose brick. When this is pulled out, it creates a gap at the back of the chimney, and smoke will pour into the room next door, through a hole in the wall. The door to that room has no lock, but locks whenever the window is open. You opened the window, and I saw the bolts slide out from the door frame. I could hear the pulleys running through the walls. And the window was too small to climb through. So they are being asphyxiated, and the only way they can save themselves is by closing the window, the one thing they will never try. Unwin has a putrid sense of humour. So the older man outside presumably lit the fire that killed them. But you don't think he is Unwin? Let me consider that for a moment. She sat down in one of the plush armchairs and began that habit again of applying pressure to her forehead to induce concentration, this time with the base of her palm. It didn't matter now that Charles could see her doing it. He wouldn't interrupt. He just watched, open-mouthed. He couldn't hear her breathing and began to grow concerned. Then she lurched upright as if waking from a nightmare. Her speech, however, was entirely calm. No, he wasn't Unwin, though it's true that his death is the hardest to explain. All along there has been another presence here, though I couldn't quite connect it with anything. The schoolteacher, Mrs. Richards, choked on a tine of her fork. Or so I told you, but I looked in her mouth and felt along her throat, and there was no obstruction. Either I was wrong, or somebody removed it later. We found 2 burnt candles next to 2 dead bodies, but we didn't find any matches. The body in the bed was covered by a lid, itself covered with sheets to look like a bed. The lid was set to spring into place at a great deal of speed, and yet when we found it, the sheets on top of it were perfectly neat. And that was inside a locked room, but we found no trace of the key. Then the 2 women that died in the smoke-filled room were locked in by the mechanism of the window being opened, but when we found it, the window was closed and the desk was neatly placed against the wall. Well, the last man left could have done these things. The man lying in the grass outside. And if he was Unwin, he'd have had a key to all the rooms. Yes, but his death looks too much like murder. It was the hardest to work out because there is so little of the mechanism left. But Unwin wouldn't have attacked him outright, even with a garrote. Too much could go wrong. There had to be a trick to it. And of course it's obvious when you step back and think about it. We found his body by the place where the boats are usually tied up. He had no reason to be there, unless he was about to take one. And how do you induce a man about to take a trip by boat to put a wire around his own neck? Charles had no answer for her. By handing him a life jacket, or something made up to look like one, with a wire in the lining. All it would take is some cardboard and cheap fabric. It goes over the head, then the wire is around the man's neck, and the weight is released. And that brings us to the other thing puzzling me. Why none of them tried to take a boat on the second day, when half of their company was found to be dead? The sea was stormy then. They wouldn't have made it. But I would have expected one of them to have tried it anyway. It's a more palatable death than any of these. Unless there was someone there to talk them out of it, to persuade them to wait another day. Someone whose authority on the matter had recently been shown to them. You mean... Stubbs. He gasped. It was clear all along. I won't forgive myself for missing it. He was the only one that knew the route here through the rocks. When the storms were raging on the second day, he convinced them all to stay on the island. He had their trust because his wife had died. They thought of him as one of the victims. The deaths in the bed and the bath must have happened either that night or early the next morning. Then the 2 women were killed by the morning fire. At high tide, Stubbs announces it's safe to leave, and then they find there are only 2 of them left. The trick with the life jacket takes care of that. Then Stubbs cuts the boat loose and goes to join his wife. He has a full set of keys, so he can tidy the place up first. It should have been obvious. His death is the only one that looks remotely like suicide. But I don't understand. What was his motive? I think he was dying. There was coughing at night, and we found a handkerchief in his pocket, spotted with blood. What if he decided to take some others with him? People guilty of unpunished crimes. Only a servant would know so many secrets. And he was a devout man. Remember the Bible we found in his bedroom? Whether he saw his mission as justice or revenge, I don't know. Charles was almost too shocked to speak. My God! The man was a devil! I can't comprehend it. Sarah gave him a look of sympathy. He paused and took her hand. Sarah, I am very proud of you. You really do have a mind for this kind of thing. She nodded shyly. But let's not be too forthcoming with the police. We wouldn't want to give them the impression that we've been snooping around here. I'm sure they'll work it all out for themselves. The sun had just set when the two of them got into their boat. The tide was coming in again, after a long and tedious afternoon, and the worst of the rocks were covered. Sarah spoke. Charles, it has just occurred to me. Should we attach a note to the front door saying that we've gone for the police, in case anyone else comes here before we get back? He grunted. It's a noble idea, but I don't have a pen or any paper. It's not very likely that anyone would come here at this time. But in the morning they might, and we don't know when we'll be back. There was a desk in the library next to the kitchen. The top drawer had both a pen and some paper. I checked in there earlier. Well then, you wait here and try to keep warm. He stood up. The boat rocked. I shall be back soon. He strolled up the slight incline and through the front door of the house. The window of the library looked out onto the short wooden landing where Sarah sat in the boat. It was dark inside. The generator had switched itself off long ago. But she saw the rough shape of Charles enter the room, saw the dark smudge as he walked past the window. Then she heard him swear as he tugged at the stuck drawer, heard the metallic thump and the yelp of a hinge as the trap she'd seen there earlier clicked into place, heard the brief cry as his head was severed from his body. It was a quick death. Charles, she said, I told you it wouldn't work. She took up the oars. Forgive me, Henrietta. And she glanced in the direction of their house, wondering if the girl was still watching through the telescope. It was almost certainly too dark to see anything. As she navigated through the rocks, along the route she'd memorized that morning, she found herself at several points rowing directly away from the meagre beach with its two dead bodies. And with the play of moonlight on the water, there were a few moments when it seemed as if Stubbs was winking at her. Chapter 10. The Fifth Conversation. Julia Hart finished reading the fifth story. And with the play of moonlight on the water, there were a few moments when it seemed as if Stubbs was winking at her. She lowered the manuscript. The rain was gone, and the sky was a flat, moderate blue, with a few clouds of different shapes and sizes, like a range of hats in a shop window. Grant and Julia were sitting in a quiet churchyard at the top of a slight hill, about a mile along the coast from his cottage. They'd walked up there after lunch. The ground was already dry. That was a bleak story, said Julia. Yes, it was. Grant lifted his hat and wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. 10 dead bodies discovered on an island. It's an homage to my favourite crime novel. I thought as much. That ending was particularly nasty, when Sarah killed Charles for no reason. I suppose it wasn't entirely unjustified, said Julia, given the context. Grant shook his head in disagreement. It's another depiction of the detective as a malevolent figure, an arrogant character who sees themselves as superior to the law. And it's another one set by the sea. Julia took out her notebook. Is the sea an obsession of yours? No, I wouldn't say that. It reminds me of my childhood, that's all. Julia spoke hesitantly, remembering his outburst the previous night. Did you grow up by the sea, then? Grant looked momentarily lost, watching her pen move back and forth. We had holidays there, that's all. She waited for him to say more, but he didn't. I think that one's my favourite, she said, in spite of how bleak it is. He pulled his hat down over his eyes. I am glad to hear that. Julia was watching a pile of rocks a few yards away from them. She thought she'd seen a snake slithering among them a few minutes earlier. Just a small one, but it could have been a trick of the light. Grant got to his feet and pushed the hat back up to his hairline. Let's do some mathematics. I think it's time I went through the actual definition, don't you? It's simple, really. Julia looked up. I would like to hear it. Good. Grant found a broken olive branch lying in the dirt by the rocks. He sat back down and started to draw in the sandy ground between them. This is straight from my research paper, The Permutations of Detective Fiction. Section 1, Subsection 1. He drew 4 circles on the dusty earth and labelled them S, V, D, and K. Do you know what this is? He asked. She squinted at the shapes, unsure of how to interpret his question. It's called a Venn diagram, he went on. This is one in its embryonic form. Each circle represents a set or a collection of objects. He drew a large oval around the 4 smaller circles, covering all of them, and scratched a C in the corner nearest her. The sets are all made up of members of the cast. The cast is just the collective name we give to the characters in the book, even the incidental ones. So the sets are collections of characters. Go on, she said. The circles represent the 4 ingredients that we've already discussed. A set of characters called the suspects, another called the victims, the detectives, and then the killers. To this, we add 4 requirements. The number of suspects must be 2 or more, otherwise there is no mystery, and the number of killers and victims must be at least 1 each, otherwise there is no murder. We express those mathematically by talking about the cardinality or size of the sets. The cardinality of S is at least 2, and the cardinalities of K and V are both at least 1. Yes, she said, that's straightforward. Then the final requirement is the most important. The killers must be drawn from the set of suspects. K must be a subset of S. To illustrate this last point, he rubbed out the circle labelled K and drew it again, smaller, inside the circle labelled S. That is how we show subsets in a Venn diagram. And so far, that's just a summary of what we've said yesterday and this morning, I think. Correct, but it's been stated formally now. And that defines a simple mathematical structure that we're going to call a murder. The next line is very important. I put a lot of thought into the phrasing of it. She waited, her pen ready to write it down. Go ahead. We say that a story qualifies as a murder mystery if the reader can sort its characters into these 4 sets and, crucially, the set of killers is identified in the text after the other 3 sets have been completed. That sentence is what joins the world of mathematics to the imprecise world of literature. And that's the entirety of the definition. Yes, that is all of it. Any further stipulations you might want to make, rules on when the suspects must be introduced, when the murder must take place, and so on, would just open you up to a number of exceptions and counterexamples. She looked puzzled. I suppose its simplicity is what makes it hard to understand. It's not the structure itself that confuses me, but why it should be considered significant. He shrugged. Mathematics often begins like that. There's nothing about clues, for instance, which are a staple of the genre. Yes, precisely. Grant leaned forward. That is exactly why it's significant. With the definition in place, we can now make the argument that clues are not an essential part of a murder mystery. Go through any murder mystery and delete all the clues, you'll still have a murder mystery, as long as it fits this structure. So the definition is liberating to some extent. Do you understand? I think so. Let's take another example. The case of supernatural crimes. They're often considered forbidden in murder mysteries, but there's no reason the murder shouldn't be done by a ghost walking through walls, as long as the ghost is introduced as one of the suspects before being exposed as the murderer. The definition tells us it will still be a valid murder mystery. Then what about the stories in this collection? The White Murders? Ah! He clapped his hands together. That's the other thing we can do with the definition. We can calculate with it. The standard murder mystery has a detective, a victim, and some suspects, with no overlap between any of them, and a single killer taken from the group of suspects. Well, now we can look at what we might call the aberrant cases, where either the group sizes are irregular or 2 or more of the groups overlap. There are only 4 components to a murder mystery, so the number of permutations is relatively small. We can calculate and list every single one of them, every possible structure. That's what these stories were meant to explore. Julia turned to a specific page in her notes. So we've had a murder mystery with 2 suspects. One where the victims and suspects overlap, another where the detectives and killers overlap, and one where the killers and suspects are the same. That's right, said Grant, and the defining feature of the story we've just read is that the victims and the suspects are the same. In other words, there are no suspects other than the victims and no victims other than the suspects. We know that one or more of the victims killed all the others. The diagram for that would look like this. He rubbed out the circle labelled V and wrote a new V next to the S. Julia copied it down. I've thought of something, though. Grant motioned for her to proceed, swirling the olive branch as a substitute for his hand. How do you deal with the case where there are different crimes within a single story, each with different killers and victims? Grant sat back and pulled his hat down. He frowned. That is a good question. We have to treat them as separate murder mysteries that happen to be bundled together in a single book. There's no other way to do it. It's cheating, really. Julia was still making notes. I see, she said, and closed her notebook. That's very helpful. Should we walk back to your cottage while there is still some cloud cover? He didn't respond to her suggestion. I am enjoying these discussions, you know. I've had so little stimulating conversation in recent years. The frostiness that was between them that morning had thawed out with the coming of the sun. I'm glad, said Julia. Grant placed a warm hand on her shoulder. He was still holding the olive branch, and she could feel it scratching the back of her neck. It hurt a little. Before we go, he said, you must have something to share with me. Julia laughed. Yes, I'd forgotten. She opened her notes again. Their routine was more like a ritual now. Well, I did find another inconsistency, or unexplained detail, or whatever you'd like to call it. There was a dog on Blue Pearl Island. What happened to it? Grant smiled. That is the puzzle for this afternoon? Yes, said Julia, it seems to be. When Sarah meets Mr. and Mrs. Stubbs in the lane by her house, there's a dog walking behind them with the fisherman. We're led to assume it belongs to the fisherman, but its presence is never explained. The only sensible conclusion is that it belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Stubbs, and that it stays with them on the island. Why do you say that? Charles and Sarah find several signs of it as they explore the house. What else could explain the chewed meat in the kitchen corridor, the smell of excrement by the jetty outside, the animal hairs on the rug in the lounge, and the animal tracks in the hallway? The rest of the island is barren, with only a few seabirds living on it. Grant scratched at the ground with his branch. I suppose you're right. It's unlikely that anything bigger could survive there. But the dog has vanished by the time Sarah and Charles arrive, so what happened to it? It was another victim, I assume. Perhaps, but would Stubbs kill his own dog? And what happened to its body? Julia smiled. I'd like to think it swam back to the mainland. Grant nodded. It's a possibility, at least. We can think it over as we walk back. Shall we go now? Julia got to her feet. You go on, she said. Something had just occurred to her. I want to stay here for a moment and make some more notes. Well, said Grant, then I shall see you back at the cottage. She leaned against the low stone wall of the churchyard and waited until he was almost out of sight. Then she walked around to the distant side of the church, where a number of gravestones rose from the dust. The sun was behind the clouds, so not one of them was casting a shadow. But the names written on them were just about legible. She walked steadily along each of the rows, looking to her right and left. Eventually, she came to a stop at the side of the churchyard nearest the sea. Before her was a modest, butter-coloured headstone. Julia closed her eyes. She'd suspected since their first conversation that Grant had been hiding something about his past. Now she knew what it was. Chapter 11. The Cursed Village. Dr. Lamb had a view of the twilight in 2 rectangles. That's the last beautiful thing I'll ever see, he thought as he looked through the window. His companion, a man called Alfred, was standing in front of it, blocking the light. Well, how bad is it? Dr. Lamb pushed himself up to a sitting position. Alfred turned towards the bed. There were tears in his eyes. If I give you the mirror, you can diagnose yourself. As bad as that? The doctor's voice was hoarse. "It's plain to see," said Alfred. "The small of your back is bright yellow." Dr. Lamb swore, and his composure dissolved into a string of weak coughs. They were autumn leaves crunched under footsteps. Everything reminded him of his body's inevitable decay. "What will you do now?" he asked. Alfred put a hand on the doctor's forehead, the index finger overlapping his hairline. "I have to take my things and leave. I can't risk the scandal of being found here. You understand, don't you?" The doctor grunted. "We had a good run, didn't we?" "Yes," the other man sighed. "It's a shame it has to end like this." Dr. Lamb watched him pack for a few minutes and then drifted off to sleep. He woke up to the sound of the door closing. He gathered the blankets around him and went to the window. Alfred was walking away down the street, his last lover abandoning him. He turned back to the bed. "Well then, there it is. My literal deathbed." The rest of the room was bare. There was just the desk in the corner, with a rectangle of white paper on top of it that he'd placed there the day before. If his illness had entered its last stages, he knew what that meant. There was a vial of morphine and a clean syringe waiting for him in the bathroom. But there was one other thing he wanted to do first. He shuffled over to the desk and sat down in the chair. The blanket spilled over the sides and brushed against the floor. He slid the sheet of paper towards him, took up a pen, and wrote Lily Mortimer's name at the top of it. 5 years before that, she'd come to see him. She'd taken the underground train out to his neighbourhood, climbed up out of the earth, and stepped out onto the cold street. A man tried to sell her a newspaper. She shook her head and walked purposefully along the pavement, looking at the road signs. She'd caught the train at Piccadilly Circus, where the huge streets lined with shops had seemed easy to navigate. But out here, there were only houses and offices, and everything seemed squashed together. They were tall, pale buildings with imposing black doors lined up along the frozen street like gravestones in the snow. It was her first time in London, in fact her first time leaving the village alone. She was only 17 years old. When she told Matthew she intended to come here, he just sighed and lifted the dog onto his lap, as if that expressed his feelings on the matter. One of the narrow residential streets had a name she recognised, and a few minutes later she was outside the building she wanted. She rang the doorbell. A young woman opened it. "Hello, I'm here to see Dr. Lamb." "And your name is?" "Lily Mortimer." Dr. Lamb greeted her at the door of his office and sat her down in a chair, asking the receptionist to bring them some tea. "Lily," he took her coat. "It's been many, many years, but you haven't changed. I think you must be the most dependable patient I've ever had. When you were a child, your poor sister would bring you to see me whenever you scraped a knee. I think she was a little overwhelmed by the responsibility. But I suppose you don't remember any of that." Lily smiled. "For me, life began with that broken arm. I think I was 5. I fell out of a tree." The doctor put his head back and laughed kindly. "I'd forgotten. That one almost killed her with worry. How is she, your sister?" "Oh, Violet's all right. She married Ben, of course, a few years ago. They live in Cambridge." Dr. Lamb grinned. picturing the pale, melted girl he'd known wearing a white veil. And the rest of the village? Your Uncle Matthew? Same as ever. Matthew has a dog now, and the village hasn't changed. You'd still recognise it if you ever deigned to come back. Good, good. The doctor adjusted a pen on his desk and moved some papers around to signify the end of pleasantries. And how can I help you? The awkward silence spread like spilled ink. Something about Agnes's death, I understand. The mention of that name seemed to bring the cold in from outside. I wanted to see you, Lily began, knowing it was her turn to ask questions. But her questions were darker and more direct than his, and she wondered how to approach them. I wanted to ask you why you left the village so quickly after it happened. He breathed in sharply. That's a little personal, isn't it? Do you really think it's relevant? I think so. Do you mind me asking? Perhaps not. But tell me what you're really getting at. As I said when I wrote to you, I'm trying to understand the circumstances of my grandmother's murder. You lived and worked in the village for 20 years, then left within a year of it happening, leaving your patients behind rather abruptly. So it must have affected you. In fact, the two things were unrelated. I wanted a different kind of life, that's all. Perhaps the murder hurried me along. People looked at me differently afterwards. You can blame your aunt for that. My grand-aunt, Lily corrected him. No one would even have considered me a suspect if she hadn't insisted on it. But everybody wants to believe that a doctor can also be a killer. It's so macabre, so topsy-turvy. There were whispers everywhere I went. It was like walking through tall grass. Lily nodded. But that would have passed in time. What exactly is different about your life here? She was thinking about his surgery in the village, a large room just like this one. From the outside, it seems remarkably similar. He stood up, slightly insulted by the statement, and went to the window. At that moment, the receptionist brought in their tea. Dr. Lamb watched her pretty hands arranging things on his desk and her fine figure as she walked away. I have a receptionist here, for one thing. He sat back down. Someday you'll understand just how small that village is. Lily returned his patronising smile. Oh, I'm aware of that, Dr. Lamb, and I'm sure I'll make my own way in the world soon enough. But I'd like to know the truth about my grandmother's murder first. It's a chapter of my life that I'd like to finish. Then you're imprisoned there for a crime you didn't commit. Can't you leave the past in the past? But it's still the present for me. It changed the course of my life in a way that nothing else ever has. I've thought about it every day since it happened. Perhaps you wouldn't understand that. The doctor looked at her with sadness. I'm very sorry. It must have been awful for you. He drained his teacup down to the black dots at the bottom and placed it back on the saucer. Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything about it that isn't already public knowledge. But of course, he'd been lying. And now here he was, 5 years later, riddled with cancer and on the edge of death himself, with no one left to protect and no career left to lose. After Lily had departed that day, he found himself wishing that he'd given her some kind of hint or clue, something that might have helped her make progress in her search and revived the exhilaration of the first few weeks after the murder, when the world had seemed split into devils and saints. He hadn't done so then, but there was nothing stopping him now. It was 5 years since her visit and more than 10 years since the murder itself. He no longer knew her address, of course, but if he sent a letter to Lily Mortimer, care of the Grange, it was bound to reach her. So Dr. Lamb took up his pen and began to write. Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything about it that isn't already public knowledge. Lily sipped her tea slowly, as if to show him he couldn't end their conversation so easily. You might not know who killed her, but any recollection of the details would be helpful. I was so young when it happened. It's hard to separate memory from imagination, and Uncle Matthew won't talk to me about it. He says it's too painful. I'd hoped you might do so instead. The doctor smiled. I'll fill in the details, if I can remember them myself. But chronologically, the story begins with you, doesn't it? You and William. Shouldn't we start with how you found the body? Yes, Lily nodded. I can go first. The murder had happened 6 years earlier. The garden at the Grange was full of secrets, and Lily and William, 11 and 9 years old, respectively, were not particularly surprised by the boat they found floating in the small pond under the willow tree, though they'd never seen it there before. It could have been an alien artifact, dropped from a spaceship during the night. But to them it was primarily an oversized toy, almost the size of the pond itself, and they didn't hesitate before planning their morning around it. There were things in the garden they were often told not to play with, they reasoned, but never anything made of wood. Lily climbed into the unsteady vessel and sat on the low seat that ran across the back of it, her shoulders very straight, as if she was practicing her posture. It bobbed gently with her weight. William stayed on the bank and reached across to take hold of the stern. I'm on the ocean, said Lily. Whereabouts? William asked suspiciously. The Arctic. He began to rock her from side to side. It's a storm, he said, an ice storm. Gracefully she kept her balance. That feels more like a whirlpool. We're being taken down to the abyss. The captain has drowned. He began to hammer his fists on the side. It's a shark swimming by. It's a whale, she corrected him, a sinker of ships. An apple flew past William's head and hit the side of the boat, bouncing into the water. Lily opened her eyes. She and William both turned around, knowing who would be there. Some very large hailstones, said a man in his early 30s, with scruffy brown hair and a moustache floating over his satisfied grin. That's mean, Uncle Matthew, said Lily. You could have knocked me right into the water. I'm playing by your rules, aren't I? He towered over them, his hands on his hips. Besides, Lily, I wasn't aiming at you. William stayed silent and watched his own reflection. What are you doing here anyway, Uncle Matthew? Lily asked him. You're always causing trouble. The man shook his head in disbelief. Trouble? You silly thing. I'm off to meet my Aunt Dot at the station. I came over with Lauren. She's looking after Mummy, giving your sister the morning off. We'll be joining you for lunch. William glanced back at the White House. From this side, only the attic window was visible. The lower half of the house was strangled by trees. He swore under his breath. Matthew leaned towards the two of them. Would you like an apple? Yes, please, said Lily. He passed one to her. William hadn't answered, but Matthew knelt down by him anyway. I think yours went in the water. You might try to catch it next time. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him! They were both in the boat now, on the back seat. Matthew had left them 10 minutes earlier, content with his little act of cruelty. The family that lived at the Grange was an incomplete, twisted thing, born of tragedy and circumstance. Lily and William, the two children, were cousins to each other, and Matthew was uncle to both of them. Their grandmother, Agnes Mortimer, had had 3 children. Lily's father had been her son, and William's mother her daughter, but both had died, the son in the war and the daughter during childbirth, leaving Matthew as her only living child. Lily's mother had died a few years after her husband from the Spanish flu, and Lily and her sister Violet had moved to the Grange to live with Agnes. William had arrived the following year, after his father had vanished one afternoon. So now the 3 orphans lived with their grandmother, a widow herself, in this tall white house at the edge of the village. Agnes was too old and unwell to look after them properly, but Violet was mature enough to help out, and Matthew, who had married Lauren and moved to a smaller house in the village, gave them assistance when they needed it. The only point of friction in the arrangement was between William and his uncle Matthew, who saw the young boy as a miniature version of the brute who'd taken his sister away. The 2 of them hated each other. "Well," said Lily, "one day you'll be as big as him, then he won't be able to bully you any more." William laid a handful of leaves and twigs and bits of grass on the seat in front of him to make an illustration of his tormentor. He arranged the leaves into a moustache over a mouth made of twigs. One eye was a stone, and one a large crumb of dirt. "Why don't we take all these leaves," said William, "and put them through his letterbox?" Lily shook her head. "But what about poor Aunt Lauren?" William went quiet. His mind was not quite made up about Lauren. "We could put them in his pockets then, when he comes back. Leaves and slugs and droppings." "It wouldn't work," said Lily. "He would know it was you." "Then we could follow him through the fields and throw stones at him. He wouldn't see us if we hid." Lily frowned and adopted her most adult tone of voice. "That's exceedingly dangerous, William. You might kill him." William hit the plank with his fist. Leaves flew into the air. "I want to kill him. I want him dead." Lily said nothing. It scared her when he was like this. The boat rocked gently. "I can't abide you in this mood." She was trying hard to talk like an adult again. "I'll leave you alone and you can sit here until your anger goes away. The ocean is very calming." William looked at her, his chin in his hands. "Can I have a bite of your apple?" She considered the question, then shook her head. "I'm afraid there's very little left. It wouldn't be practical." "So," the older Lily said to Dr. Lamb 6 years later, "William and I were not actually together at the time it happened. We were separated for about an hour. I went into the house and found Violet in a sombre mood, sitting with Agnes's breakfast tray balanced on her knees and staying very still, like it was some kind of penance. My sister was like that sometimes. I said something to her and she didn't reply. So I took a book outside with me and read under a tree." "And William?" "I don't know. I didn't see him again until he came out and found me. I'd been reading for 40 minutes or so. He had calmed down by that time. In fact, he seemed excited." William and Lily had spent the last few minutes playing in one of the many unused rooms upstairs. The Grange had always been too big for its few inhabitants, and nothing had ever needed to be thrown away. So there were 50 years' worth of memories pushed into forgotten corners, or, in some cases, separate rooms full of curiosities. Agnes had lived in the house for decades, so long that it felt like one of the family. Haughty and withdrawn on the outside, but full of character and clutter within, there to comfort and chide them. To the two children, it was a source of never-ending wonder. Lily looked at the assortment of chairs that was scattered across the floor and selected one made of delicate dark wood, shiny with varnish, and handed it to William. He positioned it carefully on top of a large, flat desk. Then they placed two small tables to the left and right of it as makeshift armrests and found an ornament to go on top of each, a brass lion doorstep and a porcelain dog. They were trying to build a throne. "Let me go first," said William, climbing onto the desk. As William sat down, one of the chair legs slid off the desk and he tilted back towards the wall. His legs swung sideways into one of the tables and knocked it to the floor, the brass lion landing with a thump. William climbed down to retrieve the lion. Lily took his hand. "Don't," she said. "I'm bored of that game." "What should we do instead?" "We could draw pictures." The idea didn't inspire him. She was better at it than he was, and he knew that was why she'd suggested it. Then the taste of childish cruelty lit up his face. "I know. I can show you something." "What is it?" "Follow me." He took her elbow and turned her towards the door. The house had two staircases, so it was easy to sneak around without being noticed. They went up one floor and stopped on the landing, where the two staircases merged into one. Slim and rickety, this final staircase led up to what they called the attic bedroom, where Agnes slept. William pushed Lily towards it. "But what if she's angry?" Lily whispered. "She's asleep." William crept up the stairs to the tall wooden door and turned the handle. "It's all right." The door swung open. The room was almost empty, with only a window and the white bed in front of it. There was nothing on the bed except for a pile of old blankets and pillows. Lily wondered if her grandmother, not quite herself since the incident several weeks ago, had spent the morning building a fort with these sheets as she stepped tentatively around the pile. William walked behind her. Lily reached the window and stopped. Her grandmother's old twisted feet were sticking out from the bottom of the bundle of bedding. They were grey and yellowish, and not moving at all. William walked into the back of Lily. She turned around to face him, her eyes flattened with fright. Together they took hold of the blankets and pulled. The whole lot of them fell to the floor. Lily screamed at the sight of her grandmother, lying on the sheets like something washed up from the sea. William stared with disbelief at her dead, distorted face and started to cry. This wasn't what he'd imagined at all. The local doctor, Dr. Lamb, was sent for and arrived at the house 15 minutes later. He had been there many times in the last 2 months, since that afternoon when Agnes had collapsed and been carried up to bed. She'd had a minor stroke, and he had come to check on her several times a week since then. Lily's sister Violet accompanied him to the top of the house, hoping to find some comfort in his presence. She waited on the landing at the bottom of the single staircase while he went in to examine the body. He opened the door and knew at once what had happened. Suffocated in her own bed. Her mouth was open shapelessly, like a loop of string draped across a table. The rest of her face was subsumed by that cavity. Her long, fragile neck was covered in bruises. He shuddered, looking at it. Somebody had leaned their entire weight on that mouth. Had they actually pushed the jaw out of its socket, or was that just the vacant expression of death? He left the room, slightly shaken. He sat down on the top step of the narrow, wood-lined staircase that led up to it, and lit his pipe. Violet stood at the bottom, her body pressed flat against the wall for support, and her face twisted to look at him. He stared down at her like a king sitting on a throne. "There's nothing for me to do here." He smoked. "We shall wait for the police, that's all." "The police?" Violet whispered. "Your grandmother died of asphyxiation." That was Dr. Lamb's verdict. "Smothering. It seems that someone covered her in all those blankets and pillows while she slept, then put their weight on top of them. She never woke up." The young woman started to cry. "And is that still your opinion, 6 years later?" Dr. Lamb had offered Lily a drink, getting up and pouring himself a whiskey. She'd never had whiskey before, but it was a day of new experiences. To underline the question, she took a sip of her drink, unprepared for how much it would hurt. Her throat flushed red. The doctor smiled. "That she was smothered? Yes, there's no doubt about that. There were no other marks on her. She hadn't been hit or scratched, just smothered under those blankets." Lily held her glass very tightly as she spoke. "Would that have been painful?" "Yes," said Dr. Lamb, glancing down at the floor. "I'm afraid it would have been terrible. Like a cat being drowned in a bag, but in her own bed." And although someone did that to her, an innocent old lady, no one was ever caught. Her killer just carried on with their life. "I know. It seems rather unreal when you put it like that. We thought your grand-aunt Dorothea might solve the crime at first. She certainly tried. But if she succeeded, she kept it to herself." That's the thing I remember least clearly, those few days following the crime, when Dorothea was around. I was so afraid I couldn't pay attention to any of what she was saying. To me, it was just a lot of adults talking. The doctor tried to lighten the mood. "I've read some detective novels you could describe the same way." Lily didn't respond. She was concentrating very hard on each sip of whiskey, worried that if she didn't, she might be sick from the pain of it. "Please," she said, "tell me what you remember." Dorothea Dixon, the victim's sister, approached the front door of the Grange, her shoes crunching rhythmically on the gravel. She was about to ring the doorbell when she noticed Lauren pacing among the flower beds, a willowy thing, almost a flower herself. Lauren was Matthew's wife and Agnes's daughter-in-law. Her long blonde hair was as smooth as glass. "You'll make honey if you keep that up, or spin yourself a web." Lauren turned to her with 2 startled blue eyes. "Oh, Dot," she said, "we were expecting you, of course, but I'd forgotten you were coming." The 2 women went to each other, and the older took the younger's hands. "What is the matter, darling? It must be my sister," she said, knowing that Lauren would never come to this house or garden to indulge any other kind of grief. "Yes, I'm afraid so. How can I say this? Oh, Dorothea." The blonde head bobbed. "She's dead. Agnes is dead. I'm so sorry to be the one to tell you." The older woman kept her composure. "There now, it's what we've all been preparing for, since she had that fall." Lauren put a handkerchief up to her eyes. It turned muddy with her tears. "No, I'm afraid you don't understand. It wasn't that at all. She was murdered this morning." "Murdered?" Dorothea let go of the other woman's hands and took a step backwards. She looked up at the house, as tall and thin as a spike. A policeman looked down at her from a second-story window. "At least the doctor thinks so. He said she was... Oh, I can hardly say the word." Dorothea took her hand again and gave it a squeeze. "Smothered," said Lauren, without too much difficulty. "Where is Matthew?" "He's inside, with the police. Here, I'll take you to him." Lauren guided her around the flower bed to the 2 French doors that opened out from one of the lounges. As they turned the corner, Dorothea noticed Raymond, the gardener at the Grange, walking with Violet through the rows of apple trees in one of the neighbouring fields. He was comforting her, with an arm across her shoulder. Dorothea wondered if there was something romantic between them. She entered the house and found Matthew leaning hopelessly in the corner of the lounge, requiring the support of both walls at once. His leafy moustache was wet with tears. Dorothea prized him from his position and gave him a hug. "Poor Mummy!" He trembled on her shoulder. "Auntie Dot, I'm so sorry." Now. She patted him gently, then held him out before her. "Matthew, you look like a bottle of milk. Do you know who did this?" "No." He shook his head, competitiveness rising inside him. "I've given the police my theories, but no, not for certain." "When did it happen?" "Lauren was the last one to see her alive, I think." "The last to admit to seeing her alive," thought Dorothea. She turned around, but Lauren was no longer there. She'd delivered Dorothea to her husband and then drifted away. "She's been coming here to help Violet since Mummy's stroke the other month. She took up her breakfast and found her alive and well. That was at 10 this morning. We think it must have happened around 11. "Where are the children?" "They're both with the doctor." "And where is Agnes now?" "In her bed." Dorothea looked towards the staircase. "There are police up there, Auntie. They won't let you see her." "Well, there's no use in not trying." 15 minutes later, Dorothea had said a tearful goodbye to her dead sister's body and was coming back down the stairs. She found Dr. Lamb in the library, occupying Lily and William with the gory details of human frailty. "There's something called oxygen. It's like food for your blood, and the air is full of it. So when you breathe, it's like your blood is eating. That's why if you hold your breath, you'll feel something a bit like hunger, and you drown if you don't get enough of it. That's like starving." William looked horrified. "What about strangling?" he asked in a whisper. "Yes, that's a very similar thing, only then it's because someone is blocking the blood flow to your head, so your brain doesn't get any food." He put a warm hand on the child's neck. "You see?" Lily, standing silently to one side, watched Dorothea come into the room. She gave a little wave. Dorothea bent down and kissed her. "Dr. Lamb," said Dorothea, "may I have a word with you?" He looked up and nodded solemnly, then guided the children out through the door. The doctor had been living in the village almost as long as Agnes herself, and he was still as good-looking as ever, though his hair was now entirely grey. But his mouth was boyish, and there was a wisdom to his eyes that suited him. "Miss Dixon, isn't it?" He smiled sympathetically. "I'm so sorry for your loss." "I don't remember that," said Lily, 17 again, the empty whiskey glass on the table beside her. "There's no reason you should," said Dr. Lamb, loosening his collar. "It's hot in here, isn't it? Should I open a window?" "I'm cold," said Lily, slightly embarrassed. He parted his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Well, anyway, your grand-aunt, as you call her, wanted to know everything I could tell her about the crime. She was a very inquisitive old lady." "That's what I remember most about her. She always wanted to know what I was learning in school, details and everything." "A natural detective," Dr. Lamb nodded. "Well, she asked me if I would attend a family meeting later that day. After sunset, she said, making it sound rather dramatic. She'd questioned the police already and thought the family had a better chance of working it out among themselves." Dr. Lamb looked out of the window with a shadow of amusement on his face. "Of course, I thought I was being invited there as an expert witness, not as a suspect." The relatives of Agnes Mortimer stood along one side of the lounge with their 2 guests as bookends. Her son Matthew and his wife Lauren stood in the centre, with Violet and Dr. Lamb to their left, and the 2 children, Lily and William, and Raymond the gardener on their right. Dorothea faced them and began to pace back and forth. "Agnes was an opinionated old woman," said Dorothea, "and a secretive one, and at times she was as tough as digging in winter. But I know she was loved by everyone here." Raymond looked around the room to see if anyone would object to that. "Loved like a rainy day," he thought. But nobody spoke. Only Lauren turned to look at him, and he dropped his eyes as if caught doing something shameful. "Nonetheless," Dorothea continued, "she was murdered earlier today, cruelly and coldly, in her bed upstairs. My younger sister." The police had taken the body away with them in the back of a miserable little car. They had spent the afternoon questioning the household, lingering longest on Raymond, the outsider. But they'd made no arrests and had abandoned the house before sunset, like a swarm of insects moving as one. "The police believe she was killed by someone she knew." Dorothea looked at each of them in turn. "The motive is not yet clear, though I have my own suspicions." She held her hand up, a finger raised in the air, and shook it at the gathering in an undirected gesture of accusation. Her solid bracelets clattered against one another, making her arm a musical instrument. "I have gathered in this room everyone that was in the vicinity of the house at the time she was killed, have I not?" Raymond cleared his throat. "Not quite, ma'am. Ben Craik has been hanging around the house today. I've seen him." Matthew stepped forward. The sense of someone being under suspicion stirred him to action, like a hopeful wolf sensing its prey. "Ben Craik, that's right. I saw him too. Did anybody tell the police about him?" Dorothea looked confused and a little annoyed at the interruption. "Who is Ben Craik?" Violet took a handkerchief from her pocket and twirled it compulsively around her fingers. "A young man," said Matthew, "who lives in the village. He was at school with Violet. He's often here on some pretext or another." "He's my friend," said Violet softly. "The wrong kind of friend." "You know, he's actually rather pleasant," said Lauren, dismissing her husband's hopeful tone. "Not the type to commit murder at all." "Impressions can be deceptive," said Dorothea. She turned to her nephew. Where did you see him? Matthew had been walking through the fields on his way to the station when a figure in a brown coat seemed to leap out at him. Though he knew the landscape well, and knew that it was just a trick of perspective, it still gave him a shock. "He made me jump," he said to the apparition. Ben didn't answer. "Oh," said Matthew, "it's you. What are you doing here?" Ben stroked his jaw. "It's Matthew, isn't it? You're Violet's uncle. I'm watching for birds." And he raised his binoculars as if in a toast. "I see," Matthew nodded. "You gave me a terrible fright." "I was keeping very still, trying not to frighten the sparrows." Matthew, who had spent his whole life in the countryside but still considered it an inconvenience, stared at him uncomprehendingly. "Well, I must be on my way." Ben put the binoculars up to his eyes and looked at a tree. A few shapes flew from it, an autumnal Morse code. "Say hello to Violet for me." When Matthew was out of sight, he turned back to the house and raised his binoculars again. The side facing him had a single window, right at the top. "Was he watching the house?" asked Dorothea. "Sort of," said Matthew. Violet touched the handkerchief to her eyes. "He seemed to be," said Raymond. "That is most intriguing." Dr. Lamb interrupted them. He had the breathy, exhausted tone of somebody sapped by impatience. "Listen, Ben is perfectly fine. He's just a young man smitten with a young woman." Violet's heart was hammering. She almost fainted. "I've known his family for years. His father owns an antiques shop in town. They're very pleasant people, binoculars or not." "And yet, if he was watching the house, he must have seen something. Why didn't he speak to the police?" The sky outside was tepid and growing dark, but when Dorothea spoke, she gave the impression that a storm was raging, that a crack of thunder or flash of lightning was about to follow each of her pronouncements. "Did anyone else see anything suspicious?" Nobody answered. "Then we should take it in turns to say where we were at the time of the murder, and whether we noticed anything of interest." "Do you suspect one of us?" Violet asked nervously. "Do you suspect Ben?" Dorothea approached her. "It's too early to say." And she stroked the young woman's hair. She was now part of the semicircle, leaving the middle of the room empty, as if they were sitting around a campfire, about to tell stories. "Who wants to go first?" The question was met with silence. "Well, who was the last one to see her alive?" Lauren turned to face Dorothea. "I suppose that would be me, then." Every day since her stroke, Agnes had woken up to an overwhelming feeling of dizziness and disorientation. She lay very still, fighting the urge to be sick, and imagined that her wooden room was in the prow of a ship or hung from a hot air balloon, swinging from side to side. The light coming through the window was so bright, so smothering, that anything around the edges of the room was apt to blend into the walls, taking shape at the oddest moments. "It's irresponsible to be keeping secrets at this time." A face loomed at her out of the wood. Lauren had entered the room without her noticing. "If you feel worse, you must tell us." Lauren was a blonde, floaty thing, married to her son Matthew. Agnes could see the attraction, but she'd never liked the woman herself. Let's have a little fresh air, shall we? Lauren opened the window and stood looking out at the view. There's Raymond sweeping the paths. You don't know how lucky you are to be free to sit and watch him all morning. A fine figure of a man, all sweat and muscles. She turned and winked at her mother-in-law. Don't tell Matthew I said that, of course. Agnes thought her daughter-in-law insufferable, but found it was usually best to stay silent until she grew bored of talking. Lauren was now nibbling on some toast that she'd brought up on a tray. That doctor, too. He's always up here, isn't he? The two of you alone together. She turned to Agnes with a brief look of disdain. Why aren't you talking to me? Agnes put one hand to her throat and reached out towards the tray with her other. She made the sound of creaking floorboards as if her lungs were a haunted house. Lauren looked at the glass of milk at the edge of the tray and turned back to the old lady. You can get it yourself. Do you think I'm your maid? Lauren smiled. For a moment, she pictured herself throwing the food out of the window. 2 pieces of toast, like 2 palm prints in the soil, and then the impact of the milk, like a wretch into a flower bed. But resisted the impulse. Do try to sort yourself out in time for lunch. She stepped towards the door. And don't forget your sister is coming today. There was a creaking and a slamming of wood. Then the blonde apparition was gone. Dorothea bowed her head. The last friendly face she ever saw. Lauren nodded. Yes, I left Agnes and came downstairs. Violet was asleep on the couch, so I had nothing to do and went home. I thought I might do an hour of housework before coming back to join you for lunch. When I returned, she was dead. Thank you. Dorothea squeezed Violet's hand. Perhaps you could go next, dear. Violet shivered. Yes, all right. But she could barely speak, suddenly overcome with fear and guilt. She'd been dreaming about Ben. How strange to think that 2 months ago he was just an image from her childhood, and now he was in her thoughts all the time, as if her lust for Raymond wasn't shameful enough. There were 3 dreary lounges on the ground floor of the Grange, connected to one another like the chambers of a digestive system. Matthew found Violet asleep on a low couch in the darkest of the 3, the blinds drawn down and inaccessible behind an unbroken line of desks and tables. Matthew approached his niece. He was bored. Pretending concern, he put a hand on her forehead as if checking for a fever. The touch woke her up, and she opened her mouth to scream, then saw in the dim light that it was only her uncle, and instead the scream became a hot rush of breath, like a stifled sneeze. It was a more appropriate response to his presence. You poor child, he said. You must be exhausted. There was something putrid about his touch after her sultry dreams of Ben. She looked shamefully into the darkest corner of the room. Uncle Matthew, forgive me. I woke up early to prepare for lunch, but I got so little sleep last night. I just planned to sit down for a moment. There's nothing to forgive, Violet. Your efforts in this house are heroic. Only 16, and effectively the head of the household. 17, but she didn't correct him. Lauren has taken Mummy's breakfast up. We thought it best not to wake you. Violet got up and walked through to the kitchen. Matthew followed her, still talking. In some ways, it will be a blessing for all of us when this is over. Then we can make sure you're taken care of. Violet smiled weakly. She felt a pang of sadness about her grandmother's failing health. Not too soon, let's hope. Dot will be arriving in an hour. I thought I might go to the station to meet her. Violet frowned, facing away from him. Her grandaunt's visit meant more work for her. Yes, she said, that would be nice of you. I think I might set off soon, then. Violet looked out of the window. Here, she said, as he went to the door. The children are playing by the pond. Take them an apple each, will you? He nodded, and she handed him 2 apples from the bowl that were as large and bright as tennis balls. Violet looked at each face in turn. After that, I went back to sleep, until I heard my sister scream about an hour later. Thank you, said Dorothea. She looked sympathetically at Lily, who was standing half-hidden behind Matthew. Then the children found the body. That would perhaps be a logical point for you to take over the narrative, Raymond. He seemed surprised to have been mentioned at all. He stood up straight, proud to play his part. That's right. I heard the scream. I was outside in the garden, picking up leaves. Agnes had been unbearable lately. Confined to her room with only a view of the garden for entertainment, she had taken to watching and commenting on everything Raymond did. He had spent some of his time over the last few days repairing a boat he'd found in the garage. Yesterday he'd made the mistake of starting work on it, turning it upside down on the driveway so he could paint it directly under her window. He'd made it through most of the day, but in the late afternoon he heard her calling weakly to him. It hurt her to shout, so instead she opened her window and rattled her stick against the top and bottom of the frame. He looked up at the window, an eyeball with a needle stuck in it. She's unhinged, he thought.
I don't pay you to play with that wooden toy,
she said to him, after he'd walked up 3 flights of stairs to her room. She only spoke to him, or about him, in terms of money. Instead, she'd asked him to pick up all the fallen leaves in the garden to tidy it for her sister's visit. Of course, ma'am. Then he'd walked back down the 3 sets of stairs, picturing her broken body bouncing down each step and landing with a broken neck at the bottom. He was up early on the day Agnes died, hoping to finish the boat, but tiredness had proved too much for him, and he kicked the wood in frustration, leaving a footprint in the fresh white paint. Then he dragged it over to the pond and dropped it in. He wanted to check it would float. The white paint swirled into the water. He took a shovel and wheelbarrow and began collecting leaves. He was stooped down at the side of a hedgerow when Lauren and Matthew arrived, neither of them noticing him. And the barrow was almost full by the time he spotted Ben standing 1 field over, hiding behind a tree and holding his binoculars up to his eyes. When it wouldn't take any more without spilling, he pushed the wheelbarrow over to a compost heap at the corner of 2 fences and tilted it forward, then stood back to admire the amount he'd gathered. Some had started to turn brown, but most were a poisonous green, and the heap looked like a plate of vegetables. Then he noticed an indentation at the side, a small hole where something heavy had been thrown at it. He put his hand in and pulled out a dead squirrel. Its body lay heavily across his gloved hand, rigid except where the head hung down from the edge of his palm, as if it were dangling from a string. He felt around the neck with his thumb. There was nothing there, just soft skin like worn fabric with some wiry tendons inside. The creature had been strangled, to begin with, then all the bones in its neck had been snapped. He threw the body back into the compost and muttered under his breath, "Why do you do it, William?" An hour later the job was finished, and he was putting the shovel back in the shed when he heard a scream come from the house and saw Violet run out of the front door, followed by the 2 children. He was with her in a matter of seconds. "Violet!" He gripped her wrists tenderly. "What's wrong?" "Agnes! She's been hurt!" Raymond tried to push past her into the house, but she halted him with a warm palm on his chest. "No, go for Dr. Lamb." He didn't hesitate. He just turned and ran. The doctor's house was over a mile away, at the other end of the village, and although Raymond was in a rush, he was already pacing himself so he could run the whole way there. So when he emerged from the lane that connected the Grange to the main road and found Dr. Lamb sitting on the low wall that surrounded the war memorial, smoking a pipe, he thought at first that he must be dreaming.
"Thank you, Raymond," said Dorothea. "That is most intriguing. Perhaps, Dr. Lamb, you could take your turn next. What were you doing at the time Agnes was killed?"
Dr. Lamb looked confused. "I'm sorry?"
"What were you doing at the time she died, please?"
The doctor was astonished. The rest of them stared at him blankly. "I thought I was here as a witness, not a suspect. Why on earth would you think it matters what I was doing?"
"Perhaps it doesn't, but you were in the vicinity of the house at the time it happened, and that fact is currently unexplained."
"What I did with my day is none of your business. Talking to you about it could violate the confidentiality of my patients." No one seemed impressed by this line of argument, and they continued to look at him expectantly. "If you must know what brought me to the war memorial, it's simply that I was taking a walk around the village. It's a habit of mine, late in the morning. I only stopped there for a minute to sit and light my pipe. Raymond found me there. I sent him on to the police and made my way down the lane. Of course, by that time she was already dead. 30 minutes dead, by the look of her."
"Well, then,"
said Dorothea, slightly intimidated by his raised voice,
"thank you for clarifying."
Lily was listening to that same voice 6 years later. "She didn't dare accuse me again after that. Not to my face." "And did you really think it so unreasonable that she considered you a suspect? Or were you just being petty?" Dr. Lamb laughed at this unabridged insult. "I'm not sure I remember. I really was just taking a walk, though. The whole thing was quite ridiculous." "I suppose it was. But let me continue. This is the part you'll be most interested in." The doctor paced around the centre of the semicircle. "Your line of thinking, Dorothea, is flawed. Anyone could sneak up on this house from any angle. The garden is a mess of hedges and trees, and the house itself is more doors than walls. If you want to know who did this, you'd be better off looking for a motive."
"And nobody here has a motive," said Matthew. "Then it must have been an outsider."
"Exactly," said Dr. Lamb.
"The motive was money."
Dorothea spoke quietly, but everybody stopped to listen to her.
"Money?" said Matthew. "What do you mean?" "Agnes wrote to me a little over a week ago. She thought that somebody was trying to poison her. She'd woken up one morning last week feeling close to death, convinced that something had been put in her drink."
This was different from her usual dizziness. It felt as if there was something feathery living inside her,
a restless swan crouching in her guts, with its neck extending up through her throat. She gritted her teeth in agony and drew the obvious conclusion. Someone had tried to poison her, but had underestimated the dosage required. Any one of them could have done it. The jug of water was left by her bed throughout the day, and who knows where it had been before that. The doctor sounded outraged. "Did you mention this to the police?" "I had hoped that it wouldn't be necessary." Dorothea stared at him calmly. She also had the impression that her room had been searched. A few little things were out of place. "But," said Matthew, "Mummy had nothing to steal." "That's not entirely true," said Dorothea. "Your father, when he was alive, when the fields were overflowing, used to buy her jewellery. A piece every year for their anniversary." "Yes, I've heard the story," said Matthew, "but she sold them all, when times became hard." "No," said Dorothea, "she lied to you. She sold everything else, but she couldn't bear to part with her diamonds." "How ghastly!" said Lauren, quite excited. "And have they been stolen?" "I don't know," said Dorothea. "I don't know where she kept them. They were hidden somewhere, at first because she felt ashamed that she'd lied about them, then later for their safety." "Did anybody else know about this?" Matthew looked around the room. "I knew she'd kept a few small pieces," said Violet, "but not the diamonds. I've cleaned that room, every inch of it. There's nowhere they could be." The last of the day drained from the sky, and there she still was, Agnes, sitting by the open window in a room now dark, listening for footsteps on the stairs. She leaned forward and pulled an old, cracked slat of wood from the frame, where the window would sit against it when closed. Behind that was a thin slit extending into the wall itself, a hiding place chiselled into the bricks. Out of it, she pulled a tatty cloth pouch, and then she carefully poured its contents onto the table beside her chair. A stream of jewels tapped onto a silver tray, rubies, emeralds, and diamonds, all half black in the moonlight. It wasn't safe to look at them during the daytime, only when the creaking staircase that led to her room had held its breath for the night. There were 30 of them, forming a shallow pile. It looked like a treasure trove from a children's adventure book. This is what they were all after. This shallow, heavy fortune. Dr. Lamb poured them both another drink. "You can't still be cold." Lily ran her hands along her arms. "I think it's the topic of conversation that is chilling my blood." "I'm sorry," he said. "We can stop." No, I'm fine, really." "I think we've reached the end anyway. I left your Aunt Dorothea to her childish games." "My grand-aunt, Dr. Lamb. It's important to get the details right." "Very well. I left your grand-aunt to her speculation and walked out. So that's where my story must end. She persisted in playing detective for a few more weeks, even questioning the rest of the village. Of course, that only convinced them we were all suspects. And that's when I started thinking about moving. I understand she died a number of years ago." "That's right, a year after Agnes. Entirely natural causes in her case." "I'm sorry." "She never questioned me, of course." "I did notice that omission. Do you remember anything of that day, apart from finding the body?" Oh, yes, said Lily. I remember it all quite clearly. After Dorothea's gathering dissolved, William and Lily found themselves in one of the cramped storage spaces on the second floor. It was a rare treat for them to be up so late. They should have been sent to bed, but everyone was distracted and nobody wanted to acknowledge the end of such a momentous day. Now the two of them were alone together. Lily was picking at a loose strip of wallpaper. "Dottie's playing detectives. Do you think she'll solve the crime?" William didn't respond. He was standing by a forgotten windowsill lined with Christmas cards from several years ago and watching the indistinct movements outside. She approached behind him. "William, you already knew she would be there." He shook his head. "I didn't. You said you wanted to show me something." "I didn't know it would be like that." The boy was sobbing. She crept up to him slowly, then put a comforting, probing hand on his shoulder. He turned around. He was crying openly now, with tears dripping from his chin. She looked at him. He held out a chubby, closed fist. It hung in the air like a moon. With her other hand she touched it, and it opened. She looked down into the cupped flesh, red with indentations. Centered in his palm was a glistening diamond ring. "And that was that," said the older Lily. "I'd solved the crime. My young cousin William had murdered her. To my 11-year-old mind, I was the greatest detective in Europe."
"Well," said Dr. Lamb, "you certainly kept that to yourself."
"Of course, I was appalled by the crime, but I still wanted to keep him out of trouble. I would always have taken his side, and I thought for a long time that he really had killed her. He'd shown me proof, after all."
"But now you're not so sure."
When you put away childish fancies, it doesn't quite hang together, does it? He hadn't confessed. He'd only shown me one of the missing diamonds. It's much more likely that he found the body by himself before we found it together, and that the ring had been on the floor by the bed.
Or somebody could have given it to him. But you never asked him about this.
Lily looked sad. I would have asked him for more details once the initial shock had passed. But nothing could have prepared me for how quickly we lost each other. It can't have been more than a couple of weeks later. Matthew inherited the house and didn't want William living there. He'd always hated him on account of who his father was.
That's right. He went to live with the gardener.
With Raymond, who had always felt sorry for William. They got on well, and Raymond and his wife had no children of their own, so it seemed a fortuitous arrangement. But the three of them moved away almost immediately. Raymond didn't want to work at the Grange after what had taken place, and he'd heard of another job. So they left. That all happened in a matter of weeks, and I haven't seen my cousin since. William wanted nothing to do with any of us after that, after we rejected him.
Then that's the only lead we have. The doctor raised an eyebrow. One suspect who was probably too young to have killed her anyway.
There is more, said Lily, lining her mouth with another sip of whiskey. She was quite used to it now, and wondered if she should ask for a cigar. First there was Dorothea's funeral, just over a year later. That was followed closely by Violet's wedding.
To Ben Craig?
That's right, to Ben Craig, who had been hanging around the house on the day of my grandmother's murder. He didn't go away after Agnes's death. I think Violet felt freed by the tragedy and started to talk to him quite openly. They were soon engaged.
Your uncle must have been delighted.
Oh, Matthew didn't like it at all, but he didn't make too much fuss. He'd been kind in letting Violet and me go on living at the Grange, even if he was beastly to William. But we still felt like a burden, and I'm sure he was relieved to get rid of her. Violet herself was desperate to escape. The marriage was inevitable.
How romantic, said Dr. Lamb.
Anyway, none of us really suspected Ben of being a murderer. The notion seemed ridiculous. He knew almost nothing about our family. He certainly wouldn't have known about any diamonds. It was only Uncle Matthew that insisted we treat him as a suspect.
But at some point you began to agree with him.
The small family, Lauren, Matthew and Lily, sat around the kitchen table eating a late lunch. There was a knock at the door. It was Violet. "Uncle Matthew, Lauren, Lily." She stepped into the kitchen. "How are you all?" She sat down. "I just had to show you the ring that Ben has bought for me." They'd been married for 6 months by this point. He's been saving up. You'll understand why when you see it. She held her hand out over the crowded table, showing a large diamond set in a simple silver band. "Isn't it beautiful?" Lauren and Matthew looked at each other. "Yes, it's very beautiful," said Lauren.
"Very," said Matthew.
Lily said nothing, though she noted how similar it looked to the ring William had shown her 18 months before. Could Ben have been involved in her grandmother's death? Was that really possible? If only Dorothea was still with us, she thought.
"But you've made far more progress with this case than Dorothea ever did," said Dr. Lamb.
"Have I? Ben, William, the rest of them, these are all strands that can't be reconciled."
"But you have real suspects. She only had suspicion."
Lily felt that there was something missing from her understanding. "Even you may have heard about what happened next. It was quite sensational."
Dr. Lamb nodded. "The incident with the gardener, Raymond."
On the evening of Lily's 15th birthday, Lauren had bought her a dress and was watching her parade around the lounge in it. Matthew came home from work in a frightful state.
"I got the gossip from the station master. You won't believe it."
Forgetting all about Lily's special day, he poured himself a sherry and sat down.
"It's the strangest thing."
His hair was dishevelled where he'd combed his fingers through it repeatedly. His fingernails glistened with grease.
"It's Raymond,"
he said. Lily sat down next to Lauren. The name of their old gardener, whom none of them had seen since the month after the murder, put them both on edge. They knew that whatever Matthew said next would lead them back to Agnes's killing.
"He's dead."
Neither of them moved, not wanting to reveal themselves.
"Killed, in London. It seems to have been a robbery. Apparently he was going around town trying to sell some diamonds. In the slums, trying to avoid anywhere legitimate. The bloody fool got himself robbed and killed. They stabbed him."
Lily had a vision of Raymond struggling to breathe, his throat constricted, as he held a hand loosely over a hole in his stomach. Matthew looked from her to her aunt.
"Do you know what that means?"
They both knew exactly what it meant. Lauren put it into words. "Where did he get hold of these diamonds, unless he murdered your mother?"
"Precisely," said Matthew. "I always thought he was suspicious."
"That was almost 3 years ago," said Lily. I tried writing to William to check he was all right, but my letter never reached him. It was returned, unopened. Apparently Raymond's widow had moved again and taken him with her. An unlucky child. Lily sighed. The poor boy. He'd be 15 now. And that brings us to the present day. Did you ever confront your sister? Lily, a little drunk now, narrowed her eyes at him. What do you mean? I won't suggest that she was involved in the murder, but she clearly lied about her movements that morning. Lily downed her drink. You're not such a bad detective yourself, Doctor. Doctor, detective. The two words are quite similar, now that I say them out loud. Take it slowly. He took the glass from her hand. Yes, it's true. When I saw Violet on the morning of the murder, she was in a terrible state, shaken and distracted. I've asked her about it since. She'd gone up to collect Agnes's breakfast tray after Lauren left, and Agnes had screamed at her and accused her of wanting her dead. Well, that wasn't so unusual, but Violet was haunted by it. She never told the police. Then Violet was the last to see her alive. The last to admit to it. Of course. The doctor looked thoughtful. I have one more question for you, said Lily, emboldened by the alcohol. A memory, in fact, that I'd like to ask you about. The doctor nodded. After I left William in the boat, and before I settled down with my book, I walked around the garden several times. I was looking for somewhere to sit. At one point, I put my head around a hedge and saw you and Lauren in each other's arms at the distant end of the lane. You were kissing her. The doctor spun his chair slightly towards the wall, as if to deflect the accusation. That's right, your aunt and me. Does that bother you? That depends on what the two of you did together. He sighed and checked his watch, either in search of some excuse to end the conversation or as an aid to recalling the past. She couldn't be sure. We lied to the police, obviously. We adjusted our accounts of the day to avoid mentioning that little encounter. But the truth is, we'd been seeing each other for months by that point, and we were together when the murder happened, at your uncle's old house in the village. How sordid, said Lily dreamily. The doctor grunted. He took a pen from his desk and leaned forward. Perhaps you are too young to understand the impulse. She looked with a sting of shame at the whiskey glass in his hand. Lately, I've come to think that the human reproductive system, he circled the air with his pen, pointing it vaguely at her womb, is more an engine of destruction than of life. She drew her knees up into her stomach and perched her feet on the edge of her chair. Then you have no regrets? What I have is an alibi, if you're really concerned with solving the murder. She shrugged off this rebuke. Well, can anyone confirm this alibi? If not, it's not much good. Have you asked your Aunt Lauren about it? Lily's mouth straightened, her skin stretched a little tighter. I'm sorry. I thought you knew. She died last year. She thought back to Lauren's body in its casket, the eyes bloodshot and the neck swollen. It was a viral infection, a freak thing. The doctor paled. I didn't know. He became thoughtful and silent. For all his shock at the image of Lauren's body convulsing on the cold floor, he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. She was one of his sins, and he'd outlived her. Maybe, in fact, he would outlive them all. "I am sorry to hear it," he said. "God knows your family has been through enough." She wondered if there was meant to be something diminishing in that remark, and looked down at the floor. "Well," she said, as a final formality, "is there anything else you can tell me about that day?" He got to his feet. "In fact, there is." He filled his glass again. "After you leave this room, it might occur to you to wonder how Lauren and I knew such a rendezvous would be safe at Matthew's own house on a day when he wasn't working. It's because he was going to the train station to meet Dorothea, or so he said. That's a 25-minute walk in each direction, but he never did meet her, did he? She arrived by herself, which makes you wonder, where did he really go?" Leaving Dr. Lamb suspended between his office and his deathbed, let us take a step back. Here it is my duty, as the author of this story, to assure the reader that they have now been presented with enough evidence to solve this mystery for themselves. The more ambitious of my readership may wish to pause for a moment and attempt to do so. And now it was 5 years later. Dr. Lamb had a view of the twilight in 2 rectangles. He was looking out of the window through his glasses. He'd written her name, and nothing else. "Dearest Lily." Then sadness had consumed him. His sins seemed impossible to justify now that he'd reached the end of his life and seen how little difference they'd made to it. For the same reason, they were impossible to regret. "5 years ago, you came to me with questions about your grandmother's murder. I did not tell you everything I knew at that time, for reasons that will become clear. In fact, I did the opposite, and my last hint to you was a piece of misdirection. Your uncle did walk to the station, but he'd got the train times wrong. Perhaps you suspected this and were too polite to say so. You were an impressive young woman, and I hope the intervening years have served you well. Dorothea would have been proud." He sighed deeply. He was delaying the moment of confession, and he knew it. "At that meeting, you got me to confess to one of my sins, my affair with your Aunt Lauren. But not to the other, to the part I played in Agnes's murder. It all began with Ben Craig." "Excuse me." The doctor was walking past the War Memorial one late summer's day when the young man called out to him. "Hello, Ben. How are you?" Ben got to his feet. "Have you just come from the Grange, Doctor? Do you mind if I walk with you?" "Yes, I have. And no, I don't mind. Come along. Do you want to know about Violet?" "Not today," said Ben. "Today, I want to ask you about diamonds." "It was the first I'd heard of them," wrote Dr. Lamb. "But Ben was insistent. Agnes had asked his father to help her sell them, when she'd briefly considered it. He knew a lot about that kind of thing, being in the antiques business. When she'd pulled out of the sale, she'd sworn him to secrecy. But of course he told his son all about it. Ben knew I was in her bedroom often and asked me if I'd seen them. I had not, but I asked Lauren about it. She told me the story, that when Agnes's husband was alive and their future was bright, he'd bought her a diamond every year for their anniversary. Before the war. But she thought the old woman had sold them years ago." The light was growing dim. He squinted at the page. I told her that Ben had assured me otherwise, and together we concocted a plan. This was after Agnes's fortuitously timed illness, and I was spending a lot of time at the house. I promised to find some way to sedate her on one of my visits, then Lauren would go in and search her room. We didn't intend to take all of the diamonds, just enough to split handsomely between the three of us, giving Ben his cut too. But Lauren was unable to find them. She spent an hour searching. They were nowhere. We didn't know that Agnes had woken up still feeling the effects of the sedative and had grown suspicious. So a few days later, we planned our second attempt. This time, I would come with her and help with the search. Ben scanned the nooks and partitions of the garden with his binoculars, finally spotting the two of them, Lauren and Dr. Lamb, through a gap in the trees. They ought to be more careful, he said to himself. He intercepted them at the top of the lane, after circling widely around the gardener, busy collecting leaves at the other side of the house, and Violet's younger sister, who was reading under a tree. He'd already seen Matthew leaving the house for the station and stepped out to interrupt them. "I'm coming with you." Lauren looked at him suspiciously. "Why, don't you trust us?" "We want to maximize our chances of finding them, don't we?" The doctor shook his head. "But if you're seen, how will we explain your presence?" "It shouldn't come to that," said Lauren. "Violet is asleep in the lounge. If we use the other staircase, she won't hear us." "Fine." The doctor parted his hands, then turned to Lauren. "Did you give her the sedative?" Lauren nodded. "It's in her milk." "Then let's make sure we find them this time." "I've been watching her," said Ben, lifting his binoculars, "but I haven't seen where she keeps them." "You won't find them." A small voice trickled out of the trees. "She doesn't take them out in the daytime." There was a rustling of leaves, and a shape climbed out from one of the nearby elderberries. It was William, his hands black with crushed fruit. "I know where they are. They're very well hidden." "Where are they?" asked Ben. Lauren knelt down in front of the child. "William, how do you know where they're hidden?" "She was out of the room once. I crawled under her bed. I was going to surprise her, but when she came back in, she slammed the door, so I was too scared. I stayed there all night. She takes them out at night." The doctor struggled to suppress a smile. "Then won't you tell us where they are?" The boy shook his head. "I'll show you," he said, with an air of importance. Lauren looked up at Dr. Lamb, then glanced briefly at Ben. She turned back to the child. "William, can you keep a secret?" Dr. Lamb massaged his hand. He'd covered 2 pages already. The light was failing, and he wanted to get it all down before dark. He picked up the pen again. "Well, there you have it. The 4 of us went up to her bedroom together, sneaking past you and Raymond and Violet without too much difficulty. William showed us the loose piece of wood in the window frame, and behind it, just the edge of a canvas pouch emerging. It came out like a worm pulled from an apple, with a little resistance. Then we emptied it onto a table. There were more than we had imagined, and they were dazzling. It felt fantastic, and young William was the most excited of all of us." "You!" They turned around. Agnes was sitting up in bed. Where her head had left the pillow, there was a dark, wet stain. She had felt too weak to make it to the window after breakfast, so she'd poured the glass of milk very carefully into her own pillow to give Lauren the impression she'd drunk it. Then she'd lain back and covered it with her hair.
I knew somebody was up to no good, but all four of you.
Ben stepped forward without hesitating. He took some spare blankets from a chest of drawers beside the bed and threw them over the old woman. Briefly, she looked like a ghost. Then he nudged them all towards her. "Come on! There's no going back now!" She had seen too much, and they knew what they had to do. There were no objections, even from William, who seemed to think it was all a game. They threw every piece of bedding they could find over her and then climbed on top, the four of them all equally committed to her murder. She was barely able to struggle beneath their combined weight, but they could still feel movement, and they sat there holding on to each other until it had stopped. Then they stayed in place for another few minutes to be sure, but not one of them was willing to lift the blankets and look at her dead body. We changed the pillow, of course. Nobody noticed that the mattress was slightly damp, and we sealed up the hiding place. But we left everything else as it was. At worst, you can call me an unwilling accomplice. He sighed, wondering if that was accurate. Even now it was a struggle to speak honestly. Lauren and I sold our shares through Ben's father, who asked no questions. But William had already moved away by that point. We'd given him a share, of course, and hoped that it would keep him quiet, and it did for a few years. But he must have told Raymond all about the diamonds at some point, and the fool evidently took them to London and advertised them too widely, and wound up getting stabbed in an alleyway. Dr. Lamb smiled. It's not much, but that's the only thing resembling justice that I can offer you. He was growing impatient, and his hand hurt. Lauren seemed to lose interest in me after the murder. I think the guilt was too much for her. So I left her with Matthew, and I came here, to London, where there was no one to notice the sudden change in my fortunes. And I lived comfortably. That's all. I think that's the most that any of us got out of the murder, just a bit of comfort. I wish I could say it was all worthwhile, but I'm not sure that would be the truth. I hope you can find it in yourself to forgive us. Yours, Dr. Godwin Lamb. He put the pen down and stared sadly at the darkness outside. Then he began to cough. He coughed for several minutes. Then he went to the bathroom, leaving a dot of bright red blood by his signature. Chapter 12. The Sixth Conversation. Julia Hart ran her finger along the final paragraph. He coughed for several minutes, then he went to the bathroom, leaving a dot of bright red blood by his signature. It was late, and her eyes had started to feel heavy halfway through that last page. "Forgive me," she yawned. Grant filled the silence. "Another sordid tale. We've discussed the definition of a murder mystery already, so perhaps the most helpful thing I can do now is to describe how this story derives from it." "Yes," said Julia, picking up her pen. "I would be interested to hear that." They were sitting in a wooden hut, a few hundred yards along the beach from Grant's cottage. Inside it was a rack where a single small boat was stored, with space for another. They'd opened the wide doors that faced the sea and were sitting just inside, on 2 wooden folding chairs. Before them, the perfectly smooth sand ran down to the water, as neat as a carpet. We've looked at several stories now, where just one of the suspects turned out to be the killer. And this morning we looked at a story where all of the suspects turned out to be killers. Well, it's immediately clear from the definition that there's also a halfway point. We can have exactly half of the suspects turn out to be killers, or any other proportion. And here we have Ben, Lauren, William and Dr. Lamb, said Julia. The shadowy stranger, the young boy, the doctor and his mistress. 4 killers. And I counted 9 suspects in total. Grant nodded. The point is that any subset of the suspects could turn out to be guilty. It could be a quarter of them, a half, or even all but one of them. All of these solutions are equally valid, according to the definition. This story simply illustrates the point. He leaned forward in his chair. I told you the definition was liberating, and this is why. It almost creates a new genre. Now, instead of guessing who the killer is, the reader must guess for each individual suspect whether or not they were involved in the crime. The number of possible endings increases exponentially. Julia looked thoughtful. Don't you worry that it's almost too much freedom? If a whole group of the suspects were guilty, then it would be next to impossible for the reader to guess the solution exactly, which might make it feel arbitrary. It's a challenge for the author to make an ending like that feel satisfying, that's true. But in itself, it's no more arbitrary than any other ending. Remember that I've rejected the view of detective stories as logical puzzles, where the clues define a unique solution and the process of deriving it is almost mathematical. It's not, and they never do. That's all just sleight of hand. She was writing down everything he said. It's certainly an interesting way of looking at it. We mustn't forget, Grant continued, that the central purpose of a murder mystery is to give its readers a handful of suspects and the promise that in about 100 pages, one or more of them will be revealed as the murderers. That's the beauty of the genre. His eyes drifted to the sea, as if it would have been impolite to say the word beauty while looking at her. It presents the reader with a small, finite number of options, and then, at the end, it just circles back and commits to one of them. It's really a miracle that the human brain could ever be surprised by such a solution when you think about it, and the definition doesn't change that, it just clarifies the possibilities. Julia nodded. Yes, I've never thought about it like that. The craft, then, is in the misdirection, in picking the solution that in some ways seems the most unsuitable to the story you've written, but in other ways fits perfectly. Yes, said Grant, and that's what differentiates a murder mystery from any other story with a surprise at the end. The possibilities are presented to the reader up front. The ending just comes back and points to one of them. An antique lamp was hanging from the ceiling behind them. The sun had set while Julia was reading, and now the hut was a box of sour yellow light, buried in the astral blue of the evening, like a gemstone in a cave. Julia felt that it was her turn to speak. Just like the other stories, she said, this one has a small detail out of place. It took me a few readings to notice it. Grant was nodding. I would like to hear it. Julia turned the pages of her notebook. The first thing that struck me was the many references to strangulation. though Agnes was killed by being smothered. First the squirrel was found strangled, then we see the doctor explaining strangulation to William. The house itself is even described as being strangled by trees. It's as if these details were put there to foreshadow something that never comes to pass. "Yes," said Grant. "That's interesting. I didn't notice that." And then on a second reading, I realised that every single death that occurs in the story is described with at least one symptom of strangulation, even when it makes no sense. The doctor at the start is presumably dying of cancer of the liver or pancreas, but his voice is hoarse. Agnes has bruises along her neck, but there's no explanation for them. And when Raymond is stabbed, Lily imagines him with his throat constricted, unable to breathe. Even Lauren's corpse had bloodshot eyes and a swollen neck, and she died of a virus. "Yes," said Grant, "that is very puzzling. It's more subtle than the others, perhaps." The lamp was flickering behind them. Grant reached up and lifted it down from the ceiling. It was running low on oil. He extinguished it, leaving only the moonlight. "Have you always lived alone out here?" "Yes, I have," said Grant. He pushed himself up in his chair and turned towards her. "Earlier you asked me if I was obsessed with the sea. I have an answer for you." "I'd be interested to hear it." "To me, the sea is like having a pet dog asleep on the hearth. When I'm near it, even inside my cottage, it's like I can feel it breathing. It's a companion of sorts. It's less lonely to live alone by the sea." Julia shook her head. "I'm afraid that I can't relate to that." The faint smell of rotten flesh came back to her on the breeze, and she looked at the sea and couldn't help but imagine herself drowning in it. "To me, the sea has always been mildly terrifying. It moves like a set of jaws chewing on everything inside it. Doesn't it remind you of death sometimes?" Grant's response was enigmatic. "You'd think it would, but it doesn't." Julia said nothing. 30 minutes later, Julia Hart returned to her hotel room, making her way up the stairs in the dark. She turned on the electric light and sat down at the desk by the window. The bright reflection blocked her view of the stars, except the few she could see where the room was in shadow. She rubbed her eyes and opened the window so that the cool night air would keep her awake. Then she picked up her pen. On the desk in front of her was a small book bound in green leather. It was an original copy of The White Murders. She slid it towards her and opened it near the end, weighing it down with a pebble. She picked up her notebook and turned to a blank page. She tore 2 squares from the edge of the page and wrote out a question on each of them. Then she leaned forward and pinned them to the windowsill. One read, "Who was Francis Gardner?" The other, "Did he have anything to do with the White murder?" She thought for a moment and then added a third. This one a reminder for the morning. Talk to the hotel manager. She turned to a fresh page and checked the time. There was so much that she still had to do. She inhaled and held her breath for a moment, trying to focus her thoughts. The buzzing of the electric light made it sound like the walls were full of insects. Then she breathed out and started to write. Chapter 13. The Shadow on the Staircase. It was a Monday morning. the first opportunity for anything interesting to happen after the stifling quiet of Sunday. Before midday, the great detective Lionel Moon received 2 deliveries that made no sense to him. He found the first as he was leaving for work, a box of chocolates and a card. He stepped into the corridor outside his apartment and saw the shallow, rectangular box sitting in the middle of his doormat. It looked like a model of a farmhouse in a field of wheat, with a card as a kind of roof. As he picked it up, he felt the chocolates rattle inside and had an image of bones bouncing around in a coffin. The card was signed with an X in 2 swoops of dark blue ink. Is this a gift? He asked himself, or some kind of warning? Lionel Moon had very few friends, and none that he could imagine buying him chocolates. He stepped back into his apartment and placed the box on a small table next to the door. Then he locked his apartment and left the building. He found the second delivery that evening as he was arriving home from work. An envelope was taped to his door with his name written on it in large, wandering handwriting. He opened it, still standing in the corridor. Inside was a photograph of himself, leaving the building. It had been taken from the street outside, or perhaps from the shop over the road. He knew it was a photograph of a photograph because the image within the image was slightly distorted, as if it had been laid on a table and tilted back away from the camera. It had a thick white border that wasn't quite straight. There was a vague shadow covering both the border and the image inside it. A picture of a picture, he said to himself. What on earth does that mean? If he'd given it any thought, he might have assumed that these 2 deliveries, the chocolates and the photograph, were in some way related. But in fact, the effect of the photograph, of seeing himself both in profile and in miniature, striding purposefully across the palm of his own hand as he held it out in front of him, was that he forgot about the chocolates altogether and didn't even notice them as he entered his apartment. A message, but what is it trying to tell me? He took the envelope and its contents through to the kitchen, then sat down to study them while waiting for a pan of soup to warm on the hob. The pan was a knotty metal thing, and the soup inside it was yellow. Though he was considered one of the best detectives in Europe, Lionel Moon lived a very simple life. He rented a few rooms, a lounge with a kitchen at one end and a bedroom in a tall apartment building on a handsome street that led off from a London square. At the end of the hall was a shared bathroom. His landlady, Mrs. Hashimi, a widow, lived alone on the top floor. He heard the soup bubbling and took the saucepan off the flame, then poured its contents into a chipped white bowl. He ate his dinner while examining the envelope, careful not to spill anything on what might later become evidence. There were no unusual markings on it, and nothing to say where it had come from. He put it down and picked up the photograph. Not so different from an envelope itself, he thought, with one image contained neatly inside another. Only there was no way to open it and examine the contents. It seems vaguely threatening. If someone had sent him an ordinary photograph of himself, he would have assumed that it was meant as a warning, a message that someone was watching him, delivered in pictorial form. But a photograph of a photograph felt much more ambiguous. He looked closely at it and realized that it was a picture of a page in a magazine. There had been a few magazine profiles of him over the years when his name had come up in celebrated cases. There were some black marks along the bottom that must have been the top of a line of text. Someone had opened the magazine on a table and photographed the page. But why? He had grown tired of the detective's life, but the mystery still managed to captivate him. He forced himself not to think about it. He rinsed the bowl and saucepan in cold water and put them away in a cupboard, then put the photograph back in its envelope and placed it on a shelf in his lounge. Then, because he'd come home from work rather late, he turned out the lights in the kitchen and went straight to bed. Like all of the most effective nightmares, this began with an absence of meaning where meaning should have been present. The photograph of the photograph was still a mystery to Lionel Moon when 2 days later he returned home and found a third delivery waiting for him. Fate seemed to have become a cat, leaving these curious, mangled items at his door. This time, it was a dead body. He had passed through the door to his apartment without noticing anything unusual. It was only when he'd reached the kitchen that he realized something was amiss. The door to his bedroom was standing open, though he knew he'd carefully closed it that morning. He always did, to keep in the heat. The rooms were cavernous, and the building was often cold. But now there was half a foot of empty space between the door and the doorframe, a dark rectangle as tall and thin as a lamppost. Lionel took his gun from inside his jacket and held it in his right hand, then peered through the gap in the doorway. A dead body lay on his bed. It was the body of a man, fully clothed in a dark brown suit, middle-aged, unshaven, and tough-looking. Lionel noticed with distaste that the dead man was still wearing his shoes and the sheets of the bed were bunched into wrinkles beneath their weight. His face was swollen beyond recognition, and his skin was a velvet purple. He'd been poisoned, most likely, or had possibly fallen ill with some disease. There were no obvious signs of a struggle. The man could have been put there before or after he died. It was hard to tell. One side of his face was extensively scarred, with what seemed to be burnt skin, those unmistakable patterns of blistered and buckled flesh, though they were old and only slightly visible. The scarring extended to his hairline, which was covered by a hat. Inspector Good, who had been Lionel's partner for many years, had a saying that, "If you enter heaven, you're allowed to forget the pains of your life, but in hell, you must remember them." Lionel thought of that every time he saw the tortured face of a freshly dead body. Were those contortions the effects of painful memories being lived through all over again, or just the effects of death? He reached across and closed the corpse's eyes, sealing the truth behind them. "Where do you think he is, then? Heaven or hell?" The words came from behind him. Lionel turned and saw Inspector Good standing in the doorway. Lionel's breathing faltered, as it always did, because the inspector had been dead for almost a year. There'd been a gas leak in the building where he lived. Lionel had found the corpse himself, and a few days later had helped carry his coffin to a slot under the eaves of a small church. It was as if the dead man had chosen to huddle there out of the rain and smoke a cigarette for all eternity. But that hadn't stopped the inspector from coming back to continue their partnership, just as if he'd never died. It had started straight after the funeral. Lionel thought he'd seen the dead man standing in the crowd, smiling at him. Now it would happen during the most innocent domestic moments. Whenever Lionel was alone, the inspector was likely to appear. He had long ago given up wondering whether he was losing his mind, and had now just come to accept it. "Afternoon, Good." He turned back to the corpse. "What do you make of it?" "He swallowed something that didn't agree with him. Check his pockets, will you?" Lionel did as his dead partner asked.
There were no further clues, either to the man's identity or to where or how he'd been killed. Why do you think the body was brought here, to me? I can think of 3 possibilities. Inspector Good held up 3 fingers, and Lionel noticed that they cast no shadow on the wall behind him. Just a figment of my imagination, he thought. It could be a warning, the inspector said, or a partial confession by the killer. Or an attempt to frame me for murder. Yes, that's the 3rd option. But be stoic about it, why don't you? It's hard to frame someone for murder, and besides, you have the upper hand. There's a clue you haven't noticed yet. Lionel spoke defensively. I've barely had time. He left the bedroom and examined the door to his apartment. It was untouched. The lock was still working, and there were no marks on it. Then he checked the windows, even though he lived on the 2nd floor. A ladder or a length of rope could have been used to climb up to them. It wasn't impossible. But they were all latched shut, and none of them were damaged. Inspector Good watched him from the doorway. He was whistling impatiently. As Lionel was checking the furthest window in the corner of his bedroom, he noticed movement in the building opposite. The woman that lived there was standing at her kitchen window, looking vaguely in his direction as she prepared a stew. He stepped to one side, hoping that she hadn't seen him, and watched her through a gap in the curtains. The building that she lived in was less distinguished than his own, and the walls facing him were more brick than window. But through years of observation, he had created a convincing picture of the family that lived there. There were 3 of them. The father worked long hours and came home late. His wife spent her days on domestic chores and in caring for their child, a young boy who was perpetually in bed with some illness or another. They seemed to be an unhappy family, but the boy's bedroom was opposite the bathroom at the end of the hall, and in the summer, with the frosted glass window propped open, Lionel would amuse himself by making faces at the child, his wet head becoming a procession of rain-soaked gargoyles, and the boy would always laugh. Can she see the body from there? He turned, expecting Good to reply, but his former partner had vanished as soon as Lionel had noticed the woman. He looked at the bed. It was blanketed in shadow, and the angles convinced him she probably couldn't. He sighed with relief. It was crucial that nobody should call the police before he had taken the time to investigate. If the body was going to be used to frame him, there must be a reason the police hadn't been contacted yet. Perhaps the murderer would return later to plant more evidence, or was busy establishing an alibi of their own. He couldn't act or allow anyone to intervene until he understood more of the situation. The woman appeared to lose interest and turned away from the window. He watched her put a bowl of stew on a tray and leave the kitchen. Then he emerged from his hiding place. He had one advantage over the murderer, it occurred to him. He was home much earlier than usual. It was the middle of the afternoon on a Wednesday, a time when he would normally have been at his office. It gave him the chance to catch them off guard. He walked back into the lounge. Inspector Good was sitting in an armchair. Lionel sat down opposite him. "Where did you go?" The inspector smiled. In life, he had always acted as if he'd known the answer to everything. At times, Lionel had found him insufferable. "I stepped outside for a moment. Did you find the clue?" "The lock on the door hasn't been forced. The murderer must have had a key to my apartment." There was no other way they could have got in, since the windows were latched shut, and that meant that someone he knew must have been involved. Paradoxically, he found the thought comforting. It introduced limits to a situation that had previously seemed infinite in its possibilities. Good. Then you don't need me to tell you the suspects. The first is Mrs. Hashimi, his landlady, who lived on the top floor. She was the only person who had a key to his apartment other than himself. But she's not a murderer. Not like this. Those last 3 words seemed to amuse the inspector. She's more of the oil on the staircase type, you think? Lionel frowned. This is serious, Eustace. Someone is out to ruin me. The humbled apparition shrugged its shoulders. Well, what about the young girl? The second Hannah. Lionel leaned forward in his chair. Hannah was the young woman that came to clean the building and the apartment several times a week. She took their keys from the landlady's rooms. She could have given the key to someone. Lionel felt sure that neither Hannah nor his landlady wanted him framed or would be capable of committing murder. But they could still have been involved, providing the key to his apartment in exchange for money. Or maybe they'd been threatened. Should I question Mrs. Hashimi? You would lose the advantage of being home ahead of time. And what if she warns her associates? Lionel closed his eyes. Was there anyone else it might have been? There was his neighbour, Mr. Bell, a photographer and fellow night owl. A friend, almost. But Lionel couldn't trust anyone in the circumstances. And Mr. Pine, his neighbour downstairs, a quiet, bookish man who worked at one of the universities. But Lionel hardly knew him and hadn't seen him for weeks. And not one of them has any motive. Lionel Moon knew the criminal mind. He knew it to the point of exhaustion. It would take a professional to plot something like this, he was sure of that. So he put the question of the key to one side and asked himself, who would want to frame me? The first man that came to mind was a Hungarian counterfeiter called Keller. Keller had been leading a counterfeiting ring in London for many years when one of his associates had tried to take more than his fair share of the profits. Keller had bound the man's hands and feet and fed him, still alive, through an industrial meat grinder. Then he had taken his blood and used it as a replacement for ink, printing 100 fake pound notes with the victim's innards. He'd given one of these to each of the men in his gang to remind them of the price of betrayal. Inevitably, one of them had got drunk and tried to spend theirs. And that's how it had come to the police. From the shopkeeper's description and the broad set of smudges and prints that had covered the note, Lionel was able to piece together the main habits of the gang and then one by one deduce their identities. It was a masterpiece of analytical detective work, like a circle spiralling inwards. As usual, there was little to incriminate the leader of the gang, so Keller had been convicted on some petty charge. That had happened 4 years ago. Keller had been released the previous month, and Lionel had been restless ever since. He was too old to defend himself now, and, for all he knew, Keller was eager for revenge. After all, Lionel had destroyed his whole livelihood and his reputation. And isn't Hannah Hungarian also? Lionel wondered if that was just a coincidence. There were others that held grudges, of course. Too many for him to remember. Just 3 weeks earlier, he'd been discussing these past cases with his new partner, Inspector Eric Laurent. Some of them had been legendary. There was the case of the prolific art thief, Otto Mannering, in which Lionel had deduced the culprit's profession, education and age from the paintings he had chosen to steal. Then there was the case of the young boy found cut in half in a reservoir north of London.
Lionel had established that not only were the two halves parts of two separate bodies, but that the top half was in fact a young girl made up to look like a boy. "And was there an original?" Laurent had asked him. "A first case that inspired you to take up detection?" "Yes, there was." And Lionel had told the tale he'd told 100 times before. He was an orphan, he'd said. St. Bartholomew's orphanage was a cruel place, and one afternoon he'd run away. He was 10 years old. He'd walked about 8 miles and had come to the edge of a ploughed field, where he'd noticed a small hillock of dirt at the side of a ditch. It had seemed to be a recent addition to the landscape. On top of it was a rose and a child's toy. He'd brushed away some of the dirt and had found the face of a dead young girl staring out through the scattered mud. It was his first encounter with death, and he'd run to the nearest road and hadn't stopped running for several miles. He'd been picked up about an hour later and returned to the orphanage. Since he'd already been in enough trouble, he'd never told anyone about finding the body. Only when he was 17 years old and had left St. Bartholomew's for London did he find himself, on a rainy Sunday, suddenly struck by a desire to solve the case. There was no record of a missing girl in that area at that time. He'd taken a day trip out to the orphanage, stopping briefly to revisit the rooms he'd lived in as a child, but he hadn't been able to find the field again, and had returned to London disappointed. He knew, of course, that the girl's family or custodians must have killed her and not reported her death. It was the only possibility that made sense. But he never discovered who she was, or why she'd been buried in such secrecy. Laurent had stroked his beard. "That is most intriguing," he'd said. And the two men had agreed, once tasted, detection was like a drug. The best mysteries, the ones that kept them both awake at night, were the ones where there was an absence not of the perpetrator or of their method, but of meaning. Like the mystery before him now. The dead body on his bed could mean so many things, and he wouldn't be able to rest until he knew the truth. Only as he was thinking this did he remember the photograph that he'd received 2 days before. He found the envelope and laid its contents on the kitchen table. A photograph of himself, almost unrecognizable in his youth, leaving his building and turning left. What could it mean? And was it related to the body on his bed? "Let's go through this logically," he said to himself. If the purpose of a photograph is to depict the brief, restricted episode of reality during which it happened to be taken, then does a photograph of a photograph depict the same moment of reality, the same section of time? Or is it in some way a comment upon the original depiction, intended to be inherently satirical or critical? Is its intention to draw focus towards the fact of the photograph as an actual physical object? A glitter of silver dots nestled in a smear of gelatine, as if someone was saying, "Look what I found." Or had it been taken by someone who didn't know of any other way to make a copy? Lionel closed his eyes. The questions were tiring to him now. Both the body and the photograph seemed unreadable. There weren't enough clues to make sense of either. He wanted badly to smoke his pipe, though he'd given that up years ago. Somebody slapped the table in front of him, and he opened his eyes to see Inspector Good leaning over him. "Wake up, Moon! You're not finished yet. You've identified 2 suspects to begin with, so begin with them." Lionel said nothing. At that moment he heard the familiar thud of somebody climbing the stairs. It was Mrs. Hashimi. He recognized her way of walking. He could picture it from his kitchen table, Her exuberant, ever-smiling mouth, which hung open whenever she was not in conversation with someone, would be bobbing up and down as she took each step. She would stop on the first landing and light a cigarette. And sure enough, there was the absence of sound as she stopped to prove him right. It occurred to him then that he surely knew her well enough that if she was somehow involved in this crime, her reaction on seeing him home at such an unexpected hour would make it clear whether it was excitement or fear or nervousness. "I'll surprise her." Good clapped his hands together. "That's the spirit!" Lionel crept to the door and waited. When Mrs. Hashimi was nearing the top of the steps, about to pass by, he put his head through the door and looked around. He tried to act as if he was expecting someone. When he saw that it was her, he smiled politely and wished her a good day. She frowned and spoke in a near whisper. "These stairs! These bloody stairs!" No anxiety at all, just her usual good humour. Lionel made no reply. He nodded and stepped back inside his apartment. So that settled it. His landlady was not involved. The revelation hardly surprised him. "Well done, Moon," said Inspector Good. "Now go and get the other one." Lionel wanted to watch Hannah going about her work, just for a moment. She was a timid girl, and he felt sure that if she'd passed the key to his apartment to somebody else, she wouldn't be able to hide the fact. He imagined her checking the time constantly or looking over her shoulder at every sound. But the risk of him being seen was too great, so he put on a disguise, a simple wig of bright orange curls to cover his balding head, and a long black jacket that he dug from the layers at the bottom of his closet. It would be enough to disguise him in the dim light of the corridor, which was all he could hope for. There was nothing more ridiculous, he'd often thought, than a detective in an elaborate costume. He was embarrassed just at the thought of it. He crept softly out of his apartment and stood at the top of the stairs. A sticky scraping sound came from below. He stepped carefully down the staircase, making as little noise as possible. When he was halfway down, he stopped and lowered his head. From there he could see her at the end of the ground floor corridor. She was holding a mop and humming to herself, moving it mechanically back and forth. She doesn't seem nervous or tense, but it was hard to tell from this distance. He hurried down the stairs and out into the street, as if he was in a rush to get somewhere, glancing at her as he passed. But his impression didn't change. She seemed relaxed. She didn't even turn her head at the sound of his footsteps. He almost ran into Inspector Good, who was standing by a postbox on the pavement outside. "It's not her either," said Lionel. Good put his arms out behind him and lifted himself up onto the top of the postbox, where he sat with his shoes dangling 4 feet from the ground. It was the kind of agility only a dead man could achieve. He looked down at Lionel. "Then you must ask yourself whether there are any other suspects." Lionel Moon returned to his apartment and paced around the lounge. Who else could have done this, then? Mrs. Hashimi had a friend, the man who owned the florist shop at the end of the street. Lionel often passed him climbing the stairs to her room, a bunch of flowers in his hands. His arms were covered in tattoos, remnants of a different life. But Lionel had always found him to be friendly and thought he was probably harmless. He stopped pacing. He could hear the echoing sound of piano notes coming from somewhere nearby. He stood in silence for a moment. They seemed to be coming from one of the rooms next door. It must be Mr. Bell. He tiptoed to the connecting wall and flattened his head against it. He could hear the swell of floorboards moving ever so slightly up and down, and he realised that a piano was not being played at all. A gramophone was being listened to. The movement ceased, and Lionel had the absurd image of his neighbour pressed, like him, against the other side of the wall. Suddenly there was a thundering knock at his own front door. He had been concentrating so carefully on the music that he'd not noticed the footsteps approaching up the staircase. The visitor knocked again, louder this time. Lionel stayed flat against the wall and tried not to breathe. Then he heard the sound of retreating steps, though they were hurried, and he couldn't tell if they were heading up or down. He walked over to the kitchen table and laid his gun upon it, pointed away from him. Then he sat down. He waited. He had a hunch that the visitor would return. From this position he could see the whole of the lounge, and the gun was readily to hand. He was mildly disappointed that the case was already entering what must be its final act before he'd had the chance to solve it. But that disappointment had become a common occurrence lately as his retirement had approached and his thoughts had slowed down. The next minute lasted for a long time. Inspector Good did not appear. Then the footsteps returned, joined now to those of his landlady. He recognised hers immediately. There was another set of loud knocks, then a pause. Silence. Nothingness. He heard the sobbing panic of Mrs. Hashimi as she fumbled to unlock the door. He heard the slow creak as it swung open. Then a man walked through the doorway. It was his new partner, Inspector Eric Laurent. Lionel was so surprised that his hand instinctively went to his gun, but the movement was subtle enough that it wasn't noticed, and both Laurent and the landlady hurried past him to the bedroom. Neither had seen him sitting there. "He's dead," he heard Laurent say, followed by a cry of shock from his landlady. The two of them emerged from the room in hurried conversation, and neither of them looked his way. "Please, phone for a doctor," Laurent was saying. "It looks like murder. Here, Dr. Pavesi is a friend of mine." Laurent scribbled a telephone number on a scrap of paper and handed it to Mrs. Hashimi. "Tell him that Lionel Moon is dead." She ran from the room. A moment of cold, stalled comprehension passed over Lionel. Then his partner's words sank in. He stood up, weighed down by the gun. "Laurent?" he said. The man didn't turn around. Lionel walked to where his partner was standing and waved his hand in front of him. But Laurent didn't seem to see him. He just walked through to the bedroom and looked down at the bed. In a state of desperation, Lionel followed him. The corpse had seemed familiar, but only now did he recognise it as himself. The swelling hid too much of his face, and the scars had thrown him. He'd forgotten about the fire in the orphanage when he was only a child. The whole building had burned to the ground. He was shocked also by how much older he looked here than in the photograph. "If you enter heaven, you're allowed to forget the pains of your life, but in hell, you must remember them." Lionel took it as a good omen that he'd forgotten about the fire. Something else came back to him, and he returned to the lounge. Laurent seemed to follow him. That damn box of chocolates he'd been sent on Monday morning was sitting on the kitchen table, unnoticed until now. Last night he'd come home from work late and a little drunk. Laurent and he had shared some whiskey to celebrate the end of a case, and he'd forgotten himself and eaten one.
Or was it more than one? He looked inside the opened box. There were several missing. Foolish, he thought. A foolish, unforgivable thing to do. But who would send him poisoned chocolates and a card signed with a kiss? As one mystery ended, another began. He thought through the possible suspects, searching for someone with motive and opportunity, someone who knew his habits, someone who even knew of his weakness for chocolates. And this time it clicked. He walked over to the window. The woman in the flat opposite was hiding behind her curtains, peering discreetly at his building. She knew what was happening and was watching the situation develop. He thought of the sickly child, and his skin went tight. For months, maybe even years, he wasn't sure, this woman had been poisoning her own son. And Lionel Moon had witnessed the whole thing without even realizing it. What was she stirring into his stew? Rat poison or weed killer? He knew of such cases. She must have hated Lionel watching her all the time, and so she'd finally decided to do away with him. For her own safety, he assumed. Had she put some of the same stuff, a stronger dose, of course, into the chocolates and sent them to him? There is no other explanation. Behind him, somebody cleared their throat. He turned around. It was Inspector Good, his deceased friend and former partner. He came over and reached up to the top of Lionel's head, taking the orange wig that he'd forgotten he was wearing. "It's important to have dignity where you're going," said Good. "Follow me." The two of them walked out of the apartment, leaving Inspector Laurent alone in a room full of clues and red herrings with a mystery to solve. Lionel Moon's great regret as he passed through his front door for the final time was that he still didn't know why someone had sent him a photograph of a photograph 2 days earlier, or what it was supposed to mean. Chapter 14. The Seventh Conversation. Lionel Moon's great regret, read Julia Hart, as he passed through his front door for the final time, was that he still didn't know why someone had sent him a photograph of a photograph 2 days earlier, or what it was supposed to mean. She lowered the manuscript. Grant McAllister looked up at her. "Well," he said, "that's the end, then?" "Yes," said Julia. "The book ends with an unresolved mystery." "He solved his own murder, at least." "That's true. This story has a slightly different feel to it than the others, don't you think?" "Perhaps." Grant considered it. "There are supernatural elements, if nothing else. I've already mentioned that the definition doesn't forbid them. But they do make it rather unfair on the reader." She made it sound like an accusation. "Maybe." Grant shrugged. "But this story represents the case where victim and detective overlap. We've looked at the overlap between suspects and detectives and suspects and victims, so this next step was inevitable. But even though the definition allows for it, it's hard to pull off in practice." "And that's why you resorted to the supernatural?" "Yes." Grant scratched his nose. They were taking coffee in the rose garden in the grounds of Julia's hotel. Grant had offered to meet her there to save her walking to his cottage. It was her third morning on the island, and already set to be another blisteringly hot day. He turned up soon after breakfast in his loose white suit and hat, his trouser cuffs stained orange from the walk, and he promptly spilled coffee on the sleeve of his shirt. "This is a very elegant hotel," he said. "Your employer puts you up in style." "It was the only hotel we could find on the island," said Julia. "Is there another?" "That's a good question." Grant laughed. "I've never needed one. Now that I come to think of it, there probably isn't." He was gazing distractedly around the garden, whistling to himself. Julia interrupted his thoughts. "Is there anything you can tell me about this story? You said it was a difficult structure to pull off. Why is that?" "Only because the detective is optional in our definition. So if you obfuscate their role too much by making them also the victim, the reader might not realize there was a detective at all. Having the victim come back as a ghost was a way around that. It was worth a shot, at least." He was looking at a bird that was sitting on a statue, a woman holding a vessel of water, carved from a white stone that looked as smooth as chocolate. Julia was watching him. She felt nervous now that everything was moving towards its conclusion. "I think you succeeded," she said, "and I like that it's different from the other stories." She took a folder from her bag and opened it on her lap. She didn't want him to suspect anything. Not yet. "I had a go at reading your research paper again last night." She looked like she hadn't slept. Her eyes were red. "It was more comprehensible now you've explained some of the main points to me, but there was still a lot I couldn't follow." "There's a lot we haven't discussed." "I was particularly interested in the list you give in Section 2, subsection 3. Grant gave her his full attention. "Go on," he said. "May I read it to you?" Grant nodded. "Of course." She looked down at the folder. "Armed with this definition," she read, "we can now set out mathematically the fundamental variations on the classic murder mystery." "Yes," said Grant, closing his eyes. "The permutations of detective fiction." "The cases are as follows," Julia continued, taking a deep breath. "That where the number of suspects is equal to 2. That where there are 3 or more suspects. The aberrant case with infinitely many suspects, which we allow but don't consider worthy of comment. That where the set of killers has a size of 1, a solitary actor. That where the set of killers has a size of 2, partners in crime. That where the set of killers is equal to the entire or almost the entire set of suspects. That where a large share of the suspects, 3 or more, but not all, are killers. That where there is a single victim. That where there are multiple victims. Any case formed by replacing A and B with any combination of suspects, detectives, victims, or killers, except that of suspects and killers which has already been accounted for, in the following. The cases where A and B are disjoint, where A contains B as a strict subset, where A and B are equal, where A and B overlap but neither is contained in the other. Notably, that includes the cases where all detectives are killers, all suspects are victims, all detectives are victims. That where the suspects entirely consist of detectives and victims, and likewise the killers. That where the killers are only those detectives that are not also victims. That where the killers are only those victims that are not also detectives. That where every suspect is both victim and killer. That where every suspect is both detective and killer.
That where every suspect is victim, detective, and killer all in one. Finally, the case where all 4 sets are identical. Suspects, killers, victims, and detectives. And any consistent combination of the above. Grant's eyes were glowing with satisfaction. That makes me nostalgic for my days of doing research, he said. It's an exhausting list. Was it ever your intention to write a story for each one of those permutations? Grant was watching an ant crawl to the tip of a sundial a few yards away from them. There would be far too many, especially when you take that last sentence into account. It was an aspiration, perhaps, but never an intention. And yet you stopped at just 7 stories. Why was that? It took him some time to answer. Nobody was interested in murder mysteries after the war. They became outdated very quickly, next to all that real death. Some of the conventions are out of date, perhaps, but the structure itself is alive and well. He looked doubtful. Do you really believe that? What I mean is that if you read a crime novel now, it's impossible not to wonder how it will end. That emphasis is borrowed from the murder mystery. You might not be wondering specifically which character committed the murder. Maybe that's been clear all along, but you'll still be wondering which of a small, finite set of possible endings the author will commit to. So the structure is still there. Grant was smiling. He sat in silence for a moment. Yes, I think you make a good point. I've never looked at it like that before. But it doesn't disprove my claim that the conventional murder mystery is out of date. I felt that very tangibly towards the middle of the 1940s, and that's why I stopped writing them. It's a shame, said Julia, and she picked up her coffee cup. Did you notice any inconsistencies in this story? He took his own coffee cup and drank the last mouthful of bitter liquid. It was lukewarm. Yes, an easy one this time. Julia shrugged. The whole orphanage burned down when he was a child, but as a teenager he visits the rooms where he'd lived when he was young, so did it burn down or not? I see, said Grant. Yes, I should have spotted that one. Julia put her empty cup down and pointed behind him. Have you ever been up there? She was pointing to a section of the coast just outside the town, where the land rose to a considerable height and a sheer cliff looked down suspiciously at the sea. Yes, he said quietly. I know it well. Julia couldn't take her eyes off it. It looks very dramatic. I have a draft of the introduction in my bag. Perhaps we could walk up there to read it, to make an occasion of it. Grant raised an eyebrow. I'm impressed, he said. When did you find the time to write that? Last night, mostly, after I left you. He whistled in admiration. Then yes, if you like. I haven't been up there in a very long time, but I'm keen to hear what you've written. And the island is worth seeing in its entirety. Good, she said, and packed up her things. Chapter 15. The Final Conversation. Julia Hart looked back as she struggled up the loose hillside. Grant had fallen behind, and for the first time the difference in their ages was apparent, though his excitement was undiminished. She waited for him to catch up, standing slightly off the path. I'm sorry, she said. This didn't look so steep from below.
Grant stopped to wipe his forehead with a handkerchief. "Oh, it's not that bad," he said. "Only the heat makes it so much harder." The corners of his white clothes were circled with sweat. Julia turned back to the path. The hill in front of them led up to the dramatic precipice that they'd seen from the rose garden of her hotel. The top half of it was scattered with small patches of yellowing woodland. "Those trees will give us some shelter," she said. "We can take a break when we reach them." "The last time I did this, I found it easy." Grant was squinting at her outline. "Growing old is a graceless thing, I'm afraid." They started moving again. It didn't take them long to reach the line of slender, questioning trees that marked the start of the brief woodland. The path they were following led them straight through the middle of it. After 30 yards or so, they came to a clearing ringed with swollen rock formations. The light inside was a gaudy yellow and green from the sun shining through the leaves. "A natural amphitheatre," said Grant, stroking one of the rocks. "It's a few years since I last came here." "This island seems to have everything." Grant had regained his energy now that they'd come to a stop. He lifted himself onto a rock and turned to face Julia, his legs dangling over the side. "I fell in love with it the moment I arrived." Julia looked around. She wished they'd brought some water with them or some wine. "I've never been anywhere like it." He took off his hat and fanned himself with it. "I must admit, I was apprehensive of your visit at first. I've lived a simple life for the last few years, but I found it stimulating." He wiped his forehead again and let the damp handkerchief fall heavily to the ground. "I don't think we should go any further," said Julia. "It might be easier to talk here, out of the wind." Grant nodded. "And you have a draft of the introduction for me to hear?" "Yes." She tapped her bag. "But before we discuss that, I think we should make a decision about the title of the book." "The White Murders? Do you think we should change it?" "I won't be the only one to notice the similarity between the White Murder and the White Murders. We should at least decide what we'll say if the question arises." "Then I think we should change it." He tossed his hat from one hand to the other. "How about the Blue Murders?" "It sounds rather seedy." Grant chuckled. "Then do you have a suggestion?" "Perhaps." She took a deep breath. "But I'd still like to know why you called it the White Murders." Grant picked up a twig and started to peel the bark with his fingernails. "I told you. I found it evocative. If it sounds similar to something else, that's just a coincidence." "There are quite a few of those coincidences throughout the book. The White Murder certainly caught your imagination." Grant tore off a leaf and placed it on the rock beside him, a defensive move in a game of chess. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Do you remember the details of the White Murder?" A long period of silence passed. Grant looked like a lizard on his rock, barely moving at all. "Only what you told me the other day." "Then listen." Julia was standing in front of him, like a teacher at a blackboard, with a wall of trees at her back. "The White Murder took place on the 24th of August, 1940. Miss Elizabeth White was murdered on Hampstead Heath. She'd been taking her dog for a walk just before sunset. When she reached the Spaniards Inn, a well-known public house that stands on the edge of the heath at the north end, a man stopped to speak to her.
She was seen by several witnesses talking to a man in a blue suit. The two of them continued onwards together. An hour or so later, she was found in the road outside the Spaniards Inn. She had been strangled. That was at 9:30 at night. Her dog had gone missing and was never seen again. They never found her killer. Grant shook his head. That's all very interesting, but why are you telling me this? Julia continued. It might not seem relevant at first glance. But here we have your stories, 7 of them, each one containing at least one detail that doesn't quite make sense. The first one has a Spanish villa with an impossible layout and an impossible chronology. The second has a scene that ought to take place during the day, but turns out to be set at night at 9:30 exactly. The third has a duplicate man wearing a blue suit whose presence is never explained. The fourth highlights the word white by replacing it everywhere with its opposite. The fifth has a dog that seemingly vanishes. The sixth is filled with descriptions of strangulation, though no one in the story is actually strangled. And the seventh has a resurrected orphanage named for St. Bartholomew, whose feast day happens to be the 24th of August. And all of these stories are brought together under a title, The White Murders. That's quite a lot of coincidences. Grant swallowed audibly. Yes, that is quite a lot. Then do you still deny it? He spent a long time considering the question, seeming to calculate. I don't think that would do me much good. You've got me. Those are all references to the White Murder. There was a pained look on his face. I don't remember doing that. Putting those in, I mean. It seems unlikely that you would forget. It must have been quite a careful, deliberate act to work in that many of them. Yes, perhaps. It must have taken a long time. I don't remember. Julia stared straight through him. Grant, it's becoming increasingly hard to believe what you're telling me. He tapped his heels against the rock. What can I say? A flurry of wind filled the clearing then, and a cloud of dust and leaves seemed to rise from the ground, swirling in circles. The island was suddenly loud. Julia let the noise die down before answering him. I don't expect you to say anything. I don't expect anything at all, because I don't believe that you are the author of these stories. The clearing became quiet again. An amphitheatre with a single person sitting in it is nothing more than an elaborate throne. So Grant sat there in that grand chair, unable to move, as if he was a king caught in checkmate. What a strange thing to say. His voice cracked, and he began to cough. Why would you say a thing like that? It's true, isn't it? You're not the author of these stories. You're not Grant McAllister. You're somebody else entirely. The blood drained from his face. Of course it's not true. Not at all. Why on earth would you think such a thing? Yes, I'm sure you'd like to know. Julia took a step towards him. Well, I'll tell you. I've been suspicious of this situation from the start. I've seen authors embarrassed by their early work, others stubbornly proud of it. But I've never met one so frankly uninvested in it. She started to pace from side to side with one hand held aloft, a finger pointed at the sky. You've explained the mathematics to me at great length, but you've told me almost nothing about the stories themselves, how they came to be written, why you made the decisions you did.
I wrote them a long time ago. There's also the fact that Grant was born and raised in Scotland, but you don't have a Scottish accent. And Grant would be about 10 years older than you appear to be. I grew up close to the border. I look young for my age. Julia stopped in the centre of the clearing. And you fell into my trap. At her use of this word, Grant looked around, as if worried that his life might now be in danger. But the moment of panic passed, and he relaxed again. Julia was watching him, and under her stubborn gaze, he seemed to sink into a kind of stoic resignation. "What did you do?" he asked. It started with that first story. I made a mistake, that's all. When I was reading it out, my head was spinning from the heat. My vision was blurry. I'd ringed the last few lines of the text in red pen to suggest a change of wording, but in fact, I missed them entirely. So I only read out half of the ending, and you didn't even notice. "A few lines, that's nothing." "A few lines," said Julia, "but they changed everything." The story had Megan and Henry arguing over which of them killed their friend Bunny, do you remember? He's lying on a bed upstairs with a knife in his bag. They're trapped in his house on a very hot day trying to decide what to do next. They know that one of them is the murderer, but neither will admit to it. Yes, I remember. Time passes and they make no progress, so they decide to have a drink. Megan takes the glass that Henry gives her, holds on to it for a minute, and then gives it back. Henry drinks from it. A few minutes later, he collapses. It's clear that he's been poisoned, and Megan effectively admits to doing it. You assumed that she was also guilty of murdering Bunny. Yes, said Grant. What is your point? The next few lines contradict that idea. Do you remember what she says to him after he collapses? Grant shook his head. That's the thing about lying, Henry. She stood up and towered over him. Once you start, you can't stop. You have to follow it where it takes you. Megan finished her drink. Well, I can't listen to any more. I know you killed Bunny, and you know that I know. I'll be damned if I let you kill me too. Grant's eyes widened. So she killed Henry in self-defense? Yes, said Julia, because Henry murdered Bunny. I only realised later that I'd missed out those lines, which changed the whole ending, and yet you didn't pick up on it. Could you really have forgotten something so deliberate? His voice rose. After 20 long years, of course I could. Yes, said Julia, I thought so too, so I reserved my judgment. I decided to test you. I'm afraid to say you didn't pass. He closed his eyes. What do you mean? My mistake with that first story gave me an idea. We read the second story that afternoon. It was set in a town by the sea called Evescombe. Grant nodded. Go on. A man called Gordon Foyle is accused of pushing Vanessa Allen from the cliffs, but he claims that it was an accident. All we know for sure is that they passed each other by walking in opposite directions. The detective is a sobering character called Mr. Brown. A bulky man in black, I recall. He finds a lady's scarf coiled in the bushes at the top of the cliffs. It has a boot print on it, the heel of a slim Wellington. And he concludes that she must have been dragged backwards towards her death. Julia nodded. But that's the only bit I changed. That and the ending.
Grant stared at her, his face full of questions. "You changed the ending?" "And a few of the details leading up to it. I did it intentionally this time, when you went for a walk. I sat down with the story and tweaked it slightly. As I said, it was just a test, to see if you'd notice. I was expecting confusion. I was prepared for anger. I thought I could talk my way out of it, and that would have been the end of the matter. But in fact, you didn't notice." "You tricked me!" Grant threw his hat down in protest. "And I've been helping you. I've been kind to you." "You've been lying to me." "I'm old. I forget things. Can you really hold that against me?" "You're not that old," said Julia, picking up the hat and handing it back to him. Grant sighed. He sounded both intrigued and nervous. "Then how did it end? Originally?" "So anyway," said Inspector Wilde, "let me enlighten you." He struck a match and was about to light another cigarette when Mr. Brown leaned across and flicked the match from his fingers. It smouldered on the red carpet, leaving a black mark that looked like a drop of spilled ink. "Wait just one moment," said Mr. Brown. "I don't want to give you the satisfaction when I already know what happened." Inspector Wilde lifted his eyebrows. "You can't possibly know. We agreed there was no evidence." "Well, I found some," said Mr. Brown. "Enough to give me a good idea, at least." His friend looked at him suspiciously. "Let's have it, then." The ruddy old man sat back in his chair. "I present to you the victim's scarf." And here Mr. Brown took the folded square of white-stained material from his jacket pocket and handed it to the inspector, who spread it open on the table. "Where did you find this?" "It was caught in a heather bush. Your colleagues must have missed it." "And what is it supposed to tell us exactly?" "Here, you'll see, is a footprint from a Wellington boot. Wide, in a man's size. I checked it against the prints on a half-page of newspaper in the victim's cottage, and it wasn't hers. You'll be able to tell me, no doubt, that Mr. Foyle was wearing Wellington boots that morning." Inspector Wilde nodded. "He still had them on when we arrested him." "Very good," said Mr. Brown. "Then answer me this. How can a man step on a woman's scarf while both are walking past each other? On a windy day, the ends of it would be up in the air. Not that it's really long enough to trail along the ground anyway." Inspector Wilde was intrigued. "Go on." "The question put a certain image in my mind. Picture Gordon Foyle standing above Mrs. Allen, his foot level with her head as she dangles from the cliff, with his boot inadvertently placed on her scarf." "Then you think he's guilty?" "No." Mr. Brown touched his fingertips together. "I think he's innocent. If he'd pushed her from the cliffs, she certainly wouldn't have ended up in that position. She'd have gone head first. But if she'd lost her footing and slipped, she might have caught hold of the edge of the cliff, leaving her scarf trailing over the lip of it, there for him to tread on." "Well, what else do we have to explain? The place where the heather was disturbed. Let's assume he's being honest about that. He saw her fall a few yards ahead of him and pushed through the heather to the edge of the cliff. From there, he could see her hanging on, so he ran back to the path and around to the spot where she'd fallen. Does that fit with everything we know so far?" Inspector Wilde looked slightly bemused. "I suppose so." He looks over the edge and sees her there. His first instinct is to help her, of course. But then he thinks again. He doesn't really want her to survive, all things considered. So he stands there and watches her struggle for a few minutes until her bloody hands become slippery and twisted and she has to let go, landing fatally a few moments later. The scarf unravels as she falls and blows into a bush. He probably doesn't even notice it. Mr. Brown took up his drink. "Well, Inspector, now you can enlighten me." Inspector Wilde gave his friend a wry smile. "What can I say? It seems like you got a lot of that from guesswork. But you're exactly right. The wife of the man with the boat saw just what you described. Gordon Foyle is innocent, in the most unpleasant sense of the word." "I can't disagree with that." "Well then, he'll walk free." The inspector nodded. "Most likely, though I doubt the daughter will want him back." Mr. Brown shook his head in sympathy, and it was as if his tired, wavering face was a marionette suspended on strings from his skull. "The poor girl. First her mother dies, and now she finds out that the man she loves watched it happen and didn't try to help." He thought of her words, "I don't know what I'd do if they hanged him." And he smiled at the irony. The more difficult question was, what would she do when they didn't? "Death is always messy," said Inspector Wilde, "but our duty is to the law and nothing else." The two men lifted their glasses in a half-hearted toast, then faded back into their armchairs. Grant snorted. "That's very clever, but it proves nothing. Most of the story was left unchanged. Are you surprised I didn't notice the difference?" "I'd only just met you," said Julia. "I wasn't looking for proof that you were lying. I was hoping to be proved wrong." "Then you admit it's not conclusive?" "No, of course it's not. But I didn't stop there." Grant snapped his twig in half. "Then there's more?" Julia nodded. "That first test was too subtle to prove anything, but it didn't dispel my doubts either. I knew that I had to test you again, using the next story." Grant moaned, but he couldn't disguise his interest. "That was the ugly one, with the two detectives and the body in the bathtub." "That's right, the one you found distasteful. I apologize for that. I sat down that afternoon and rewrote it substantially." "What did you do?" "Remember, the story is set in a square called Colchester Gardens, in a tall white terraced house where Alice Cavendish lives with her family, the cook and their maid. A man in a blue suit is seen outside the house one morning talking to her sister. Alice takes a bath that afternoon, and somebody steps in and drowns her. Then those two detectives turn up to investigate. Laurie and Bulmer, with their brutal methods. They question the maid, the mother and the father, then a young man called Richard Parker, and finally the man in blue. They all have alibis, except for the unfortunate soul in the blue suit. Bulmer tortures him until he confesses, then he hangs himself. A happy ending all round. And that's when we learn that Inspector Laurie is himself the murderer. The poor man in blue has been framed. And that was all down to you. Julia bent forward in a very slight bow. Yes, that's right. Then what is the real ending? Sergeant Bulmer smoked a cigarette and then stepped back inside the cell. This time he carried a razor blade. Michael Percy Christopher was lying on the floor in the shape of a puddle, breathing through his mouth. His slight moustache was matted with blood. Bulmer towered above him. At that moment the lights in the room went out. Bulmer froze, his thumb pressed against the flat, cold back of the razor blade.
Power's out again, he muttered, speaking to his partner who was standing outside. That part of the building was always having problems. He waited for over a minute, but the lights didn't return. Bulmer felt all alone in the darkness. The shadow at his feet had already ceased to exist. Then its thin voice spoke to him.
Please, I'm ready to talk.
You're ready to confess?
The sound of a head being shaken. It wasn't me. I didn't kill her. I'm a detective, like you.
Bulmer sighed. He had no desire to listen, but what else could he do to pass the time? You're not with the police?
No, a private investigator.
Your card says theatrical agent.
That's my cover. My clients like me to be discreet.
Bulmer grunted. Well, what's your story? He heard the man lift himself onto his knees.
I'm known for settling blackmail cases. There's a lot of it in the theatre. Ask around in the right circles. My name will come up. 2 men came to see me one day. Their names were Richard Parker and Andrew Sullivan. Alice Cavendish was blackmailing both of them.
The love interest and the childhood sweetheart. Why? Asked Bulmer. He spoke without looking down. If the lights had been on, he'd have had this man against the wall. With what?
She'd wanted Parker to marry her. They'd met once. He'd been drunk and had told her too much about his time in the war. He'd gone out to France with a cousin of his. He'd seen to it that only one of them came back. Well, Alice was the kind of young girl that could get a man to open his mouth once he'd had a drink or two. So he confessed everything, and the next day she demanded they get married. It was a good match for her, but not so much for him.
And Sullivan?
They used to be close. She caught him in a compromising situation once. He's a man of unnatural tastes, let's say. With him, it was purely for money.
I don't believe you.
She was that kind of girl. Entitled, emancipated. You see that a lot when you work in the theatre.
So how do Sullivan and Parker know each other? The 2 of them are friends?
Bulmer wondered why Inspector Lorry wasn't intervening. He must have been listening somewhere in the darkness. Not quite. Alice got sloppy. They'd leave their messages to her in the park outside her house in one of the trees there. The spot where Bulmer had found the old letter from Richard Parker. But she used the same place for both of them. One day they ran into each other there and started talking. That's how the whole plot began.
What did they do?
They came to me for help. The way to settle a blackmail case is to turn it back on the blackmailer. That's what I told them. If you can find out where they're vulnerable, that's usually enough. So I looked around. I asked some questions. It turned out there were other victims. The maid, for one.
Elise.
Bulmer couldn't see the man nodding, but assumed he was doing so. She'd stolen jewellery from Alice's mother. Alice found out and threatened to have her dismissed. In that case, she didn't even ask for anything. She just enjoyed the power. The father, too.
Alice's father.
Stepfather, in fact. Elise told me all about it. Alice had threatened to tell her mother that he'd made advances at her if he didn't do what she said.
Stepfather. Bulmer sighed. And then what?
I took all 4 of them on as clients, and I set up the meeting in Alice's house. She didn't know it was going to happen, of course, but she was just a spoilt young girl with a strong sense of entitlement. I thought if they confronted her together, she would back down. I brought the two men to the square, sent Andrew Sullivan to get her stepfather from his office, and waited for the cook to leave. Then I knocked on the door. Elise answered it. She had her fiancé with her, the man who owns the greengrocer's shop. She told me Alice was bathing. That was a stroke of luck, I thought. It would make her more vulnerable. So I sent them all inside, all 5 of them. They went up the stairs to confront her. His voice turned quiet. I don't know what happened after that. The lights flashed on, just for a second. Bulmer saw Laurie standing outside the cell, his hands around the bars, that half-smile on his face again. Bulmer didn't bother to look down at the man in blue before the darkness came back. So you're an accomplice? I didn't know they were going to kill her. I told them to talk to her. Bulmer thought back through their alibis. It seemed like he was seeing them from another angle now, and each one was false, like a wooden stage set. For Elise, her alibi had been her fiancé, but he'd been involved in the murder as well. With Mr. Cavendish and Richard Parker, it had seemed from the state of their hands that they couldn't have committed the crime. But with 3 other pairs of hands, it would have been no trouble at all. And why hadn't her mother told them that Mr. Cavendish was only the girl's stepfather? Andrew Sullivan had appeared to be out of the country, but they hadn't checked. He would only need to hide out in a London hotel for a few weeks with his mother. They held her underwater then. All of them. Something came to him out of the darkness. He spoke again. If you'd known they were going to kill her, you would never have left your card at the scene. Deduction. The detective's art form. Bulmer had got it at last. He grinned in the pitch black. Yes, yes. The voice came from directly below, and he felt a pair of hands wrap around his shoes. A warm, pleading cheek pressed against his left calf. It felt as if someone was trying to iron his trousers. Please, believe me. The lights came back on, brighter than before. They seemed to impose a silence on the room. Laurie had managed to enter the cell without being heard. He was standing a few steps from Bulmer now, looking disdainfully at the supplicant on the floor. Bulmer kicked the man loose and turned to his partner. Did you hear all that? Laurie nodded. It makes a certain amount of sense. What do we do then? Asked Bulmer. Arrest the 5 of them. We have no evidence, said Laurie. This man's testimony won't hold up in court, not against 5. Then what? We have plenty of evidence against Mr. Christopher here. It's best for all concerned if the case is closed as soon as possible. Do you understand me? Yes, said Bulmer. He sighed and lifted Michael Christopher up by the armpits. Good, said Laurie. Make sure it looks like suicide. The man in blue started to howl. Bulmer hooked a gloved finger through one of his nostrils and held the man's jaw shut with his thumb. Quiet, he said. Laurie turned to leave. He placed a final hand on his partner's shoulder. He's not innocent, you know. He arranged the whole thing. Bulmer grunted, then tore off Mr. Christopher's blue suit jacket and tied one arm of it around the man's long neck. And the damn fool confessed to it, too. Grant had his excuses ready. I think I blocked that one from my memory. Julia didn't answer him directly. The case where all of the suspects turn out to be killers. I see that, said Grant. Then it's the same as the 4th story. Yes, she said, the one with the fire and the party full of actors. Of course, that one was originally something quite different. Grant looked defeated. You changed that one as well. I had to be careful. I'd worked out this plan of changing the endings, but I was still bound by certain constraints. After all, the stories derive from the mathematical work. I could only change them in ways that were consistent with that, otherwise the whole thing would have fallen apart. You had to stick to the rules so that I would incriminate myself. I had to keep you talking, so inventing a whole new ending was never an option. Instead, I simply switched the endings to the third and fourth stories. Grant couldn't help but smile. That is very clever. Then the fourth story. It originally had the ending I gave to the third. It starts with a party in a restaurant. A nearby department store is on fire. Helen Garrick is asked to look after the crime scene until the police arrive. She examines the body. The host has been beaten to death with a hammer. In a toilet, locked from the inside. The other guests at the party are all actors. Each tells Helen their own tall story until the whole scene is mired in chaos and confusion. Time passes and the police don't show up. The suspects grow restless. And the perceptive reader will have noticed that if Helen was downstairs when the murder was happening, she should also be considered a suspect. And that's the ending that I gave to the previous story. The detective did it. Helen interrupted proceedings by toppling the bottle of red wine onto the floor. It landed with a concussive smash, leaving a stain not unlike the one in the toilet, all thin blood and fragments of glass. "I'm sorry," she said, "but I've sat and listened to your theories all evening. I don't want to hear any more." If there was any doubt that she'd knocked the wine to the floor on purpose, she dispelled it by nudging a wine glass over the edge with her fingertips. She sat in an island of smashed glass. "I don't believe we've met." James approached her and offered his hand. "I'm James." "My name is Helen. I'm supposed to be in charge here." "Ignore her," said Griff. "She's drunk. A friend of the restaurant manager, I think." "Well, why not?" asked Helen. "The world is ending outside. Who wouldn't want to drink under the circumstances?" "Finally," said Scarlett, taking her coat from behind the door, "I think we have permission to leave." "I wouldn't if I were you." Helen kicked some of the smashed glass towards the door, like a child playing in a puddle. "You'll miss all the fun." Andrew Carter stepped in front of his sister, Vanessa. "What are you up to? Have you gone mad?" Griff peered at Helen's pupils. "You're gone," he said. "You ought to lie down." "But don't you want to hear my confession?" Helen got to her feet, then climbed on top of her chair. "You've been trapped in this room with me for several hours now, and not one of you has thought to ask me why I was at this restaurant by myself when I live more than 20 miles away. Nobody has asked me why I volunteered to keep watch on this crime scene when my last train home leaves in a few hours. Didn't that strike you as a little suspicious?" The 6 faces looked blankly at one another. "Did it not occur to any of you that it might have been me that killed him? You could at least have shown a little bit of gratitude." A gasp filled the room. Somebody at the back of the circle dropped a glass in shock. With the sun in decline and the windows almost black with smoke, she was speaking to an audience of blurred silhouettes. "I've spent the last hour or so searching for a way to explain this crime, something I could give to the restaurant manager to divert attention away from myself." She thought of demon dogs, figures crouched on rooftops, vast conspiracies. None of them seemed any good. So I've patiently listened to everything you've had to say. It's been like an afternoon in school. Stories of Harry's womanizing, of being paid to pose as his bride. Well, I can't take it any more. Then you murdered him, said Vanessa. But why? Who are you? Helen sat down and put her head in her hands. Why didn't she save this for a cosy conversation with a police detective over a cup of tea? But she was too drunk to stop. Oh, just Helen. Helen Rhonda Garrick, one of Harry's women, like the rest of you. I'd heard he was having a party. He didn't want me to come, of course. So I booked a table downstairs. I came up here between courses and saw you all looking out of the window. That was a stroke of luck. Harry wasn't with you. Then I heard a flush and he emerged from the lavatory. The men's, of course, in the corridor outside. He wasn't pleased to see me, but I followed him into the room and ushered him into the women's toilet without any of you turning around. I told him I wanted to speak to him in private. Well, you can imagine what happened next. Do tell us, said James, who hadn't seen the state of the body and was captivated by Helen's performance. She blushed. I dropped my bag on the floor. Harry, always the gentleman, bent down to pick it up. I pulled the hammer from my sleeve and struck him on the back of the head, just once, and he fell like an ice cube out of a tray. It was incredibly satisfying, that first hit. After 6 or 7 more, his head was a bloody mess. Vanessa fainted into her brother's arms. Scarlett turned to Griff and raised her eyebrows. Wendy stepped forward. I knew it was you. The woman that Harry wanted to get rid of. You're the reason he asked me here. Yes, quite probably. It didn't work out, though, did it? The noise of the fire and the commotion outside covered the sound of the killing. Then I smashed the window and moved the pieces of glass inside. I climbed out through the frame, scratching my thigh on a shard of glass, then went across the roof and down the fire escape, leaving the toilet door locked behind me. Then I went back into the restaurant and sat down, just in time for my second course. Scarlett sounded unimpressed. Why are you telling us all this? Helen put her head in her hands. Because I want to confess. I thought I could do this, but I can't. The guilt, it's too much. She closed her eyes and saw the sisters standing around her in a circle, the same disapproving glare on each of their faces. Not about Harry, you understand. I feel no guilt about that. He deserved to die for the way he treated me. Don't be absurd, said Griff. Andrew shook his head. But the women of the group simply looked at one another. Wendy spoke for all of them. Then what is it you feel guilty about? Helen sobbed. She could feel the machinery of judgment that she'd grown up with finally taking hold of her. I needed a diversion, something to keep everyone occupied while I killed him. She took a deep breath. It was me that started the fire in the department store. At that moment, there was a loud thump on the door. It creaked open. The restaurant manager's head appeared, with a grin on his impish face. I am sorry to disturb you, but we have been told we must evacuate the building immediately. He disappeared down the stairs. Helen turned back to face her confessors. They stared at her, too shocked to speak. James broke the silence. Well, what a strange day this has been. He picked up his hat and coat. You're insane. Vanessa was in tears, propped up by her brother. Griff and Scarlett looked appalled. None of them spoke to Helen as they filed out of the room. He really was an awful man, she said to Wendy, the last of them to leave. My intentions were good, at least. Wendy departed, and Helen was alone. Her hands were shaking with alcohol and adrenaline. She picked herself up, put on her coat, and left. The restaurant was eerily empty as she passed down the stairs and out of the door. She helped herself to a half-finished glass of wine. Courage, she thought. Then she walked along the street and stepped into the burning building. She felt the heat wash her clean, 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 clean. That fourth story took a lot of work. On the first afternoon while you were sleeping, I was writing as feverishly as I could manage, and again that evening after our meal. Grant narrowed his eyes. Is there more, then? I gave you yet another chance to prove your innocence with the fifth story. I rewrote the ending to that one yesterday before lunch, working in the bright sun until the backs of my hands burned. What did you change this time? The story has a man and his wife exploring an island, finding all of its occupants dead. Charles and Sarah, I remember. There were 10 people on the island, including 2 servants. They were all invited there for different reasons by a mysterious man named Unwin. But when they arrived, Unwin was nowhere to be found. The point of the story was that all the suspects were victims, so it was easy to switch the killer from one victim to another. That's how I ended up with Stubbs as the culprit. Grant closed his eyes. But originally it was someone else. They went back downstairs to the lounge covered in ash and fragments of wood. The chronology is fairly easy to establish, said Sarah. But let's be explicit about it, and the rest should fall into place. The first day is for arrivals. Then there are all the accusations over dinner, and the first death, the woman who swallowed her fork. I imagine they retire early, too shaken to spend an evening talking to strangers. Shock can be exhausting, said Charles. Meanwhile, 2 of the guests are poisoning themselves with candles. The 5 remaining guests wake up the next morning and make their way down here. The servants are missing, and so are the 2 guests. They search the rooms and then the island, finding the 4 bodies. That's when things must have broken down. Half of the inhabitants had been found dead already, but they discover no one else on the island, so they know that one of the 5 of them must be up to something. Rather than trying to find safety in numbers, they gather supplies and lock themselves in their rooms. Do you follow me so far? Charles nodded eagerly. At some point, the 2 ladies leave their rooms and move their stash of supplies to the study next door. But why? That's not exactly clear to me yet. At the same time, one man is being boiled in his bath and another is slowly bleeding to death inside his bed. Both are behind locked doors. The man on the grass outside is the only other person alive at this point. Then how did the 2 ladies die? Sarah walked to the mantel and pulled out a loose brick. When this is pushed in, it opens a hatch at the back of the chimney and smoke pours through a hole into the room next door. The door to that room has no lock, but it locks whenever the window is open. And the window is too small to climb through, so if anyone is being asphyxiated by the smoke, the only way they can save themselves is by closing the window. It's sickening. Charles shook his head. Then the man lying outside was the killer. He's the only one left. Let me think about that for a moment. Sarah sat down in one of the plush armchairs and began applying pressure to her forehead to induce concentration, this time with the base of her palm. Charles stared at her, slightly repulsed. "No," she said. "He wasn't the killer. His death is the hardest to explain, but that's because there is so little of the mechanism left. We found his body by the place where the boats are usually tied up. How do you induce a man about to take a trip by boat to put a wire around his own neck?" Charles had no answer for her. By handing him a life jacket with a wire in the lining. All it would take is some cardboard and cheap fabric. It goes over the head, then the wire is around the man's neck and the weight is released. Then if he wasn't the murderer, who was? If one of the 10 was the killer, they must have killed themselves afterwards. Whose death looks the most like suicide? Charles shrugged. Stubbs, I suppose. And surely the complexity of these crimes mean they would have required 2 people working together. Who might have had an accomplice? Charles gasped. Stubbs and his wife, you mean? Almost, but not quite. Stubbs would make perfect sense as the culprit, except he'd never have had the money to pull off something like this. Then who? Who else? When the motive for a crime is to pass judgment, look for the most judgmental. That old lady in there, Mrs. Tranter, she killed the lot of them with the help of her companion, Sophia. Charles shook his head. But how? I won't forgive myself for missing it, said Sarah. The one thing that seemed to have no explanation. Why did they leave the security of their locked bedrooms for that meagre study next door? I don't know. No, it makes no sense, unless they knew that they would be safe walking around the house, and then later, much later, they went to that room to die. But smoke inhalation is no way to kill yourself. It's not, and that's not how they died. They must have taken something when all the killing was done with, arsenic or something similar. They lit the fire and lay down in that room so that the smoke would mask the smell, burying their secret alongside them. But what was their motive? Sarah thought about it. I think Mrs. Tranter was dying. There was coughing at night, and we found a napkin under her handbag on the dining table. It was spotted with blood. What if she decided to take some others along with her? People guilty of unpunished crimes. She must have persuaded her companion to help or coerced her in some other way. But only someone steeped in gossip would know so many secrets. She was a devout, austere woman. Remember the Bible we found by their bodies? There was a bottle of pills beside it. Whether she saw her mission as justice or revenge, I can't say. Charles was almost too shocked to speak. I don't believe it. Could a woman really be so evil? Sarah gave him a look of sympathy. That's a lesson you'll have to learn one day, Charles. Then I did the same with the 6th story, said Julia. That was the one we read last night, where the matriarch of a country house was smothered in her bed for the sake of some diamonds. The main structural feature of that story was that roughly half the suspects turned out to be killers. Yes, said Grant, I can see where this is going. That's the same structure it had originally, only I switched the halves. Grant laughed, his laughter full of despair. That's very fine work indeed. I told you the ending was effectively arbitrary, and you put my words into practice. In that story, a young woman called Lily Mortimer visits Dr. Lamb. She is hoping to solve her grandmother's murder, which happened 6 years earlier. The 2 of them discuss their memories of the incident. There are 9 suspects, each with their own alibis. Lily, who was a child at the time, was playing with her cousin William. Her sister Violet was asleep on the sofa. Her uncle Matthew was walking to the train station to meet the victim's sister, Dorothea. The other suspects are Dr. Lamb, Matthew's wife Lauren, the gardener Raymond, and a local man with a romantic interest in Violet called Ben. And the doctor, his mistress, William, and Ben turned out to be the killers. But the real ending was the opposite. Dr. Lamb had a view of the twilight in 2 rectangles. He was looking out of the window through his glasses. He'd written her name and nothing else. Dearest Lily. Then sadness had consumed him. He felt like he would be destroying something inside her by writing this letter. But the truth had to be told. 5 years ago, you came to me with questions about your grandmother's murder. I did not tell you everything I knew at that time, for reasons that will become clear. You were an impressive young woman, and I hope the intervening years have served you well. He was delaying the moment of revelation, and he knew it. At that meeting, you led me to confess to one of my biggest sins, my affair with your Aunt Lauren. But I must tell you about a time 5 years before that, when I myself played the role of confessor. He'd been walking past the War Memorial one autumn day when Violet Mortimer had called out to him, "Dr. Lamb, do you have a moment?" He'd stopped and turned towards her. "Violet, what's the matter? You look like you haven't slept." The young woman burst into tears. "It's Agnes," she said. "I need to tell someone. I need to tell someone everything. Oh, Dr. Lamb, I need to confess." "So you see," wrote the doctor, "Violet told me the whole truth of the matter. And that's what makes this letter so painful to write, Lily. It was your own family that murdered your grandmother. Your own family that smothered her, squashed her, almost, like an insect in her bed." It had started with Dorothea and Matthew. The first time Dorothea had visited her sister after the stroke, she'd taken her nephew to one side and told him about the diamonds. "I've always known she still had them, but she won't tell me where they are. What if she dies and takes the secret with her to the grave?" Matthew was appalled at the idea of so much wealth going to waste. "Don't worry, Auntie. We'll persuade her. They're my rightful inheritance." He looked up and swore at the ceiling. "This house isn't human after all. She's no right to bequeath them to it." But his confidence was misplaced. When Agnes was visited that afternoon by her sister and her son, the dinner tray balanced awkwardly between them. She was feeling weak and dizzy, and their talk of diamonds made her angry. "You're no better than thieves," she whispered, spitting her glass of milk over the pillow in protest. "I'm not dead yet, you know, and all you care about is my money." Matthew took Dorothea to one side later that day. "Help me to get those diamonds, Auntie Dot, before she goes. I'll share them with you, half and half, but I must have them." Dorothea smiled. "The only thing I ask is that you take care of me in my old age." "Of course." Matthew took her wrist. It was close enough to shaking hands on the deal. They made their second attempt a few weeks later. Dorothea came to the village and pressed a sedative into Matthew's hand. "When you get to my age, the doctor will prescribe you anything." He'd slipped it into Agnes's tea and spent the evening searching her room, but to no avail. "I'm sorry, Auntie. I've let you down." "Next time," said Dorothea. "They have to be somewhere." Soon after that, they made their third attempt. Matthew went to meet his aunt at the station. Dorothea took his hand as she lowered herself from the train. "This time we'll succeed," she said, a knowing smile splitting her wide face. She told him her plan as they walked through the fields. "Violet was always Agnes's favourite. She will tell Violet where they are." Matthew nodded. It might work. When they got to the house, they found Violet asleep on a couch. Dorothea woke her and told her about the diamonds and what she must do. "Otherwise they will be lost forever. A small fortune taken from this family and given to nobody." Matthew's attempts to look earnest hardly helped, as he nodded along with a glint in his eye. But Violet saw the sense in what they were saying. "But why do I have to do it?" "You're the only one she trusts." "All the more reason for it not to be me," thought Violet. "I want to talk it over with Raymond." "What on earth for?" Matthew was aghast. His niece and the gardener were too close as it was. Raymond was married. A scandal in the family would be no good for any of them. "It has nothing to do with him. He's just the gardener." Violet was insistent. "He's my friend." But as it happened, Raymond advised her to do as her uncle suggested. "It's your inheritance too," he said. "You have a right to it." So the four of them, Matthew, Dorothea, Violet and Raymond, met outside Agnes's room late that morning. Violet looked up at the three faces, each expecting so much of her. She was terrified. She stepped into the room alone. Agnes was awake. The old woman smiled sweetly. "Violet, dear, what a nice surprise." "I've come to collect your breakfast things." She sat down on the edge of the bed and picked up the tray. "And I wanted to ask you something about the diamonds Grandpa gave you." As soon as she said the word, Agnes sprang forward and grabbed hold of her granddaughter's wrist. The breakfast tray fell to the floor. "You too?" The old woman was hysterical. "It was you that tried to kill me. You that put something in my drink. You and Matthew and my sister." Violet screamed. Raymond ran into the room, followed by the other two. He pulled Agnes from her. Agnes looked at the four of them. "All of you! Thieves! Nothing more! I shall have you taken out of my will." She turned to Raymond. "And you can find employment elsewhere immediately." The gardener shrugged. He picked up a knife from the floor where it had fallen from the breakfast tray, then leaned across the bed and held it to Agnes's eye. "Where are the diamonds, you old witch? I'm fed up with the way you treat me." Agnes whimpered. She waited for the others to step forward and help her, but none of them did. Then she raised a fragile finger and pointed at the window. "In the frame, on the left." Matthew checked the place she'd indicated. "They're here," he said. "Good," said Raymond, stepping away from the bed. Agnes turned to her granddaughter and sister, who were standing quietly at the side of the room. "You'll burn in hell for this, both of you." Raymond took a pile of blankets from the nearby chest of drawers and threw them over the bedridden woman. "Come on," he said. "We can't leave her alive." Agnes screamed when she heard this. Violet gasped in shock. Her grandmother's fragile shape wriggled frantically under the blankets. Raymond climbed on top of the squirming pile and put his weight on her shoulders. "Come on," he said. "All of you." "We must," said Matthew. "There's no choice now." He ushered the two women towards the bed, taking their hands. The three of them fell onto the pile of blankets and closed their eyes, holding firm until eventually the movement beneath them stopped. and there was no further sound. Violet spoke softly. "Do you think she's all right?" But nobody answered her. "Look," said Matthew. He opened the canvas pouch he'd taken from the window and poured the contents into his hand. Diamonds fell through his fingers. "It's a fortune." "And so," wrote Dr. Lamb as the light in his room grew dim, "it didn't feel like they were committing murder at all, or so Violet told me. They split the diamonds 4 ways. They hadn't planned to include Raymond, but the circumstances had changed. Dorothea crept out of the house and returned an hour later, making sure she was seen by Lauren. Matthew hung around downstairs, and Violet went back to her couch. Raymond returned to his leaves. And that was that. Dorothea was sure someone else must have known about the diamonds, so she raised them herself to deflect suspicion. The rest was just a pantomime. Of course, Violet couldn't keep her composure for long after that, and soon she was racked with guilt. She could no longer look at Raymond, let alone be friends with him. So she came and confessed everything to me. I believe she married Ben as a kind of penance. He was obsessed with her, always watching her through his binoculars. Raymond took it terribly and moved away. Later, he tried to sell his share of the jewels in some ghastly slum. He was stabbed and killed in the process. Dorothea died before she saw any of her fortune. Matthew was content with inheriting the house and went back to his quiet life. I don't know what he did with his diamonds. It's true, then, that crime doesn't pay. There's a lesson for us all. Dr. Lamb massaged his hand. He'd covered 4 pages already. He wanted to get it all down before dark. He picked up the pen again. "Lily, it pains me to tell you this horrid truth." He sighed, wondering if he really cared. So close to death himself, he still found it a struggle to speak honestly. "I've been protecting you for a long time now. We've all been protecting you. Lauren knew too, of course. I told her about it, and Violet confessed everything to Ben. But we all decided it would hurt you too much if you knew. That's why we kept it from the police. Even young William worked it out when he found that diamond ring in one of Matthew's pockets. Maybe he would have told you the truth if Raymond hadn't taken him away. Well, you're old enough now to make your own decisions. You must do what you feel is right." He'd wanted to end the letter on something hopeful. That would have to suffice. Yours, Dr. Godwin Lamb. He put the pen down and stared sadly at the darkness outside. Then he began to cough. He coughed for several minutes. Then he went to the bathroom, leaving a dot of bright red blood by his signature. "So there you have it," said Julia. "Once again, you failed to notice that the ending had changed." Grant avoided her eyes. "My memory is much worse than I've made out." "And that takes us up to last night." Julia was talking to the side of his head. "I went back to my hotel, sure that my hunch was correct. We'd read 6 stories, all of them with their endings changed, some of them substantially, and you hadn't noticed a single one. 20 years is a long time, but you should have remembered one of them. At least one, I was sure of that. You must have had a favourite. Still, I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt. We only had 1 story left. I would try one final test." Grant turned back to her.
What did you do?
It didn't seem like enough just to change the ending again, so instead I threw out the original story altogether and wrote an entirely new one to replace it. I went through your research paper, The Permutations of Detective Fiction, and picked out one of the structures described there. Then I wrote it up as a story of my own. I was awake almost all of the night working on it. By this morning, I had a completely new story, and yet still you claimed it as your own. The one we read an hour or two ago. Julia nodded. Lionel Moon, the dead detective. I wrote that story myself.
Then what was the story it replaced?
It was a short one, said Julia. It had 2 detectives, both men, both well-known amateurs. They are investigating strange goings-on in a supposedly haunted building, an abandoned orphanage called St. Bartholomew's.
What are their names?
Eustace Aaron and Lionel Benedict. They cannot agree on the existence of the supernatural, so they make a pact to spend the night in the attic. That should settle the matter. So they set up their camp beds and wait for the sun to set, drinking cocoa made on a portable stove. The building is derelict. After a while, they both begin to smell smoke. They realize that there is a crack in the wall leading through to the chimney, and someone has lit a fire downstairs. The room is gradually filling with smoke. They try to leave, but discover that the door is locked and the key has vanished. They stay calm and assume that the fire will burn itself out. They smash the window, they shout for help, but the orphanage is deep in the countryside.
Then how does it end?
Lionel Benedict stood at the window. He could feel the cloud of smoke building behind him.
It's not enough,
he said, looking at the hole in the glass. It was about the size of a fist. The window's diagonal was about the length of his forearm. He punched out the rest of the glass, cutting his knuckles.
It's still not enough.
He turned to his companion.
Aren't you interested? We might die here.
Eustace Aaron was looking in the mirror of a splendid blue vanity table, the only piece of furniture in the smoky room beside the camp beds that they'd brought with them. It was either old and impractical or built for a child. He had to lean down to see his face in it. I'm ahead of you, Lionel. We're going to die here. It's inevitable now. The smoke is building up. I'm trying to come to terms with it. Lionel watched as his younger counterpart studied his own features, the fearsome eyes and sharp teeth, as if they somehow summarized the life he had lived. He turned to the crack in the wall. It reached from the floor to the ceiling with numerous branches. A tree in winter. Smoke was seeping from every inch of it, and there was no way they could block or cover the whole thing. Lionel closed his eyes. The thought of his death terrified him.
There's a locked drawer here,
Eustace said over his shoulder.
A locked drawer in an abandoned house. That'll be our last mystery. Will you help me to solve it?
Lionel walked over to his companion, and together they kicked at the dressing table until it leaned awkwardly to one side and the drawer could be manoeuvred out of it. Inside was a dark blue cardboard box.
Maybe it's a key, said Lionel.
Eustace shook his head, feeling the contents rattle softly as he picked it up. Chocolates, he said, and he lifted the lid to confirm his hypothesis. They had paled with the passing of time, but each one was in the shape of a fruit, and the fact that they hadn't shrunk or dried out seemed to make them look obscenely, lusciously turgid in their individual compartments. Would you like one?
They must be 20 years old.
Lionel's face showed his repulsion, and Eustace put the box down on the dressing table, picking out one for himself.
I shouldn't, said Lionel. "It might make you ill."
Eustace laughed, as if Lionel had made a joke. He bit the chocolate in half. Lionel watched him eat, expecting some kind of comment. When none came, he spoke wearily, as if to fill the silence.
"Eustace, I have to tell you, it was me that lit the fire downstairs. I was hoping to force us out so we couldn't finish our investigation. I thought it would add to the mystery. Someone must have seen me do it and taken the opportunity to lock us inside. Someone who wanted us dead."
"I know who tried to kill us," said Eustace, swallowing the last of the chocolate. "I've already worked it out." Even though he was about to die, Lionel Benedict couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. He turned away from his friend and examined the chocolates, wondering if there was a clue on the box. Even at arm's length, its colour was dulled by the smoke. He found nothing. Then, reluctantly, he took one of the chocolates and bit into it. The inside tasted of sour cherries.
"You still don't believe in ghosts?" he asked.
Lionel was trying to distract his friend to give himself time to solve the case. "No, I don't. Do you, Lionel? Even after this?" Eustace gave him an ironic smile. "You're not convinced now that life is meaningless and cruel?" Lionel walked over to the window and spat the chocolate out through the stream of smoke. He watched the grey clouds that were taking shape outside the window.
"Now more than ever."
"Of course," Eustace shrugged. "You're hoping to come back as one." Lionel shook his head. He searched his pockets and found a publicity photograph of himself. He kept it there in case he was ever asked for one. He closed his eyes and let it drop from the window, an attempt to preserve a small fragment of himself. The fresh air widened his lungs, and when he next inhaled, he took a mouthful of smoke deep into his chest. He started to cough. He stumbled to Eustace's side.
"My head is light. I can't think. Tell me who it was. Who locked us in here to die?"
"It was me." The other man shrugged. "I wanted to make sure we stayed here the whole night, to settle the case forever. So I locked the door and got rid of the key. We'll be rescued in the morning."
"We'll be dead by then."
"Yes, from smoke inhalation. I didn't know that you'd lit the fire downstairs when I locked us in. That was unfortunate."
"What happened to the key?"
Lionel took the other man by the lapels. "It's gone," said Eustace. "I kicked it under the gap in the door. It's no more than 4 yards away from us, but we can't get at it." He smiled, as if this was funny. Lionel went over to the door and put his head against the ground. He could see the key resting on the second of several steps that led down from the attic. Eustace was right. It was out of reach. He shook the door once again, but found it as huge and immovable as before. It was made of both metal and wood.
"You fool," said Lionel, getting to his feet. "You did this to us."
Eustace reached back and touched the slanted mirror of the dressing table, then angled it so that Lionel could see himself in it.
"And so did you," he said, as he started to cough.
The two of them died a few hours later. By that point, the room was thick with smoke, and they'd both begun to cough up black phlegm. There was no moon, and the night was dark. They were found the next morning, with their fists bloody from beating on the door.
"I see," said Grant, coming to life. "Then Aaron and Benedict are the suspects, killers, victims, and detectives all in one."
It's another limiting case. Here the Venn diagram is a simple circle. Yes, said Julia, and it's nothing at all like the story I wrote, which we read together this morning. You were lying then, and you've been lying to me for the last 2 days. Are you still going to deny it, even after this? Grant slid down from the rock. He stood in front of her with his hands in his pockets. Does it make any difference if I do? You seem convinced. I'd say the evidence is overwhelming. He shook his head. Then what happens now? I want you to tell me the truth. Then I will go back home. Publication of the book is cancelled, of course. Cancelled? Julia nodded. What did you expect? Our agreement was with Grant McAllister, not with you. Will you go to the police? She shook her head. I wouldn't know where to start with an accusation like this. Besides, I don't speak the language. Then no, Grant sighed. There's no point in me denying it now. I'm not Grant McAllister, and I didn't write these stories. I expect you'll want to know who I am. The sun passed behind a cloud, and the darkened clearing came alive with the sound of birds. I know who you are, said Julia. Your name is Francis Gardner. The man across from her fell back against the rock. How can you possibly know that? This island has a memory, even if you don't. And the old man who owns the hotel I'm staying at was only too happy to talk to me this morning. I heard all about the 2 foreigners that used to live together in a cottage by the sea, just off the path that leads to the church. How they were inseparable, indistinguishable even, until one day one of them died. He couldn't give me a name, but I'd seen the cigarette case in your kitchen, and I'd checked the gravestones in the churchyard where you walk every day. There was only one English name among them. Francis Gardner. With the date he died written underneath, 10 years ago here on this island. Only it wasn't really him, was it? Francis shook his head. It was Grant McAllister. Though in a manner of speaking, Francis also died that day. I haven't used the name since. Then who are you, and what were you to Grant? I was a mathematician. I met him at a conference in London a long time ago. We kept in touch afterwards. He was in Edinburgh and I was in Cambridge. We started out as collaborators, but soon became more than that. Francis shrugged. His marriage was a sham, and one day he moved out here to get away from it. That was just after the war. I gave it some thought and decided to follow him. Then you were more than just friends. Yes, I loved him, and he loved me. And yet when he died, you took his name, his identity, and no doubt his money. Francis turned a shrewd eye towards her. What are you implying? I'm asking the inevitable question. Did you murder him? Murder him? No, good God, no. It wasn't like that at all. Then what happened? 2 men emerged from the line of trees, both dressed formally, though the day was bright and warm. Before them, a grassy slope ran for about 30 yards to the edge of the cliff. Beyond that was the cold, shining sea. The younger man put his hand on the other's shoulder. Worth the climb, don't you think? Grant nodded. To the very edge, then, since we've come this far. He started to walk forward. Francis followed, with a hand clamped to his hat. The wind at this height was unpredictable. Not too close, Grant. We need some room for the sheet. In his other hand he held a wicker basket with a blanket balled up under his arm. Grant briefly surveyed the breathing, monstrous sea, and then turned back to his companion, who was busy clearing the area of stones, kicking them down the hill. "Help me," said Francis, turning back to Grant. He held onto one end of the peach-coloured blanket and threw the other into the air. The wind took hold of it, twisting it into a knot. It looked for a moment as if Francis had thrown a bucket of paint at Grant. The older man caught the other end, finding the corners and holding them out at arm's length. Together they spread it neatly over the grass and took off their shoes to weigh down the ends. Then Grant sat down with his back to the sea. Francis was facing him. "Don't you want the view?" Grant shook his head. "I have a view of the trees and a glimpse of the town. It's the difference between us, Francis. I like to look at the things that are mine. You like to look at what's just out of reach." "Do you include me in the things that are yours?" The wind was so loud that he had to shout, and the question sounded rhetorical. "You're in a literary mood this morning," he added. Grant frowned. "It's cold up here." Francis wedged the brim of his hat under a weighted corner of the blanket. It immediately began to twitch in the gale, up and down like the lid of a saucepan. He took off his jacket and gave it to Grant, the fragile fabric almost torn away from them as they passed it from one hand to another. Grant wriggled his arms into it. "Thank you." Francis started to lay some of the food out on the blanket, a pot of honey and a loaf of bread. He tore the end from the loaf, then took a hard-boiled egg from the basket and placed it at Grant's feet, taking another for himself. Grant picked this up and tapped it sharply against the edge of his wristwatch, then started to peel the shell. "Thank you," he said. The two men ate in silence. While Grant was close enough to the cliff edge that he could simply throw his pieces of eggshell behind him and let the wind carry them out to sea, Francis was carefully dropping his into an empty wineglass. He was concentrating on removing a particularly sticky fragment from his fingertip when he heard a loud crack that came from somewhere behind him. The earth started to shake and the wineglass fell over. Francis tutted and set it right, as if that should be the end of the matter. But the shaking was followed by a horrific, magnified rasping sound that rose from the ground underneath him. He looked up in disbelief and realized what was happening. The last 2 yards of the cliff top were falling away from him, falling in one piece like the hunk he'd broken from the end of the bread. And Grant was falling with it, his face showing only an instant of surprise as it dropped out of sight. Francis blinked, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. The line of the cliff now ran directly under the square of the blanket, cutting it in half. The sheet hung down over the edge for a second, a defeated flag, until the wind lifted it up again and held it in the sky. The situation seemed to come crashing over Francis then, and he threw himself forward to the edge of the cliff. He won't still be falling. He won't still be falling. That was his single absurd thought as he closed his eyes and leaned over. But the shock had muddied his sense of time, and when he opened his eyes, there was Grant, still falling, spinning in circles through the air. A pair of shoes and the white speck of a boiled egg were falling beside him, with Francis's hat dawdling in the air above his head. Grant's face was a shrinking picture of terror. Did the two men make eye contact? Or was that just a trick of perspective? The falling rocks hit the water first, breaking the surface apart, so that Grant seemed to land a moment later on a cushion of soft white spray. It was a jarring incongruity as his body snapped in half.
That's horrible, said Julia. Yes, it was devastating. Francis stared at the nearest tree, his eyes refusing to focus. They'd heard the rock fall in town, so there was nothing suspicious about it. It was just an accident, a freak thing. I told the police exactly what had happened, but either they had trouble understanding my accent or I had trouble understanding theirs, because the next time I heard about the incident, it was Francis Gardner that had died, tragically. And Grant McAllister that was still alive. I'd left my wallet in the jacket, you see, with my name and identification, and he was wearing it when he died. So they assumed that his body was mine. I was going to correct them to begin with. But you thought better of it. It all seemed to work out so neatly. We were living off Grant's money. I didn't have any of my own. His uncle would send it to him every month or so. All Grant had to do was write to him occasionally. Well, I could mimic his handwriting well enough. So you became Grant McAllister? And continued taking the money. It's what Grant would have wanted, I'm sure of that. Then what about the book? Francis gave her a look of contrition. When you wrote to me and said your colleague had found an old copy of The White Murders and wanted to publish it, the temptation was overwhelming. Grant's money doesn't go far these days. Besides, I'd been using his name for so long anyway, it seemed the obvious thing to do. And where's the harm in me having something to live off? Julia ignored this question. But you'd never read the stories before? No, that was the only problem. I knew he'd written some, but Grant didn't bring a copy of The White Murders with him when he moved out here, and he never seemed inclined to get hold of one. I think the fact that nobody had been willing to publish it was a source of pain to him. At one point, he dreamed of literary fame and fortune. Then did you really think this would work? Yes, I'm afraid I did. Francis nudged a stone with his shoe. We lived together for years. We discussed just about all of Grant's work in mathematics, and that included his paper on murder mysteries, so I know the mathematical ideas very well, and I thought I could bluff the rest. I never imagined you'd go to so much trouble. Yes, well, Julia picked up her bag. There's a lot you don't know about me. She lifted the strap over her shoulder and brushed the dust from the bottom. I just have one last question before I go. Francis nodded. What's that? There's only one piece to this puzzle that I can't make sense of. The White Murder. Why did Grant fill his book with references to that crime? Is there really nothing you can tell me about it? Francis shrugged. We never discussed it. But I knew Grant, and I know his sense of humour. He rubbed the back of his neck. It was almost certainly a joke. He could be very macabre at times. It would have been just like him to put in all those references as a way of keeping himself amused. The more insensitive, the better. That's just how he was. Francis sighed. I wouldn't go looking for any deeper meaning to it. A red herring, that's all. I understand. Julia smiled. That's a relief, I suppose. She hovered at the edge of the clearing, hesitating before speaking again. I think this is the last time we'll see each other, Francis. I did enjoy some of our conversations, but I wish I'd never met you. And then she was gone. Chapter 16. The First Ending. 30 minutes later,
Julia Hart was again climbing the dim staircase that led to her hotel room. She entered the shaded room with a hint of triumph. Her plan had worked. She had definitively outsmarted the man who was trying to deceive her. As if in celebration, she opened the shutters covering the window and let the brightness inside. A perfect square of clean white light appeared on the opposite wall. Outside, the dreamy blue sea and the white cubes of the waterfront were becoming lively with human shapes. The hottest part of the afternoon had passed, and life was returning to the little town. Julia took 2 steps backwards, away from the window, and sat down on the bed. The last few days had exhausted her. She lay back and kicked off her shoes, and soon fell asleep, fully clothed, cradled in the arms of the sunlight. She woke up 20 minutes later to find she had been crying. She could already feel the lines of salt forming on her skin. She took the nearest corner of the top sheet and laid it across her face, the triangle of white cotton pressed lightly against her eyes, and left it there until the sun had dried her tears. Then she pushed herself up to a sitting position. On a table beside the bed was her leather-bound copy of The White Murders. She picked it up and opened it on her thigh. The book had been given to her about 6 months earlier in another room with similar dimensions, with a bed and a window of about the same size. Though in that case the sky had been grey, and the only thing to be seen outside was a pigeon perched on a streetlight. Julia's mother had been dying in that room, in the small house in Wales where Julia had spent her childhood. She'd sat by her mother's side, holding her hand.
"There's something you need to know."
The old woman's breath rattled and sputtered. After a lifetime of smoking, her lungs were finally failing.
"Please."
She pointed at an unassuming book on a shelf beside the bed, and Julia stepped over to retrieve it. It was a slim volume called The White Murders. The book was bound in leather, but Julia recognized the thick pages and wide margins as being indicative of private publication. Julia was an author herself, with 3 romance novels to her name. She handed the book to her mother, who lifted the cover and slid her yellow forefinger over the name of the author, where it was printed on the title page.
"Grant McAllister,"
she coughed.
"That man is your father."
Tears had come to Julia's eyes then. She'd always been told that her father had died during the war when she was a small child.
"Is he still alive?"
The older woman closed her eyes.
"I don't know. He might be."
"Then where does he live?"
"I'm sorry."
Her mother shook her head.
"He left us when you were very small."
She squeezed her daughter's hand.
"He probably won't want to see you."
Julia considered this in silence, then answered so quietly that her mother couldn't possibly have heard.
"I'm not sure I'll give him any choice."
The day after her mother's funeral, she'd worked out a plan. She knew enough about crime fiction to be able to fabricate a letter from a specialist publishing house expressing an interest in Grant's old collection of stories, The White Murders. She'd given herself the title of editor and written under her middle name, Julia. The other details had come easily enough. Victor and Leonidas were the names of her 2 cats, and Blood-type Books was a simple pun. After a few weeks, Grant had written back asking about money. She'd replied under Victor's name and had promised him whatever he wanted if only he would agree to meet her. Grant had suggested she come to the island. So she'd had the book typed up in manuscript form and set out on her trip. She would observe him for a few days while they worked on it together. Then she would decide what to do next, whether to walk away or to confess everything. And that was how she'd ended up here, lying on a bed in a dim hotel room after finding out her father had been dead for 10 years. She turned to the first page of the White Murders and ran her finger over his name. Grant McAllister. And she realized with a crushing sense of disappointment that she was no closer to him now than she was when she'd first seen it. She would never get to meet him and would never know him at all, except through these stories. But at least she understood now why he'd left her and her mother and had come to live on this island. It wasn't to escape from an unwanted daughter, as she'd feared it might have been. It was to live openly with another man. That meagre consolation would have to be enough. A flock of seagulls landed on a nearby roof and startled her from her thoughts. She closed the book and placed her palm on top of it. The dark green leather was warm to the touch. Then she lay back and listened to the sound of the gulls. It sounded like they were in terrible pain. Chapter 17. The second ending. Adrenaline had dragged Francis through that final conversation with Julia, and soon after she left him, sitting alone in the clearing halfway up the hill, he walked back to the cottage by himself, drank a large glass of gin, and went straight to bed, exhausted. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He slept for 12 hours and woke up early the following morning when the island was at its coldest and darkest. His dreams had been of Grant, living out his life at the bottom of the sea, the man he'd loved, sitting underwater and staring mutely at the passing fish. The shredded skin around his wounds had looked like coral. Francis was glad to be awake. He hauled himself out of bed and sat down beneath the porch of his house with a cup of coffee. He thought about what he would do for money now that the book wasn't going to be published. He turned and looked at the small wooden hut where he'd sat with Julia 2 nights before. It was just about visible in the moonlight, a 1/4 of a mile along the beach. It was full of things that he no longer used. Surely there was something in there that he could sell. He closed his eyes and finished his coffee. 2 hours later, the sun was rising and Francis set out along the shore, whistling to himself. At that time of the morning, it was impossible to believe that the day would ever be warm. It felt as if the summer had ended overnight. He decided to save some time and cut across the gentle curve of the beach, so he took off his shoes and held them in his hands as he walked out into the cold, shallow water. It felt like he was walking on ice. A few minutes later, he arrived at the patch of sand in front of the hut and let the shoes fall from his hands. Then he opened the 2 wooden doors as wide as they would go. There was no light inside, and the boat was before him in silhouette. If I get desperate, he thought, I can always sell the boat. He squeezed past its cartoonish nose to a pile of old cardboard boxes that was hidden behind it. It was dark back there, even with the doors fully open, so he took down the antique lamp that was hanging from the ceiling and filled it from a small can of kerosene. He lit the wick and balanced it on the upturned hump of the boat, then knelt down and began to look through the boxes. The first was full of books. That was no surprise to him. He'd looked in here only last month, searching for a copy of The White Murders. But he wondered if any of the volumes had any monetary value. He picked some out at random, but his eyesight made it difficult to work out the titles, and he soon gave up in frustration. The next box was full of musical instruments, most of them broken, a fiddle, a drum, and a lute without any strings. Grant had insisted he would mend them one day, but had never found the time. The third contained fishing equipment, in good condition. He would return to that one later. The fourth was packed with various oddities, a telescope, a candlestick, and several packs of playing cards. The fifth box brought him to a halt. He'd forgotten about this one, though he'd gone through it a few weeks earlier. It was a box of Grant's papers, together with a number of handwritten notes. Some of them must have been 30 years old, but there'd been nothing in there about the White murders. No early drafts or structural notes, and nothing of any value, of course. Then he remembered something. Tentatively, he ran a fingertip down the side of the yellowing stack until he felt the hard edge of a sheet of card. He pulled it out and held it up in front of the light. It was a black and white photograph, cut from the pages of a magazine and glued to a white square of cardboard. A large photograph of a young woman. Francis didn't recognize her, but she was very beautiful and looked like she could have been an actor. In the bottom right corner was a tangle of black lines written in thick, dark ink that he'd previously thought to be illegible. But now he could just about see that they formed the name Elizabeth White. Then it wasn't a coincidence, and Grant really had named the book after her. Francis turned the cardboard over and found that there was a note written on the back in faint blue pen. If he hadn't known Grant's handwriting so well, he wouldn't have been able to read it at all. Hampstead Heath, August 24th, 1940. Her final signature. One of the doors to the hut blew closed, and its sudden shadow fell across the white square, hiding those words from view. Francis let the piece of cardboard fall to the floor and scrambled to his feet in recoil from it, stumbling backwards against the boat. The whole vessel shook. The oil lamp slid from its place on top of the hull and fell directly into the box of papers, which immediately burst into flames. It was such a neat, self-contained calamity that Francis could only stand there at first, watching it burn. Then, in the fresh light of that miniature fire, he saw the note illuminated once again. The words were still there, and the date hadn't changed. The 24th of August, 1940, the day of the White murder. If she had signed the photograph on that date, then he must have been with her just before she was killed. Taken together with everything else, the title of the book, the clues in the stories, it was too much to be a coincidence. Grant, what on earth did you do? Francis knelt down again and picked up the photograph, folding it into his back pocket. A black circle of hot mould was spreading across the side of the boat where it was nearest to the flames. He saw it and started to panic. The bottom half of the cardboard box was yet to catch fire, so with his bare foot outstretched he nudged it away from the boat and across the room, all the way to the half-open door. Then he bent down, picked it up, and threw it towards the sea. When it bounced on the sand a moment later, the whole thing seemed to burst into a cloud of burning fragments. Ash and sparks rained down onto the beach. Francis stumbled forward, his lungs full of black dust, and came to a stop in front of the empty pair of shoes that he'd left there earlier. They were still where he'd dropped them, in perfect formation, side by side on the sand. Francis felt that he could almost see Grant's ghost standing there, waiting to greet him. "Grant," he said, reaching out to grasp the invisible hand, then falling forward onto his knees. So you really did kill her. He took the photograph from his trouser pocket and examined it once again in the daylight. The glue had melted in the heat of the fire and the printed picture was coming away from its cardboard base. There was a handwritten letter concealed between the two layers. Francis slipped it from its hiding place and started to read. Dear Professor McAllister. The writing was neat, but so small that he had to squint. My name is Elizabeth White. Francis held his breath. We haven't met, but perhaps you've seen me on stage or you've seen one of my plays. I was lucky enough to attend the lecture that you gave on detective fiction in London last year at the Royal Society of Literature. I found it to be a very inspiring talk, and I hope you will forgive the audacity, but I'm sending you the fruits of that inspiration in case you'd like to read them. I've written 7 murder mystery stories based on your ideas. They cover a variety of characters and settings, but each one demonstrates a different permutation of detective fiction, to use your term. I'm hoping to publish them as a collection, The White Murders by Elizabeth White. Forgive the egocentric title, I couldn't think of a better one. But I wondered if you might read them and give me your thoughts. It's my first attempt at writing this kind of thing. Perhaps we could meet and discuss them, if you'd be willing to let me buy you a drink. Be gentle, though. You're the first and only person I've shown them to. Gratefully yours, Elizabeth White. The last 2 words matched the signature on the photograph. Francis crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it into the sea. He reached for the shoes, taking one in each hand, and cried out in despair, "Grant, how could you?" He put his head in his hands. The 2 shoes became a comical pair of horns. You killed her, just to steal those stories. He imagined Grant, his vanity punctured by her success. He must have convinced her somehow to bring the original manuscript along to their meeting. Then he'd killed her and taken it away with him. The inconsistencies in the stories, pointing to the details of the crime, must have been put in later. It would have amused him endlessly, Francis knew, to add those clues to the stories, knowing that no one would understand them except for himself. Had he kept the original title for the same unpalatable reason? The tide was moving further inland with every minute that passed. Francis looked out to sea and saw that a substantial wave was heading towards him. It broke a few yards before it reached the shore and splashed him all the way to the elbows. The water was freezing cold. How could you? The fire behind him had finished burning, but in his soaked white suit he looked like a snowman, already starting to melt. The 8th detective